turn on pretty soon. Oh, there they go. Okay. Let's get everything back to normal here. No more Valentine's Day. No pink text. No headaches due to pink text. Hey, Hideo. Okay, let's get Botland online. Let's update the today command. I also want to take a straw poll. Oh yeah, we need to put this back on. There. Wait a second. Yeah, okay. Okay, so straw poll for stream tomorrow. Edit com today. Adam is currently, and Perry, putting Botland online. Then he'll update this. Okay, there we go. So I got the IP address already. Now we just need to connect to this machine. The pink color scheme permanently. Hideo, I showed my wife that screenshot of you saying something like, I wanted to give you some support with your Valentine's Day scheme. So you had those pink colors for Twitch. She thought it was funny. All right. So this should say, yep, exactly, that there is a modified file, main.yaml. Hey, Sanchez. I'm doing well. How are you doing? All right. How was the pizza? So, long story, medium length. Actually, it's really a medium story that I'm not cutting any details from. We were originally going to get, there's this like Indian American pizza fusion place. We were going to get that, but we settled for just a regular American pizza. So it was normal, I'd say. Nothing to write home about. Nothing to tell a whole stream of people about. But thanks for asking. How were your days yesterday, everyone? Okay. So yeah, we're putting the game online. Today is Wednesday. Adam will be working through database tasks today. That was sure a medium length story. Well, the short story would have been, yeah, it was good. The long story would have been a history about why I like pizza. So yeah, that was the medium length story. Don't tell me my boundaries. We have a place that does chicken tikka pizza, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. And they're usually pretty good. Also usually pretty expensive. So let's just take a quick look before I do this work. I just want to make sure that I'm describing it correctly. And then I want to set up that straw poll, set up the game again. So when a user logs in, set in their botcoin rollup. So we're not doing too poorly here. A lot of this work is going to be on abstracting out the battle log. And then we're going to get rid of defense copies. And then yeah, that's pretty much it. So great. Like I can't wait. And refactoring the code so that you can finally have the game on. You can finally update Botland again. In the meantime, so let's take a look. That's done, that's not done, and that's done. So that's pretty good. And here are the stats from yesterday. There were only 60 games played, which is one of the record lows because I've been telling people, hey, I'm taking the database offline. So we're at 0.15 games per minute. Oh well. So we'll say set num game server clusters to 1. Okay, cool. Hey Louis, how's it going? And hey noob. SSL won't work on my website for some stupid reason. Noob, it should be pretty straightforward. Can you tell me what your problem is? Do you even cheaper than pizza? It's considered as fast food and junk and sold in really cheap places most of the time. Wow. Yeah, here it's considered something exotic and not junk. Granted, I mean, as far as pizza goes, it's not any healthier, but it's well made. It's probably a quality thing that makes it be considered junk over there where you are. Okay, yeah, so in the meantime, you can play Botland. Play. Although keep in mind that I'll be wiping out the database by the end of this week. So you'll lose any progress. There, okay. I install SSL on the control panel and it says it's installed, but when I go to the website it says not secure. Do you want me to send the URL so you can see if it says the same for you? So the only thing that makes a website, I think it's important to know why it's getting marked as not secure. So not secure means either it's HTTP or it's HTTPS with an untrusted certificate or maybe an expired certificate. I believe these are the only conditions it takes to get that not secure to show up. So for one, are you connecting via HTTP? Because if so, it's going to say not secure. And two, are you connecting to HTTPS? And then can you inspect the certificate you're getting? So if you've done both those things, I mean, you could send the website too. That's fine. Now, as far as a straw poll for the stream tomorrow, Thursday stream, what do you want to see for tomorrow's stream? Man versus to do part 3. Adam tackles his to-do list. Or there are a bunch of game ideas. Secret of Mana, Enter the Gungeon. Actually, I guess not a bunch. Wait, was there anything else I wanted to play? Where is it? Where? Oh, here we go. TF2. Diablo 2, Magic Carpet 2. Oh man, Magic Carpet 2. That's a game. Okay, yeah, I think it's kind of it. So it's basically, do you want to see work tomorrow or a game tomorrow? No, if it's work related, well, I'm not going to say this. Yeah, let's just leave it like that. And let's allow multiple answers. Okay, there. Just click fill the info in for me, then click to install. Huh. Apart from feeling like a piece of garbage for leading my team on the wrong path because I was overconfident that I knew the best solution. Since just really, this stuff happens, I honestly think the only thing that you should really take from this is some learning for next time. So how, if let's say this exact same situation arose in the future, let's say 2 months from now, how would you tackle things differently? If you have an answer for that and it's not, I would do everything the same, then great, you've learned. And that's all that matters. In the games, do you have any personal preference? Not like it's going to influence my vote, but I want to know. No, I don't really care. I like all of these games. I think Secret of Mana is... How long does it take to beat? I think it's probably too long. So there's no way we'd get that done tomorrow. Main story, yeah, 22 and a half hours. To be honest, I don't even know if I'd want to play this again for 22 hours. I just like the idea of relaxing with a game. Enter the Gungeon, it'd mostly be me going for like achievements and completion stuff. And Magic Carpet 2, I think, is a game a lot of people haven't heard of that is not even on Bing, apparently. No, there are a couple of pictures. I've shown you guys this before, actually. Just pictures. I haven't shown you the game. It was an old DOS game, and it was really cool. You had this castle building mechanic, and it was player versus player back in the days before there were any real internet services, so you had to directly connect to other players. There's no like matchmaking service. So yeah, or I could just do work. And probably people are gonna vote for work. Well, Sensuous, yeah, that feeling of guilt is going to accompany this until, you know, till you realize in the grand scheme of things, it probably doesn't matter too much. Like, how long were they led down the wrong path? Was it years? No, probably not, given what I know. But it was probably days, maybe weeks. In the end, it's not that bad. Oh God. Most people say snarky things on the internet and you can't see their facial expressions. With me, I say something and you can see me just giggle about it. That's gotta that's gotta not feel great. All right, so is the game online now? Has this worked out? Because that's what I was waiting for. Then I can get started with work for the day. Gotta do this off screen still. Screen. DL to ploppy. Logs. Hey, cool. It's online. Okay. Which means if we go try this out, let's just test. We'll attack one person. Liquidor 3. Oh, right. I never finished this match. Alright, well, guess who doesn't want to do this one? I'm just going to put down some bots. They're going to lose. I don't care. Would be funny if they won somehow, but no, that's not possible. Oh, wait a second. I have another phase. Oh, well. Too bad. Well, that means the game's working at least. Let's take a look. Well, it's connecting via HTTP to me. Yeah. Well, it showed secure there. Your connection to the site might not be fully secure. What's this button? Trying to load scripts from unauthenticated sources. Okay. Yeah, but in general, I think you set up the certificate right. You should have HTTP redirect to HTTPS. And then only load content from HTTPS sources. And Sensuous, I think most conscientious people feel this way. If people are trusting you with something and you let them down. And I think this is where intent can sometimes go a long way. If you let them know, hey, I thought that was right, like, I'm sorry, I'll definitely learn for next time, most people are going to be fine with that. I think everybody who is a professional, and I mean that in the more semantic, not the literal definition. Everyone who is professional knows that people make mistakes. And the expectation is that people don't repeatedly make mistakes, and that's why I said as long as you're learning from it, you should be fine. Yeah. Well, best of luck. I think it's you're probably beating yourself up more than other people will beat you up for it. So modify the client so the battle logs can be more generic. Yeah, I have this information. I just have no way of really showing it yet. So let's plan this out. I think the first thing is design how to make this generic. So we have battle log here. battle log entry used to just be one thing. So what are the different kinds of battle log entries? Hey, Valor. The other three just kept silently staring. Yeah, don't worry about it. All right, so battle log design. Currently, we only show entries with replays in the battle log. And in order to get that, we need, well, we always need an ID, and is selected and on select. Wait, this type props on select. What does this do? No, come on, Sublime. Why you gotta make the hard drive spin? This should have been cached. All right, then let's do, oh, there it is. Okay, fine. On select just says set selected. Okay, so then yeah, the majority of these are probably going to be fine. It's this stuff that is going to be different. So types of battle log entries. We're going to have replays. We're going to have matches without replays. So either this is forfeits during phase 0 or matches where the replay has since been deleted. We're going to have botcoin rollups. You earned 50 botcoin on Monday, or you got 100 botcoin since your last login. What else are we gonna have? Maybe informational updates. You updated your defense on 1/2/30. I don't know. On January 1st. All right, what else? What else is gonna be in the battle log? Let's look at the UI mockup. That might have a bit more information here. So someone beat you, there's replay, blah, blah, blah. Actually, the actions can differ too. So depending on what's showing, we may have different actions. Replays may have replay and retaliate or revenge. Other ones may have dismiss. Hey, Monetic Bind. Yeah, you left at 9:44 yesterday, but I had to say goodbye to that about 3 hours into the stream. I started to get a headache actually. Your eyes look okay, not bloody. Oh, they did their fair share of bleeding yesterday. It was nobody enjoyed that, I think. There's probably one person who was sitting in chat. Let me find the look on their face that they must have had. Wait for it. All right. This would have been the look on their face. There's probably one person who was like, yes, this is the best stream. But everyone else was wondering, why are you doing this, Adam? Why are you subjecting all of us to this? Oh well. Okay, so things to design. How to dismiss the entries. Should it be saved on the server? Should it just be in local storage? And how to pass props to these. So let's get back to dismissing later. How to pass props to these. We have just battle log entry right now. And this is pretty much everything. So rendering whether something is new, I don't really think should be there. Mark as new. Because some entries, it doesn't really matter if they're new or not. They might have their own styling for that. And actually, rendering it as new is a pretty simple function too. Still, there will be some common themes. I wonder if just inheriting from a battle log entry is a good idea. And then each one of these can do things itself. Because they will look very similar. Yeah. I think there should be a generic battle log entry that everything inherits from. Then we can have replay log entry, informational log entry. What else? Bot coin rollup. Things like this. And we can pass props to them differently too. Because replay is going to need something like an I guess the other thing is how to store the backing data in Redux. Do I just want a generic list of objects? I could have a type for each to figure out what to do. These are all going to get rolled up into the same battle log though, but they're probably going to come from a bunch of different sources. And that's where maybe having the different sources is the best idea. Because they'll all have a time on them. Or will they? Yeah, I think they'll come from different sources. I can then combine them based on the times and what the user wants to show. So I could do something like, we could do a map on all of, we're going to have a bunch of different things. We say something like this dot props dot replay. Where does this come from? Entries, battle log state. This dot make replay entry. So we do something like this for all of them. Bot coin entries, make bot coin entry, and then we write something to combine them. Combined or like merged entries equals this dot merge replay entries, bot coin entries, whatever else. This would merge the entries based on their dates. And then when it comes to dismissing them, that's the only thing we'd have to decide. I think in general, this is probably a good idea. I think this is a good way to do things. Because we have a bunch of different kinds of entries. And how we construct them will be different. Because replay log entry will need like an on revenge function. Botcoin log entry doesn't have any actions you can take other than maybe dismissing it. So it'd have an on dismiss function. And so I think there'd be different things to make each of these. Then combine them all based on dates. So I should give them all the same. Okay, so then how do we dismiss them? Let's say you log in. Are these entries components or only data? If component, I would suggest composition over inheritance, which is also the recommended way to go most of the time. Yeah, they are components. Well, the way I'm thinking about it is, so let me just annotate this. So this entire thing, let me draw this in red. So this section here would be a replay entry. This sort of thing here would be an info entry. So yeah, it's and tonic. Okay, I will read this in just a sec. Yeah, so yeah, they would be different. They would be different components. Okay, so React has a powerful composition model. We recommend using it instead of inheritance or reuse code between components. Consider a few problems where developers new to React often reach for inheritance. How shall we can solve them? Thus, other components pass arbitrary children to them by nesting the JSX. Oh, interesting. I like this. Sometimes we need multiple holes in a component. Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely helpful. A more specific component renders a more generic one and configures it with props. Yeah, okay. Works equally well for components defined as classes. Yep. So what I could do then, it sounds like a better way of doing this, and this is something I should definitely add to my notes. Yeah, so a better way of doing this is probably to make battle log entry and have this be all of the sort of chrome around this. So it'll be a div with an on click, and then it could just have props.children. Hey Patsy boy. So it could pretty much just be this, and it can take care of its own on select and everything else, and then replay log entry. Could return, so this is its render function. There. Is this JavaScript? Well, yeah, in general it's JavaScript, but you see this syntax here, this is JSX. So it's JavaScript, where would I show you this? Here. Wait, what? This is not the JSX that I think I'm, yeah. So it's kind of this syntactic sugar for React.createElement. But in general, most of Botland is just JavaScript and not JSX. Okay, so replay log entry will be something like this, where we say return a battle log entry. And then in here we have maybe a button or something. Yeah. Button, watch, replay. Something like this. I think this is probably better. How's your Groundhog Day viewing party? It went really well. I forgot how much, he's still having, I forgot how much I liked the movie. Because the last time I saw it was 8 or 9 years ago, I think. But it's just such a nice movie. And yeah, everyone else liked it too, and they liked the humor. One time we watched Fargo, and my wife just did not find that funny. Everyone else in the viewing party really liked it, but my wife did not. So I was a little bit worried because I didn't remember much about Groundhog Day other than the premise and a couple of the plot points. But no, everyone seemed to like it. Patsy boy, I think math is more important in this case. Yeah. Every once in a while, Bing fails me. That was one of the times that it failed me. You know what? Let's do adcom straw poll. The straw poll for today. Do it this way. Is about tomorrow's stream. Phil, Ned. Yeah. So yeah, you guys can answer the straw poll. It's about what do you want to see tomorrow? Is it work stuff or is it game stuff? Nobody likes me as a game streamer, so it's probably gonna be work stuff. I haven't seen the TV show. Okay, so I think this looks better. We have a generic battle log entry with a render that just has div and children, and then we have a replay log entry that just specifies what children to render. So I think that's pretty good. But then how do we pass props to the replay log entry? I guess we just make a replay log entry. Yeah, so the same way that I was doing things here. Yeah, okay. Hey, Vito Gaming. I'm still the only one who voted for the carpet game. Alright, hey Wraithy. Okay, so then dismissing the entries. I guess one of the questions would be, do we even want this functionality right now? Probably not. But let's say we did. I imagine the answer is no. But let's say you could dismiss any battle log entry. Would you expect it to persist on the server or just on the client? So I guess the scenario is this: I log in, I see that I don't think we just even allow you to dismiss. I think that's the answer, and then I think we're pursuing something that doesn't matter here. Yeah, we just won't have dismiss. The only one that would be you updated your defense, but maybe we just tell you when your last update was. That's probably the best idea. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so then, and that way you don't need to dismiss anything. Hey, Pro Sam. All right. So the design is done. Now I have a few things that I need to write down. So set up the new style of battle log on the client. So we're going to have battle log entry is a generic base class. Well, not base class, sort of composer class. Generic entry. Then we'll have two other ones that are definitely going to be there. Replay log entry and botcoin log entry. And then one more maybe for, well, actually I guess I wrote this down too. Informational log entry. Information log entry. Use this to show, hey, there's ours. Yeah, there haven't been any changes for the last week because I've been working on database stuff. Still waiting on Twitch support for a response to my issue where I magically unsubbed from you. Pro Sam, was it supposed to end around that time? Use this to show when you last updated your defense. Then set up the server side of this. Okay, replay the roll-ups. What else? And when you last updated your defense. So send replays and botcoin roll-ups in the battle log. Send replays, botcoin rollups, and the last time you edited your defense in the battle log. Hey Kaitai. Do you have a public API with game stats or rankings? If so, do you mind if I use that data to build a dashboard / test out Curio features? I kind of do. So you can read through the code here. And yeah, there are two APIs. one is this, and one is this. But there's an issue, which is that this is only online when the game is online. So, what is it? 4/5 of the time, you're not going to be able to access these APIs. However, these are public, and they'll probably change at some point too. Why do you use Bing? Ah, there we go. Hideo answered it. I was going to type it out. Why is that a different URL from the command one? Oh, interesting. Why is that different? Would it be okay if I cache the data? Yeah, sure. Huh. Oh, this one doesn't have that Twitch status showing up? Magically unsubbed you on Monday. Huh, strange. Yeah, weird. ProSam, are you on the student Amazon Prime account? Because that only gets 1 month of subscribing, I think. You know what, let's do the server side of this first. This is not really a thing. Design how to make the battle log more generic. We'll put that there. We'll cancel out of this. We'll tab all these back. Show botcoin rollups in the battle log. Yep. Make sure to show the roll for the current day. Nope. Well, maybe. I don't know. Hey, John Raj. Liquid ore 4 is greater than 2? Where's liquid ore 2? I don't even see different ones. Oh, there's liquid ore 2. What did I type in? Liquid ore 2. Why is it not finding it? Oh, okay, there it is. Yeah, I see. Yeah, liquid ore's on this list too many times. He's got 4 accounts. Hey, Waddle. How you doing? Yeah, ProSam, I think they did that because well, I don't know about the student one. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Anyway, it probably works out to that they're losing money on you rather than getting money from you. All right, let's get to work. I think we have enough of the design. I'll save this as just a temporary thing. Battlelog design.txt. Okay, so we have get battle log. This returns replay brief information. I gotta wait a second. No, I didn't plan for something. There's a battle that happened that doesn't have a replay anymore. I guess that could still be a replay log entry. Got a lab tomorrow and I just can't get my head around array sorting in Java. Well, Waddle, what's the issue? Because sorting arrays in general is you pick an algorithm, you have some certain properties of that algorithm, so how fast it runs, how much memory it takes, and then you implement the algorithm. So you could take something like insert sort, and you might know the properties of that. Maybe it's O of n squared, I think it is, for time, and anyway, there's, I think space is O of n. And then as far as the algorithm for it, it's something like step 1, iterate over your list. Step 2, for each element. Well, I guess it's not really a different step. For each element, find where it should be placed. And then you implement this, and you make sure it worked. I might be oversimplifying this for you, but yeah, where are you having trouble? Make sure that entries without replays show up correctly. The server should be telling us about that. So we have this, get replay brief information. This gives us just enough about matches. And last time fetching battle log. Okay, good. So we have that already. Then bot coin rollups. Where are those? I think that was on login, which I could still be on login, but I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, no problem, Pro Sam. Like I said, I don't want anyone to ever feel pressured about spending money here. Oh, I remember this. Monetic bind. Okay, so when you log in, you call generate and get rewards. Then that calls into here. Hopefully this has modified code. Yes, it does. So this will be different. This will be get bot coin rollups. We can just delete this whole thing, huh? Yeah. Alright, what are we doing here? Select the sum of matches over the last few days. Yeah, this doesn't need to be a transaction because there's nothing transactional about it. Hey, Mr. Teep. So let's search for return this dot connects parenthesis. Yeah, there. Cool. So we want to do this and then return this dot connects matches. And we're done. Well, we're mostly done. I guess the results that we get, we're just going to return that directly. Unexpected token period. Oh, whoops. Nice, Soul Sorcerers. You know, every once in a while I read messages like this, and I like that they include me. That's nice. But Hideo said this before sometimes, where he's got like a nice dessert and he's got a bunch of free time. Soul Sorcerers now is getting your computer back tomorrow. That's really good. What's the story on that, by the way? I know it went down, but then did you get it repaired? Did you just get a new motherboard? Alright, so get botcoin rollups is now here. So when we say get battle log, we need to get all of this stuff for you. Battlelog.db user. Sure. And part of this is we're going to select, what's the name of this? I already forgot the name of it. Last updated your defense, which is called what? Probably last defense update. Last login date, last time, last attack. Where are you? Last defense update. Yep, that's what it's called. So last defense update. And then we're going to set this, and then we're going to return this.database wrapper, get botcoin rollups for user ID. And this gives us the botcoin rollups. Cool. Well, Pro Sam, at least you can always trigger the emotes command. That's kind of like you're using them, right? The sweater is my code. Yes, I know exactly what that's like. They got the motherboard repaired for me. Didn't cost me a penny. Oh, that's perfect, Soul Sorcerers. Well, there's the silver lining in this cloud. You didn't spend any extra money. You're just Adam Troll to me now. I can't use that emote. Aw. That's sad. Alright, so get Botcoin rollups. And that's it. That's everything. So let's make sure it's working now. On the client, we say fetch battle log, and we get back the battle log. We're going to stringify this out. There. And let's go take a look. So we restart this. Have you ever considered some rewards for beta testers? I think there are many people who love something. It shouldn't affect fame, like order on ranking or something like that if you're doing beta tests. Hey, Pathfinder. So I haven't considered something like rewards for beta testers. Let me think about this. Originally, you actually had to spend points in the channel just to get into the game. I don't know. I think it's tough. And I think the other thing that's kind of tough here is that since I'm doing this on Twitch, anyone can just go play the game right now. If you were to just type how to play, you can go start playing. So there could be, you know, hundreds of people who eventually sign up for beta accounts. And do they actually, like, how do they tell me what their name is in the game or on Twitch or later in the real game? So I'm not sure, and I'm not sure it would be a valid reward for that. I think something as simple as, like, you start with 10% more money in the game. Some, like, small thing. But still, I think tracking that would be a nightmare. So I don't know if I'm going to do that. Okay, so we have this. We go log in, and we should get our battle log. We did not. 500 internal server error. TRX is not defined. Whoops. All right, minor mistake. Okay, minor mistake fixed. Now we just run it again. Minor mistake not fixed, or I just didn't wait long enough. Aha, there we go. Okay, so fixed. Now, we got our battle log twice. That definitely shouldn't be happening. And I'm pretty sure Hideo reported this bug. Make sure we're not getting the battle log twice at login. Talking about something which doesn't help you in the game. Something more neutral, like a skin or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not opposed to the idea. I just think it's really hard to track. Like I said, people sign up for accounts in the game, like Hideo, for example. Hideo's Twitch name is this, but Hideo's Botland name is this. Now, there's no way to correlate these two and know for sure that they're the same person. In fact, honestly, even if someone signed up in Botland with the name Adam13531, that's not their Twitch name. So, and I didn't sign up with this account. So how do I correlate this back to their Twitch name? So that I can eventually, when they sign up for an account in the real game, when the game's out, you know, several months from now, give them some reward. So that's the part that I think is pretty tough here. And then the other question is, at what point do I actually give them that reward? Is it just for making an account? Because if so, then wouldn't you make a whole bunch of accounts? So I'm not sure. What I'd probably do, Pathfinder, is base it on something like time in chat. So people who I know had accounts and who, let's say, are in the top like 200 in this list. So if you take a look at this, and you know, maybe we set the cutoff at 250 actually. So just if you show up on this list and you played Botland, then cool, you get a reward. Maybe something like that. Boat bot gadgets. You know, there's some more art coming down the pipeline, and I really want to show it to you guys. I don't know if you remember a long time ago. Can I show you this? I think I deleted the pictures at this point. Anyway, whatever. I'll show it to you when it's done. Hey, pawn. Okay, so battle log should be on my clipboard. It's not because I just copied that. So here it is. Last time fetching battle log, replay information, we have nothing. DB user has our last update. Botcoin rollups. So this is it. This is all of the information we need. We should actually go make a replay really fast. We have a defense, so we just need to attack that defense. And we need to log in. So we go attack. Let's just forfeit the first match. And let's attack again and win or lose the second match. It doesn't matter. Yeah. There. So now when we log in as Adam1, we'll get a lot more data than what we just got. Yep. Where does this end? Here? Yeah, there we go. So we can see we got the first replay where the attacker forfeited. Outcome is 1. I don't know what that means, forfeit or not. We get the second replay. Outcome is 2, where the defender won. In both cases, we know all the information we need to know. So this is pretty good. Loyalty sub badges. If I had pictures, I could just add them, but I don't have pictures for them. It's a good thing, just a simple idea. I just know people like things that something differs them from others. Yeah, definitely they do. And those kinds of exclusive things I think are pretty nice too, because it's like a badge of honor there. There is one other thing to consider too, which is that if that skin is never offered again, then that's artwork that I made that only a few people have access to. And if the game isn't popular, then that's artwork that is just taking away from the pool of artwork for most people. What's your opinion on Angular 2 versus React? Hey, Arcane Water. I don't really have one because I haven't used Angular 2. So I like React. And back when I was doing research of what my Vue library should be, I did look into Angular 2. But I decided against it for probably superficial reasons. And I've just been using React ever since. So yeah, I can't really compare the two. I see him implemented a fast method of logging in as users, Adam. Yeah. So, Sorceress, I said this is advice I'd given you, so it'd be bad if I didn't implement something like that. And honestly, this is super easy to do. They're just buttons. When you click them, they fill this in, and they click the connect button for you. That's it. So, yeah. And the other thing I did, which I also suggest you do, is if you don't have a password typed in, you default to just the word password, which is my local password for everything. So that way you don't even need to type in a password. Hey, my uncle. Contact on live coding told me about this flow type. Lets you use strict typing JS without having to worry about compilation. Oh, it does it via comments? This is not a comment. This would require compilation. Yeah, so I guess that they have a comment way and they have a TypeScript kind of way of doing it. Oh, it precisely tracks the types of variables as they flow through your program. Interesting. I wonder how it does that. Flow is TypeScript from Facebook team. Hey, Ollie. How was the pizza? It was good. You have to comment the file to tell Flow to check the file. Yeah, something like this wouldn't be too bad, but honestly, if I were to switch, I think TypeScript would be fine to switch to. I just never made the change, and now it'll probably just never happen. Alright. Well, we have this sample log. Now we just need to use it. So we got to go change all the code that I did. Did your wife get the joke now? Yeah, I brought it up to her again, and she's like, "Oh yeah, now I see." What do I use now? I just use JavaScript. Thing that makes it different is it does some automatic tracking without type annotations. Yeah, and I wonder if I just ran flow on all of my files, what would happen? I probably get a lot of false positives where I intend to pass in different types. Anyway, so what we need to do is go change this. This we need to save somewhere. I don't know where. Something like battlelog.txt, battlelog sample battlelog. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, and let's copy that file over to here. There, so now we can't lose it. After you check if Adam's online, but he's not, then you check again in program directory and find him. That's very weird. I've gotten this report every once in a while that some people aren't getting notifications that I started streaming. Oh, see you, Manic Vine. Have a good day at work. Some people haven't gotten notifications that I'm streaming. Some people apparently can't find me in their following list. Yellow League, did it unfollow me? Also, I want to link this throughout the day. There's a straw poll I want you guys to take part in. Alright, so battle log entry. This is going to be made generic. So how about we start with the simplest stuff. Flow type getting started. Yeah, I'm probably not going to start using this. Yeah. I could do this, but like I said, I think I don't think now is the time to do that. Thursday stream hype, yeah. You meant that as a meme? Oh, people actually have run into those issues though. I know Echo had that problem for a while, that he wasn't getting notified. So right now, battle log entry is used for replay entries. Let me think about this. We should probably save this off as like battle log entry original for right now. And I'll just write down before checking in, delete battle log entry original. This should be obvious because it'll show up in my git commit list. So now what we'll do is we will save this again as, oh, we already have it, battle log entry. So this will be a more generic one. We have on select, we don't watch replay from here. Render selection controls. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe we could do it this way. Maybe we could do it this dot props dot selection controls. And again, just use composition. Render new message. Sure, we can keep that there. Right, where does the new message go? In a div on the top. No, that's probably not a good idea. Yeah, it's probably not a good idea. No, Soul Sorcerers, it's a straw poll. You should answer however you feel like. And if I ever want to just overrule all of you, I could do that. Yeah. Yeah, right now it's a pretty heavy lead toward work stuff. Alright, render selection controls we have. So all of this is going to go away. This will not. This... Actually, I guess all battle log entries have a time to render. Time of finishing game. This part's a little bit different though. We'll put that there. Time... Rage my burger. Okay, this is a pretty funny joke. I appreciate this liquidor. I commented yesterday that he keeps filling his glass more and more, so he filled it right to the top. And thanks for the bits, by the way. You know, you're only hurting yourself by doing this. Well, Pawn, they could both happen. Pawn, let me ask you, if you were to replay Secret of Mana, do you think you'd beat it? Because I think back to playing certain games in like Super Mario World, if I were to replay that, I would probably beat it. Super Mario RPG, if I were to replay that, maybe I'd beat it. Because I think it'd be more than nostalgia for me at this point. Secret of Mana, I think it's purely nostalgia. I think beating that game is kind of grindy. Hey, Romania. Look at you on a burger diet. we could say this is date time. Dot get time. Okay, we don't want any of these things. Yeah, plus the other thing is, whenever you go back to old games, well, if you go back for the first time, you find out that, wait a second, this is definitely more nostalgia than it was fun. And then after that, you think you're probably a little bit more critical of game design because of how much things have changed. It's like watching Groundhog Day last night. Pacing in movies has totally changed. There was a shot of him driving onto the highway, and it like zooms out, and it's just his car driving onto the highway. And that shot, I don't think would exist in a movie nowadays. It didn't really communicate much. It wasn't really necessary, but that was a thing that was just in movies from the 80s and 90s a lot. Well, and just before, I should say, the 90s. Because it was not exclusive to those eras. Thoughts on this webpage? Has my face A++. But yeah, it looks pretty good. I remember you talking about showing multiple streams on here. And so I think having a way to see all of the streams at once would be a nice... Oh, wait, here they are. All right, I should have just scrolled down. Yeah, this is good. And then is there a way to see all the different chats? I suggest looking at multi-Twitch for that, because something tabbed isn't bad. And how did my wife like the movie? She liked it. She definitely liked it. Yeah, I had a friend last night who was looking at his phone during the movie. I was surprised about that. Okay, so on click is on select. Good. We can't really render the date in here, though. But I guess we could have a function for rendering the date. Yeah. Render time ago. So we can put this here. And then, I don't know why we put this in a span, but we had it in a span. So fine. Return span time ago. Then we had Captain Kappa and Power Kappa follow today. Interesting. Liquidor, it is bad because it's all going to be wiped out in like a day. Alright, so now we can get rid of all of this stuff and then render selection controls. That's probably pretty fair. Or we could have the class do this itself. Right? Could we? No, maybe we can't. How would this get called into? We need... I need to think about this a little bit more. What film did I watch again? Hey, Andoran. Yeah, it was Groundhog Day. Yeah, so I won't be able to call into something like this. And yeah, those folders. I could have Webpack alias this for me. I just haven't done that. And I originally thought against it. Now I'm leaning toward it a little bit more. So the ID isn't even necessarily used here. Is selected, mark as new. We don't have that. Attacker name, outcome, time of finishing game. This would just be date time, I guess. And then none of these exist anymore. Working on time features? No, not yet. I'm working on just getting the battle log to be more generic. Okay, so here's a question. Battle log entry has its own render. that looks like this. So I can call this by saying something like battle log entry, and then put a div under here saying something like I am a replay. But then how would I call into a function like render time ago here? And why is this not? Man, syntax highlighting on this is sometimes kind of weird. That's pretty good. So yeah, how would I call into render time ago? I could get a reference to the battle log entry and then do that. That's probably a bad idea though. I wonder if they mentioned this on that whole. I could. One of the solutions would always be just pull this whole function out, but. Or I guess another thing could be just make a new component that's a time ago that's yeah, actually that's not a bad idea. In fact, time ago might have something like that. Make a new component that is min time ago. So where does this come from? Oh, I don't know. Where are you? React-time ago. Here it is. And does this have any property that lets you control the minimum? Formatter. The minimum number of seconds that the component should wait before updating. Yeah, I think I use this almost everywhere because I don't want time ago to be in the future. So every single time I render this, I render it with math.min around the date. So there's a couple lines of code that can be brought down to one line of code. It's not super important. Do I do this everywhere? I do this almost everywhere. Hey, double T's. Okay, well, we'll write that down later. Refactor time ago so that I have a wrapper component around it that takes in a time and does math.min on it. Have you ever actually watched another guy's stream, regardless of which game it is? Yeah. I'm a pretty heavy Twitch user, actually. And I was before I started streaming. I've been watching since, what, 2013? Yeah, 2013. Or at least that's when I made an account. So my favorite things to watch are generally speedruns of certain games. So typically some Zelda games, Super Metroid, the Banjo game, Super Mario 64, and then Hearthstone. I used to watch some World of Warcraft stuff. Speaking of time ago, I was surprised I found time ago as a React component with great locale support. Huh, and hey Lepko. Why do you need .min on the time? I want to make sure that we don't, so okay, here's, the server might report the time, reports time as like 1:15 and 52 seconds, and the client might report the time as 1:15 and 35, or like 49 seconds or something like that. So the server is in the future. So when we return a time, the client says, this happened 3 seconds from now. And that's a big problem because that never makes any sense to anyone. So what I do is I say, okay, let's get the minimum time of now and the date the server reported. So instead, the client will see this happened 0 seconds ago for 3 seconds. Then at second number 4, it says this happened 1 second ago. So that's why I need that math.min, is when the server reports a time differently from when the client reports it. Adam watches my channel all the time. Should I follow you, Pawn? You have 12 views and 1 follower already. This happened. Heart, Kappa. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Is it possible to extend time ago and add some middleware to it or something? Yeah, I'm going to just wrap it. That's what I'll do. Okay. So I think this doesn't need to be here. That means date time isn't really needed here. So this just has ID and is selected. And that's it. Yeah, okay. Let's stick with that for now. More DB stuff? Yeah, it should be coming to a close pretty soon, I hope. You need me to drop you a beat? We'd make a great team, soul sorcerers. We could write raps just all about boats. That's it. No other topic. People get bored after our first 2 songs, let alone our first album. We'll never stop, though. Can't stop us. We'll never put our anchors down. Okay, so then battle log entry original. We're going to save that as replay log entry. At this point, I should probably make a new folder. Yeah, fine. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So battle log is going to pass in this. Oh, wait, no, we can't do that. No, darn it. Hang on a second, I'm screwing everything up. Okay, so we got to do a get move, not just a regular move. Oh, they finally put the ... there. Nice. So I can just click this and go to battle log. Done. Failed. No such file or directory. What? What? I clicked this. I clicked this. We hit save. What is this doing? ... / client. Yeah, that doesn't exist. Why did they pick this weird folder? It should have just been ... / battlelog. That was super weird. Okay, well, I guess we'll just manually type this in then. This file exists. I hate your guts dialogue. Alright, there, battle log entry, and then this one still exists. So now we got to go replace wherever we call this. So this is correct, but this is wrong. Yeah, this is component / battlelog / battlelog. There. You use Streamlabs for your follower alerts? Yeah, I do. That's our album name. Hey, Badr. Badr, I have this note written down. Let me show it to you. Tell Badr that my wife found his artwork funny. So there, I have now told you. I showed her all the different Photoshops you've been doing. She chuckled at a bunch of them. Whoops. Oh, darn it. Okay, let's just close out of all of these things so I don't keep screwing this up. All right, now the new part that I wanted to do is we take this and we save this as battle log replay entry, maybe replay log entry. There. Okay, ID is selected, mark is new, attacker name, outcome. Yeah, all these things are correct. So next up, we say import battle log from battle log. And in the render function, we're going to end up returning that. So we get rid of this, put that there. Ordinary meme work. Take it away, Adam. No. I can't do this now. But I will copy paste all of this. Okay. Render new message. So let's go take a look at battle log entry. We have the main div and selection controls. And that's basically it. Oh, and is selected. I guess we need to pass that in too. No, it's not a big deal, Yala. I don't want that. It seems like no one else is joining in. That's partially why too. Okay, so message, date to render. I think all of this should be fine. And now we would need to go change battle log itself so that this knows how to create the right kind of entries. Because right now it's just arbitrarily, well, it's making the only kind of entry we used to have. Hi, Charlie. Okay, well, I did write down how I planned on doing this. It was going to be the whole, let's pull these from different reducers and then merge them all based on their dates. So that means that the client actually needs to start here. Yeah, we just get all this stuff. This contains your skill levels and the time you last updated your defense. Okay, so let me think about this. We say set battle log entries. This can't be the case anymore. This is what Soul Sorceress is doing without his computer. He's got a laptop from his grandparents, and he's planning out a very grandiose boat-related rap team. Yeah, our crew's definitely going to go down in history here. So we'll say this is set replay log entries. Set replay entries. Let's do that one. Alright, so then these all need to change too. Set replay entries. Getting your Atom art ready. So this is not action.battlelog entries anymore. It is this. What? Oh. Boat Street Boys. Let's do it. So we'll have this. Entries that are specifically replays. There. Alright, so that's fine. Mark them as old. We don't really have this concept of whether something's new or not. It's just replays that get marked as new. Or should I make it generic and everything can get marked as new? I don't think I worry about this right now. I think we'll stick with replays. So mark battle log entry old. Let's change this to mark replay entry old. So new replay entries. Replay entries. So that looks good, but now we have the wrong name here. So we need to change this to mark replay entry old. My face has changed? If you forgot to change replay entries in the params, you are correct, Lepko. The rest of this looks fine, I think. All we did was rename this. But that's okay. We're going to get it to the point where we see everything we saw before, I hope. But this time it's with the proper design. Also, rip stream. Did it go down for anybody else? Yeah, it's online and it's fine. Okay, good. Yeah, noob, I'm not sure. Well, I can't be saying I'm not sure to you if you can't see the stream. Okay, thanks guys. Also, I'll take this opportunity to link another straw poll. It's the same straw poll from earlier. Actually, I should just stop linking this, huh? Yeah, never mind. The amount of votes isn't going to matter at this point. I think it's going very clearly toward work tomorrow. Well, I tried. I tried. Alright, so fetch battle log calls into set replay entries. Then the battle log itself needs to pull them from the right location. So this just takes all of the entries. This .props.entries. It can't really work that way anymore. And I wonder if there is a better way of doing this. Probably not. Alright, so entries, we'll say replay entries. Carpet tips and tricks. Maybe someday I'll play that game. One thing that's actually super frustrating about it is there's no option to invert the mouse. So when you move the mouse up, I think it moves your view up as well. And I wanted it to move it down, I think, or vice versa. I'm not sure which one I prefer. But either way, there's no way of changing that. And it was so frustrating because it's not the kind of thing you get used to in like an hour or two. It's like trying to write with your non-dominant hand. Like, some people can just do that, sure. But if you can't do it, then just trying to do it, you're not going to be able to do it within half an hour. So it's just frustrating. Are the episodes somewhere? Well, everything's in past broadcasts for now. So if you just go to this, you probably will find it. Yeah, Man vs. Ado Part 2, and then Part 1 is where? I probably missed it. Yeah, they're both on there. Oh, on YouTube or something? Well, they will be eventually. If you go to bot.land and click YouTube, there are a few playlists that you have access to. It would probably go into not really botland eventually. And yeah, I've been uploading things to YouTube, but I haven't been keeping these lists up to date, so they're missing the last like 22 days. I usually go through and do that in bulk. Hey EJ, how's your appointment? Hey, what? Link changed to this? Old links to all videos. What's the difference between that and all videos? Highlights? Oh, wow, yeah, you're right. Oh, my bad. Okay. Thanks, Lecco. I didn't realize that. Wow, Lepco. Eyes of a hawk. You and Toulouse. Actually, a lot of people in chat have the eyes of a hawk. When it comes to pointing out things that I've done wrong. Okay, so we got replay entries here. That goes into the battle log. The battle log takes replay entries. Probably should name this replay entries everywhere. Oh, that's good, EJ. Except for the no stream part. Didn't know that command existed. It's pretty recent. Sometimes I just add commands that I've never told you guys about. Yesterday I advertised one of those. No one commented on it except for Varenz, whose ears were blown out by listening to it. So we'll just never post that again. Alright, now instead of making a battle log entry, this needs to be a replay log entry. And that should be it. So now we just fix all the errors and we start it up. So the error is cannot find main.less. That is probably coming from battle log entry. Yeah. These need to change to have one more .. slash. Fun stuff. Alright, what's next? It's still failing. Cannot resolve constants. Oh, you know what probably has this issue? Replay log entry. Yeah. Alright, how's that look? Now it's saying can't resolve this in battle log. I missed one. There, and now it should be good? Yeah, build successful. And the whole thing's broken. Well, I'm pretty sure most of you could have seen that coming. So we have the battle log here multiple times. What did I do? Replay log entry. Oh, battle log. Whoops. Should be battle log entry. Okay, that's the problem. How's that look now? Oh, almost. I mean, we can click them. We just can't read them. Yeah, it's got nothing in it. Hey, Digite. Well, to be fair, it would have been broken just at a different time. It would have been broken at compile time. Okay, well, let's put a breakpoint here. And what am I missing? Actually, that we should leave open. Oh, that's what I'm missing. This.props.children. It's just not rendering anything. Alright. I guess I don't need that breakpoint. Hey, cool. That actually worked. Okay, so let's remove the breakpoint. Try this again. So we're one step closer to the correct design for this. Can we still do everything we could do here before? Yep. Yeah, looks good. Yep, perfect. Okay, so this is the proper way of showing replays, but we could already do that before. Now we're just doing it slightly differently. So next what we're going to try to do is weave in the bot coin rollups maybe. Or we could put in an informational one too. That might be a good idea. Make sure that entries without replays show up correctly. Yeah, that's another thing we'll do. We'll do that afterward though. I don't even show a replay button for them if it's just going to fail anyway. The match information should contain data about that, and it doesn't. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's definitely not good. We have replay IDs for some of these though. We just shouldn't have replay IDs for those. No, this won't be possible until I've merged defense copies into matches so that I know how many phases there were. No, not even that. Not even that. I just need to know whether there's a replay ID. So I can test this now. If you want to look at an ESLint plugin that reports unresolved imports don't exist, look at this. Yeah, well, the reason I didn't use linting in my editor is because Sublime 2 didn't really support it. But I'm on Sublime 3 now, so there's no reason why I couldn't just use linting in the editor. But I'll write this down. Thanks, Lepko. Excuse me. Do you have the flag sent to the client that a replay isn't available, or does it get fetched? Yeah, I did just explain it, but I do pass in the replay ID for this stuff. The problem is that there actually is no replay, even though there's a replay ID. In fact, I'm not sure what's happening there. If I do select ID from replays, do we have a number 3 here? We do. I think it's just a null journal though. Whoa, it's not even a null journal. What? Yeah, what? Oh, no. Number 2 is the one I want to look at, not number 3. Yeah, null journal. Okay. Yeah. That shouldn't be done. Yeah, the bug right now is that forfeited matches in phase 0. Well, matches forfeited in phase 0. Have a null journal when they just shouldn't have any journal. Are you purging replays yet? Yeah, whenever I get a new replay. If you have too many, I delete the old one. Do you mind introducing some in-game avatars for players that look as awful as these? Oh, there will be avatars in the game. And I'm not kidding about this. These are your avatars. So basically, you have a bot that you've configured in the game. So I go to edit my defense, and I've got, well, I don't have any cosmetic pieces. Let's go buy some. Okay. So yeah, I've got some bot that I like. I can make that my avatar. So if, let's say this one I think looks really cool, then I could set this on the main page, and then when I attack somebody else, they'll see my avatar in their log. So my colors will show up for them, and also the bot that I chose. So I think it'll be a cool little way of showing off the cosmetic pieces you have. I think it's going to be pretty important. I think people will like that too. When Adam misses your art. The hand I tried to draw explaining my hand layout on keyboard. Boat on head to prove it's live? Okay, I did miss this. Soul Sorcerers. Can I be the awful looking uncanny valley ones? No. No, definitely not. Okay, so replay log entry is pretty much done. This is pretty much done. Next is botcoin and information log entry. Let me think of this. How would this work? We have the rollups here. They give you a value and a day. What I'd like to be able to do is turn a date into its day. I think we can do that pretty easily. I think we just parse this. Let's try this out. Node new date a dot get day. This is probably a number. Yeah, it is a number. And that's Sunday, 2/13, 2 days ago? No, that's not right. What? 2/13, day 0. They start on Monday? I mean, I know certain countries do that. JavaScript date get day. Just want to make sure I'm not. Sunday is 0. No, what? Then what am I doing wrong here? This says February 13th. I'm not just going crazy, right? That was Monday. So a.getDay should be 1. Oh, get UTC day. Oh. Yeah, my bad. Okay. Fine. Yeah. Hey, Adne. Why did I go offline? I didn't go offline. Hey, Godeek. JavaScript date function are insane. Months are 0, February. Yeah, 0 for January. That I don't mind so much. I was just wondering why this was working the way it was, but it was taking my time zone into account. So yeah, on February 13th at midnight GMT, it was February 12th at 4 p.m. for me. So that's why I returned 0. Okay. Yeah, so let's roll these into, it's just botcoin in a day. Yeah, let's go roll these into the battle log as well. So we have action battle log. So set replay entries, we're going to say set botcoin entries. Botcoin entries. Let's just copy paste all of this really. Set botcoin entries. And then in the reducer for this, we'll do, well, pretty much the same thing we did here. Except for even easier, because you don't have to mark them as old. Yeah. Botcoin entries. And then duplicate this. Entries that are specifically for Botcoin rollups. Yeah. Yeah, Godeek. I found that out yesterday. Date doesn't have name values. It'll need a datetime library like Moment.js. React Moment or something. Yeah, I was actually just going to make an array of the 7 days, but you're right. I probably already have that information somewhere. Make sure to render days correctly. Monday, Tuesday, etc. Use Moment if I already have it. I don't know if I am using that. I have, it's better to just look at the package JSON, because this isn't that long. I have Morgan, that's not Moment. Duration, date, no, I don't have any of this stuff. I used to use it at one point. I think I got rid of it. I don't remember why. It's probably a good idea for me to just use it again though, because I will need this. And it really hates Arizona because we don't do daylight saving time. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably take a look at moment again. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I had it at one point. In fact, what we could do is we could show the history of this. Show log. This takes forever. There we go. I wonder if I can just search for a moment. Working tree changes? No. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'd find this exactly. Oh well, whatever. Alright, so where did I leave off? We've got botcoin entries here. I need to render these from battle log, but we don't have this kind of entry yet. So let's go take replay log entry and save this as botcoin log entry. Make sure the selection is set to file instead of author mail. Oh. Well, I just closed that dialog. I guess we could just open it again. This time it should open more quickly. Where's file? Election history. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I'd search that. Let's find something where this is even worthwhile to do. Let's search for time ago. And let's change this to just all of them until we find time ago. No, I don't think this does anything. Okay, yeah. Oh well. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't really need to look through it. I guess if I really wanted to, what I could say is something like git log package.json. And then I could grep that for, what was I even looking for at this point? Moment. Yeah. But if I search for what, Redux, it would need to be in, yeah, it would need to be in log messages. There's probably some better way to do this. I'm not really looking for it right now. Okay, so this is going to be a battle log entry as well, but we are going to only have botcoin and the date time, date, date, daytime, yeah, let's just say daytime, fine. Okay, then this turns into botcoin log entry. So it has an on select here. I don't think this is necessary. This .props.on select, shouldn't that be in, shouldn't that already be in battle log entry? It is. So we don't need this here. At least I'm pretty sure we don't. Does this build? Apparently yes. Yeah, on select still works and on click still works. So we don't need this at all. And then watch replay doesn't exist. Render selection controls. Yeah, that's not needed either. Except for yes, it is. Okay, I did this wrong. We need to change this. So we have a div and inside we have the selection controls. So that should be here. Will that moment calculate that by changing the time source and or adding the time difference globally? Yeah, I don't know if I want to get rid of the time ago components though. But yeah, I think I should use moment at the very least for figuring out what day it is or representing that day. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. So this whole thing should change really. In fact, I wonder if, yeah, that's probably worth it to have that in its own div. So render selection controls. Maybe we just call this get selection controls. This isn't even the right file. So we don't care about this. This should probably be changed to a span, and then we pass this into here. What did I call it? Selection controls. Hey, OJ. Okay, let's try that. So now when this is selected, it should do exactly what it used to do. What? Nope, that broke. Why did that break? Is not a function. Okay. Get selection controls. Get selection controls. Oh, wait, what? What did I do wrong here? This is totally a function. Oh, render isn't. Where's that coming from? Huh. Strange. Yeah, I'm not sure what's wrong here. What file is this coming from? Replay log render. Oh, my bad. Okay, that should fix it. Nice. It still works. Composition all the way. Okay, cool. Hang on, that was weird. Pretty sure that said new on it. It did. It did. Yeah, that's a bug. Whoops. Mark as new. Is time of finishing game less than the last time we fetched the battle log? I think this is reversed. You have a homebrew date handler? Huh. Why did you make your own out of curiosity? And what am I doing wrong here? Mark replay entry old. Mark as new equals false. Okay, that works. Yeah, weird. Alright, I gotta figure out why this is happening. And it's not when we load it for the first time, it's after we watch one of these replays. Well, we can't watch that one. But if we try to watch this and we come back, it marks it as new. Is this just some change in the Redux state? Oh, it's definitely a change in the Redux state. Is it some obvious change? So if I click this, I hit commit, and I hit cancel, what happens here? Set replay entries. Mark as new is true. Why? Why indeed? Huh. I don't think this is a time zone thing, but I'm not sure. Started this, fix this one thing. Yeah, I see. So this is coming from here. So then mark as new is probably being set to true. But then why doesn't this happen the first time around? Huh, well, let's put a breakpoint here. Actually, we don't even need to do that. We could just do it at runtime. So we go into this, we hit cancel, it downloads it again, and somehow this is set to true. It is set to true. Time of finishing game is, is this that issue? 1833. I think I just used the wrong sign here, but then how does this not screw up the first time through? Peculiar. Oh, it is set to true the first time through. Oh yeah, I think this is just wrong. I think this is just supposed to be greater than. Very strange that doesn't do what I think it should though. Yeah, mark as new is set to true for both of these, right? Yeah, and it's not marking them as new. Weird. I think it's because... No, wow. Yeah, I screwed something up. I don't know what though. Mark as new is here. Render new message. Okay, no, I don't know what's going wrong. Somehow it got set to true, but then it's not using that information. I definitely messed something up. Yeah, there's some other problem here. I'll need to track this through. Hey, Sick. Okay, the next one won't be Adam Kiss. I don't know about that. What are the two dates it shows? The the dates are the same, the times are what are different. And this should be getting updated every time too. Let's print this out. Mark as new. Actually, let's just print out all the replay info. Well, this is tedious. Hang on. There's too much printing out. Actually, I could just filter it through here, huh? Replay info. There we go. Alright. Mark as new. True for all of these. Time of finishing game is 17:35. Time of fetching defense is 17:35:33. This is like a factor of seconds. This can't be right. Also, what is 17:35 in my time minus 9:35? This was an hour ago? Well, there are two things that are happening that are weird here. One is, well, let's just focus on the more prominent one. One is that mark as new is set to true, and it's not marking them as new. Let's take a look at the Redux state here. So this is coming from battle log. Where's battle log? Why can I never find this stuff? Here it is. So battle log has a bunch of replay entries, and these should have mark as new. Yeah, they're set to true. So why, when it's rendering, is it not getting marked as new? Replay log entry, mark as new. If this dot props dot mark is, oh, whoops. Whoops. All right, this is why you should never do what I did. I basically, the variable used to be called, it wasn't really this, but it used to be mark as old. And I changed it to mark as new and changed the functionality at the same time. So when this is true, then this would have to be false. So I reversed them in only some of the places and not in all of them. So replay log entry, when we have render new message, this should be if not mark as new, then return null. So then now it's going to mark it as new. So that was problem number one, was that it wasn't getting marked. And then problem number two is that these shouldn't be new anymore. So when we watch these, what happens? They're still marked as new. Yeah. So that's what makes me think that this condition is just wrong. So now this will mark them as false. No, what? That's not possible. Yeah, there we go. Okay, then there's one more test. Let's go try this. So we log in as Adam2, we click attack, we click forfeit. And now over here, when we click news and go back to battle log, it should show us a new one. How do we trigger this? What? There it is. New. Adam forfeited. And there's no way to mark this as old because there's no replay for it. But the next time we go see it, it is now old. Perfect. Blam. We're done with that. Yeah. Okay. Well, getting back to what I wanted to do here. What was I working on? Because that was just a bug that I fixed. Yeah, botcoin log entry, that's right. So replay log entry is now working totally fine. Get selection controls, watch replay, on select. On select probably shouldn't be there. No, it shouldn't be. I'm just going to test this one change at a time. We're going to make sure that this works. Yep, I can still select them. I can still watch replays. Perfect. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. So render selection controls, I don't know if there are any selection controls to render, and I don't know if I should even call this what it's called right now. Let's copy paste this again. No, that's a bad idea. Let's copy paste this. There. Okay, so how is this going to look? The message here is going to be what exactly? You earned this.props.botcoin. This is going to have to change, but let's keep it simple for right now. Replay log entry. Oh, that's wrong. And this doesn't even exist anyway. Yeah, it should be battle log entry. And even then, this doesn't need to exist here. It's not even used. All right. So now we get rid of this. We delete that. And eventually put this comment there for that class that I make the wrapper for. Make sure this comment is on it. Huh, Lepko only subscribes to people named Adam, apparently. So return a battle log entry, ID, select is selected, get selection controls, message, date to render, done, and almost done. So there's going to be no on click here. In fact, on selection, we probably just don't return anything. And then this should be a span, shouldn't it? Render selection, get selection. Oh, this means I screwed up big time. Oh well, whatever. There's no new message. Okay. Yeah. Are like 20 people the only duplicate name? What about YMYDYMYDYY? You have 5 digits for year in there, right? Or 6? How would you even represent today like that? 2017 215. So it would be 22011271. 517. If you went with that's a great way of making the date. Okay, let's try this out. So when you download your battle log for the first time, we have set replay entries. We're also going to need to say set botcoin entries, and we need to make botcoin entries here. This is saved in botcoin rollups. There are no IDs for this. It's just an array. And I guess we just assume they're sorted. We'll probably need to verify that. But given that they're an array and that there are no IDs here, or I could make their ID be the day, or even how many days ago it was. But no, let's just make it an array for now. There are no IDs for this, so it's just an array of botcoin and date times. So we don't even need to do this. We can just say botcoin entries equals battle log dot botcoin rollups. Yep. Okay, cool. Next, we go into the battle log, and let's just throw all of these into the same place for right now. Yes, we have replay log entries. We're going to need to do this differently. We're going to need to do this very differently. How's this going to work? Okay. Botcoin entries, clone deep values. It's not even values at this point. This dot props dot botcoin entries. We'll sort these two. We're going to order these by what day, apparently? Why do you mix imports and requires? I mix imports and requires because originally I wasn't using modules. And then the modules I was using, I'm not transpiling on some server of mine. I don't know what. Maybe I am. I'm not sure. Anyway, I needed the module to be exported as ES5. So just a bunch of... Anyway, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And then once I had imports and requires already, I stopped being so strict about making sure they're consistent. When I say stop being strict, I mean I never was strict in the first place. I just never started. Okay, we'll throw all these at the top for now. So key ID is selected on select. And then there are two more parts here. This is going to look super weird because I'm just putting all of the botcoin entries on top right now, but let's try it anyway. Something screwed up. Yeah, something definitely screwed up. All right, let's take a look. There we go. So we log in. It should break in. Perfect. This should be set. Yes, yes, and yes. Good. Call into this. Botcoin entries. Set botcoin entries. Botcoin entries. Yep, looks good. Looks good. So then we get to this, and the render function should get hit. Nope, never does. So that means that battle log has a problem here. Wait, what happened here? Oh, that's the wrong file. We want components battle log. Here it is. All right, is this not set? It's not set. Yeah, I know what I did wrong. This is never passed in. There. Let's try that now. Get rid of these breakpoints. Why can't I scroll down? Okay, well, whatever. Hey, cool. You earned 0 Botcoin 19 hours ago. Huh. If people want these, I don't mind implementing them. The only thing I wonder about is I was only made a partner like 6 months ago, so no one can have either of these. And we'll probably never get to 2 years. So I wonder if we should change the colors so that like red is the 6-month one or something. Also, I'd probably change 1 year to green. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should. No idea how to export this. Okay, well, what do you guys think of this idea? I guess I could just make a new straw poll really fast. Actually, it doesn't matter. I could just do them, and if people complain, I could change them later. The other thing I was thinking of doing, so let me see if I can bring this up and show you guys. Let's see if I can find this even. Oh, where is this? Yeah, I don't know how to start this. Run depth writer. Not a big fan of the first color. Guess that would mean you have to subscribe for longer. Address in use. Yeah, unfortunately I can't show you guys this. What's going on? We were just talking about loyalty badges. So when you've been a subscriber for a certain amount of time on Twitch, you could have a different badge next to your name. I just never did this. Oh man, Hideo, you didn't need to do that. I have a way of colorizing these dynamically. I wrote a program for this. I just can't find the program. But yeah, the other thing we could do is make them be something like these. I could update the bot so that it's this one. And we could just colorize this. I could have different stripe colors on here. I wonder what you guys would prefer. Which bot style do you prefer for the subscriber icon? the current one, which is, how do we get the element here? Do I have this picture online anywhere? I guess I do. It's on Twitter. Bot.land. No, man, I'm sorry, Adeo. If you'd asked me, I could have told you first. Hey, Matthew. Alright, so the current one, which I guess is this, or the Omega bot. Do we have a link to that? I'll just put it on Imager. Ladybug bot or Riot. So let's just change the colors a bit here. No, colors can always be changed. So let's go to Imager. Put this online there. Oh, hey, they have clickable links finally. So yeah, you can just open up both of these and see which one you like better. You get ShareX for that automatic Imager upload. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. All right, you know what? I'll be back in just a second. You guys should vote on this, though. Yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, whoops. Thanks. My bad. I clicked something. I apparently clicked blank space around the unmute button because I know I clicked that. Or I know I tried to at least. Yeah, my bad. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll probably do this tomorrow then. And you know what else we can do? Because I have this cool tool here. We can make this into a 28 by 28 icon. Whoops. Actually, do we have some way to... Should probably do this in GIMP. What? How do you move the... Oh, God. Alright, let's put this like that. We should really just cut off the antenna, probably. Yeah, so we should probably cut off the antenna, I think. Otherwise this is going to be... It's going to look weird. Probably just cut this off too. Okay, then let's try shrinking this to... What are the numbers on this? 18 by 18. Well, this is not going to work that well. Perfect. Made some new sub icons. That would be pretty funny. Yeah, so that's it. Looks great, right? Yeah, I have no idea how to do this stuff well. There's definitely a better way to do this. I wonder if we could just try all of these and see which one looks best. Yeah, this is the issue. Alright, this is why this won't be able to be done tomorrow. I need to shrink this to the right subscriber icon size, which is 18 by 18. But that's going to involve some touching up of this work. And same thing with really any of the emotes too. Alright, we'll need to ask someone else for help with this. I'll write this on the top of the to-do list. I need someone to help take the Omega bot and make it into a sub icon 18 by 18. Maybe just the robot's heads. The original picture is square. Where is that? Also, hey, dig down deep. So let's get rid of this and maybe... What? Oh, tolerance. Turn that way down. Okay, I still have no idea what I'm doing apparently if I can't select this. Oh, it's going to select that whole line. Also, wow, Paint.net actually does a pretty good job at this. So what we could do then is we could do this. We could say deselect everything, draw white over here, and that way this wand will only select this part. Genius. Now we delete that. And we just fix these parts that I screwed up somehow. Okay, so I am definitely terrible at this stuff. No one ever give me a paint program. There. Perfect. Oh my god, how do I keep doing this? No, what's going on? There. It has been done. Kind of. Oh god. I screwed up the boundaries at some point. Alright, well, let's not ever touch paint programs again, and let's just resize this and see what's going on here. 18 by 13, sure. Oh, perfect, great. Alright, I'm done with this. Get your wife to do that. You said she might do something related to graphics for Botland. Yeah, but I don't know, like, I feel like this is more, well, actually, I guess it is touch-up work. Yeah, maybe she would help me out with that. Just use the head. You should definitely turn off your stream while doing pixel art. You're ruining your reputation. Okay, just using the Omega bot's head, probably without the antenna, is best. Okay, guys, let's get back to code, which I have some experience in. Hey, Teclico. Use your store component. Yeah, the problem is resizing it. Oh, also, wow, this selects all of them because there is no ID. I guess we have to give them IDs. And we need them to be unique IDs as well. I didn't think about this. Yeah, so there's an issue right now. Selecting a battle log entry needs to be done by its ID. These IDs need to be unique across all kinds of battle entries. You got really confused by that drink? You thought it was milk and wondering why nothing is pouring? How? No, it's not milk. It's Soylent. And yeah, it's not as thin as milk, I guess. Across all kinds of battle log entries. How am I going to do this? So replays have their own IDs. I could give IDs to Botcoin entries. Informational posts could be given IDs as well, based on how many I have. And then I could have some... Yeah, okay, I can kind of see how this will work. Over a year in development. Alright, let's take a look. So I have an ID for all of these. We need to know whether it's selected. So you know whether that ID is a selected one. Jay Bugsy. It's a new world order here. No, EJ. I think you should clip it again and come up with resentment video number 3. Which, by the way, number 2 was not resentment. I had a smile on my face. How can you resent someone and smile at them? See, the facts don't add up. Okay, let me think about this a little more. We have individual IDs. Then we could, when we form them all together, then those IDs won't mean anything because that won't correspond to anything in Redux. Yeah. The issue is that the consolidated list of battle log entries doesn't exist in Redux. Only the individual lists. That means that if I have a selected entry of replay-5, I have a replay selected because its ID will only be 5. Okay, SDR. And what I said was facetious. I know you can resent someone and smile at them. Could consolidate the entries in Redux and give them IDs there. But I feel like then I'd have a disparate list of stuff here. I don't think it's a good idea to do. Hi, Sinner. What else? I could make a translation layer almost. No, that won't work. That won't work because I may have multiple elements with an ID of 1, but a translated ID of replay 1, botcoin 1, etc. Okay, let me see what else I could do. The ID of the entry that you have selected. And we use this in the actions to see. No, we don't use it in the actions. Oh, it's just to know whether to render controls or not. Maybe that's not such a bad idea then. This isn't such a big deal. Well, it wouldn't be useful in Redux. This would, well, ugh. God. Alright, so to clarify kind of what's going on right now, I have this list of entries. And there could be a replay where the replay ID is 1, and there could be botcoin rollup with a botcoin with a day of Monday. And then up here there might be one with a day of Tuesday. And another replay ID equals 0. And then an informational post. It maybe, I don't know, that's like the message equals you are the best. So these all have their own IDs amongst themselves. So we can differentiate replays from one another because this has ID 0 and this has ID 1. But then all of them need some ID to know which one you selected. So we do something like this. But the issue is that when I store these in Redux, I'm storing these in their own set of entries, these in their own set of entries. So we have something like information entries, botcoin, and replay. So what I'm wondering is, how should I store IDs in such a way that I could just say selected entry ID equals like 2, for example? I guess I could have the ID just be the order in the final list that they are. That could possibly work. This could just refer to the order of the sorted list. No, that wouldn't work. Because as the list changes, the entry you have selected would change. So we need to identify them in a way that won't change. Botcoin needs to be referenced by its date time, replays by their ID, and information by their message. Yeah. Is anyone playing Botland? I haven't even opened up my Google Analytics page today. Usually I do. I figured people would just not play today. Something like this. Yeah, something like this. I don't know about the exact colors. It's mostly, how do we get this to look good at an 18 by 18 size? So if it looks good at 18 by 18, then at that point we can just swap out colors. That shouldn't be too hard. Hey, Joyous Beast. Could selected entry be an object with a type and ID? Yeah, it could be. At that point, though, what I'd probably want to do is just lump both of these into the ID itself. So I could just make the ID be something like this, type dash ID. So you'd have replay dash 1, replay dash 2, you'd have botcoin dash Monday, botcoin dash Tuesday, and you'd have information dash you updated your defense. Well, this would, we have to do something about spaces. Actually, no, we don't. It's a string. What was I going to do? Oh, Google Analytics, that's right. Yeah, there's 2 people on play.bot.land right now. I don't know if I'm one of them. No, I'm not. I can show you guys this, though. So here's... No, I guess going daily is better. So here are the sessions of Botland per day. So Thursday, I only did my to-do list stream. I wasn't really advertising Botland. Friday, the game was online. Saturday and Sunday, it wasn't even online. Monday and Tuesday, 48 and 54 sessions. So not too bad. It's about 50 sessions per day. Page views, 4,200. Average session duration is 12 minutes, surprisingly. Users, 136. What does page views do? There's a way to figure out what they are using. Where is that? User flow. Here it is. So people just load up the page to begin with. Then they go to the news page. Some of them end up going to the NoWebGL page. And then from there they go into the game or the store, or from there to other places. I don't know how exactly this works. And you can see flows from countries too, which is pretty interesting. A lot of people from Germany playing. Can we see geo place location? Let me make sure that doesn't show anything private. Yeah, it doesn't. So United States has the most, then Germany, then Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, UK, Romania, Sweden, France, Turkey. So who's playing the most of all these people? Belgium. No, not Belgium. Denmark. But is that... That's an average. We are only 25 sessions from Denmark anyway. Meanwhile, people in the UK hate Botland. They play for 4 minutes, 29 seconds. Yeah, I haven't enabled any of these things to figure out demographics and interest. Okay, so let me think of how I'll store this. First of all, this reducer needs to change. So the battle log itself contains many disparate entities, e.g. replay entry logs, well, entries, not entities. Botcoin entry log. It's not even called that, is it? It's a replay log entry. This ID corresponds to a combination of type and ID. For example, replays may be replay-0. Botcoin rollups may be botcoin-Monday. What's your rating? Double T's Liquidor doesn't want you. You got to be good enough to join the team. It's a serious business. These IDs are made such that they always refer to a single object. That way the battle log can change and can be updated without modifying your selection. It's so hard to read text-only API instruction, basically zero useful navigation there. What do you mean, Mario Man? Excuse me. I don't know how I said your name the first time. Also, hi. Alright. I'm still thinking of how exactly I want to do this. And the battle log. Yeah, we need to pass in a different ID here entirely. And then on onSelect, we call in onSelect. OnSelect is what? Select battle log entry. It's passed in from here. And then set this to a particular ID in the reducer, which is this. Yeah. Okay. So then this just needs to format differently. Okay. So we need to change this to be like this and this. Something's wrong here. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, I'll write this down. Guy ties winning by 0.1 point. That's funny. Alright, I just want to see if I ever put another return here. Apparently I just don't even do this. Here we go. Yeah, I do end up putting parentheses. Okay, fine. Then I'll do that too. I just want to be consistent in what I'm doing here. I had like 30 plus games to get that. Pay $30 or more to unlock. Actually, yeah, this has a ton. Wow. Whoa, yeah, what? There are a lot of big titles on here. And a lot of highly rated games, too. Well, some of these I've never heard of. Okay, actually, all the ones toward the end I've never heard of. But as far as games I have heard of, The Witness, Stardew Valley, Day of the Tentacle, which I didn't even know was on Steam, Nuclear Throne. I mean, I've heard of some of these other ones, but those are games that I was interested in. Huh. Wow. I don't know if I want to pay $30 though. Crazy. Semicolon outside of this? Yeah, you were right. Thanks, Sick. Hey, truck car. Is too bad you don't want 90% of those games. But even if you just want 3 of those games, isn't it still a good deal? Wow. Well, I think it's a good bundle. All right, so here's what we have to do though, is get the ID. So get ID, and we got to pass in a type, and then so for now we can just return this as type dash ID. Oh, that's a good idea though. It's a good deal, but broke college student. Yeah. Yeah, it's also, I think, the only one with a minimum price, right? When you buy that, it's usually spend however much you want, but this is just pay 30 or more. So you can't spend less than 30, I'm guessing. Wow. Well, still cool. Okay, so we're going to say const computed ID equals this dot get ID. We'll call it this dot get computed ID. Hey, numerous. Computed ID, so we have type here of botcoin and then ID. It's really Battlelog. Okay, then we need to do this for everything. So I'd say the same thing here, but this would be a replay. Also, it wouldn't be ID, it'd be day. Oh, nothing for Humble or for the devs. Nothing for the devs? Wow. That's pretty crazy. So they all offered up their games for that. Yeah, and that's a really good thing, Liquidor, because that's going to help even out rankings. Steam still has to pay the devs? Yeah, I was wondering who is the one being charitable here. Is it devs? Is it Steam? Is it the Humble Bundle? Well, I know there are many parties that are being charitable, but yeah. Okay, and then we need curly braces around this. So computed ID goes here and here, but knowing the replay ID is going to be pretty important too. So we need to actually pass in 2 things here. Yeah, I think we should change this. Computed ID. And then replay ID. Okay. So for Battlelog entry, we pass in the computed ID. And this is replay ID. And this changes. Kazoos! Kazoozu! Welcome back. Thanks for the resub. Kappa rec clap. Nice. Oh, this is proving to be somewhat annoying to do. Okay. As more people register, the max Glico rank also increased naturally, and it was easier and easier to get a higher rank. Nothing changed on that matter, right? No, I think it's harder to get a higher rank, isn't it? I feel like there's more that's leveled out between attackers and defenders here. So, attackers, there are 2 in the 1600s and 1 in the 1500s. And defenders have a lot in the 1500s. Previously, though, there were tons of attackers who were better than all the defenders. But now I feel like Liquidor loses every once in a while, and that just pushes his his attack rating down a lot. So this is it's more even for just the attackers and defenders. Oh, Swine, thank you too. It's been up for a couple of hours. Man, this chair is getting squeakier and squeakier. Swine, you had subbed a long time ago, I think, but this isn't counting as a resub, so I guess it was. This was past that grace period. But yeah, thank you. Thank you both. Okay. Let's try this. Hey, cool. So we can actually click these things now. And we can still watch replays from this. Nice. Yeah, so that fixed that problem. Thanks, Swan. It looks like the max is increased and people still playing get to that higher rank, so it feels less grouped. Honestly, don't see any difference now before alpha. I am nearly positive that the way it worked before alpha was like this. Attackers were, 1600, 1600, 1600, 1600, 1600, 1600, and then a whole bunch of 1500s, and then 1400s. So let's just cut off all the zeros here. So this is the number of hundreds, and defenders looked like this. They were like 13s and 12s. So what this meant is that the attackers, there was really a large amount of attackers before you even got to a rank where they should have been paired with these defenders. Now I feel like that skew isn't there as much. If you look at attackers, we have 3 who are higher than 1500. And if you look at defenders, we have several who are higher than 1500. In fact, it's actually, well, to be fair, Liquidor's defense win ratio is crazy. So I feel like this is more balanced now. Actually, it might be balanced in the wrong direction now, right? 1400s. Defenders are about the same. Yeah, so it's just the high end that I think is a little bit different. Then 1300s, there's like 8 or 9 of those. There's very few 1300s over here. Are you going to use some CSS libraries, or will you style everything by yourself? I'll probably style things by myself. Talking about attackers, but I think if you have this, if you give the same time now as pre-alpha was, you'll get the same value. Yeah, it could be. It could be Hideo. Top 10 accounts was 2 players at max rank. Yeah. Yeah, there's still some things to be worked on there. It's harder to attack than defend. I think the point is now, since Botland isn't super popular, if you're the number 1 defender, no one's going to leak your defense and be like, oh, here's how you beat them. But I think in the real game that would happen. Liquidor with 3 chips. Yeah, oh yeah, and that's another thing. That could be throwing off the balance too. There's a lot of things that aren't just balanced yet. Is it online right now? Yeah, it is. So this actually did work. Now, instead of saying 3 days ago and 2 days ago, we would need to, well, we needed to say the right thing, and we also need to intersperse these. All right, see you, Numers. So the interspersing of this, I wonder if I should just do this in a different commit. Because what I have working so far is actually decent. There's one last thing we need to throw in here. I wonder if I should do that. Yeah, we probably should do that. Let's go take a look. So that's done. Well, make sure to render days correctly. Render days correctly on botcoin log entry. What's the link to the game real quick? I don't want to find it. It's just play.bot.land. Oops. guessing I've been attacked. Yeah, actually, Kaitai lost to me. Haha! Wait, why feels bad, man? Welcome back, Motor Fama. Thanks for the resub. Your screen is small. Can you really only see about 20 lines of code at once? It's not the screen that's small. It's the font that's very large. All right, nice. And by the way, that's because I think Dominique, as a streamer, that it's pretty important that you guys can see what I'm doing. Every once in a while, I'll go to a programming stream where they have like 70 lines of text on the screen, and even on my computer, it's almost impossible for me to read what they're doing. But on my phone, it's especially impossible. It's just, I might as well not be watching them. Okay, so information log entry is the last one of these that we need to do. So we can get rid of this. It says it's offline. What browser are you using? Okay, so yeah, botcoin log entry. We're going to make information log entry. Information log entry. And how is this going to work? What do we even want to render here? When you last updated your defense. So I guess in this particular case, there's just going to be a message that we pass in. Then the message here is just going to be taken in from props probably. So this .props.message. And we're done. That is it. So now we just need to make these. Yeah, you're using Edge. That's the problem right now. You might have to switch to Chrome or Firefox and it should work. Information entries that are specifically for information only. Or for string-based information only, I should say. I guess botcoin could fit into that, to be honest. It's not really very different. Might have a different action eventually, though. Just stick with Chrome for now, I think. It's fine. That's probably best. You're watching this on a 5-inch mobile screen. Can you read the text, Law Beginner? So we'll say set information entries. All right. Why doesn't it work now? Swine, is there any error message that you're getting? Oh, that's good, Law Beginner. Okay. So we have one piece of information that we want. So information entries equal, ooh, this is an array. Yeah, it's technically not what I wanted to have happen here. Yeah, we want to identify them by the day. Oh yeah, you're able to zoom in on the mobile app, that's right. I don't think you can zoom in on the PC app though, which is the website. Botcoin entries, botcoin rollup dot day equals botcoin rollup. Cool, and then we want to do the same general thing over here. We want to say const message equals what does this come from? Last time fetching battle log? No. Where is it? Here it is. Last defense update in DB user. You last updated your defense on you. You updated your defense. So there's going to be a message and a date time of last defense update. Cool. Then we set these. Is it bad practice using mouse while coding unless you have to? I think you should do whatever's best for you. And part of what you need to consider when it comes to what's best for you is ergonomics at some point. If you're coding for 8 hours a day, or really at a computer for 8 hours a day, and your mouse is like way over to the edge of your desk, that's probably going to hurt your arm. So even if it's faster for you to do something like that, you probably shouldn't. But if it's faster for you to use the mouse, then who cares what you're doing? Just use the mouse. Error sec 7123. Here's a list. Why is it asking me for my password on that site? What is this? This is on Edge because, yeah, I just haven't looked into this again for a while. I think I have a section for my Microsoft Edge bugs, and I think someone talked about this too. So motor Fama link this. Was this motor Fama linking this? Yeah. Did you say? Well, this is why I have a keyboard on my mouse, so that I can just have a hand on a keyboard even when it's on the mouse. Alright, as for information log entries, now battle log needs to roll these up. Swine, do you have any extensions that you're using? Because there are a bunch of reasons why something like this could happen. So this all comes from the news page. And we'll order these by their date time, I guess. And we just need to make them. So this is date time. So information log entry. So what does this take in? Date time message. Computed is selected on select. So date time and message. Okay, let's try that out. Difference between level 5 and 6. So 5 and 6 have the same dimensions. And oh, apparently. Yeah, apparently nothing changes. You're right. That's a bug. No, this isn't a known issue, Digite. What Swine is running into in Chrome is something else. I'm not sure what this is. And he doesn't have extensions. I honestly, I'm not sure. If you're doing it in incognito mode on a mobile device, then that could explain it. Yeah, Liquidor, this is just a mistake. In fact, upgrading to level 6 only hurts you right now. Because it allows the attackers to place more bots, but it doesn't allow the defender to place more bots or chips or anything. Yeah, Edge was broken, but Swine was talking about Edge a long time ago. Oh, you're in Edge. Oh, wait, I thought you said you would switch to Chrome or Firefox. Yeah. I saw this message and I thought you switched to Chrome after all that. Okay. I apparently missed where you said you were still on Edge. Yeah, can you switch to... Okay, yeah. Firefox will give you some styling issues, but it'll at least work. Alright, my bad, did you say? Not gonna upgrade? Well, yeah, I gotta figure out what I meant to do here because that was never intentional. Let's take a look at what this should have been. Level 5 should have given you 11 bots, and level 6 should have given you 12. And what do I have? Level 5 gives you 12, and level 6 gives you 12. So, whoa, level 4 gives you 11. Where did I screw this up? And level 3 gives you 10, 2 gives you 9, 1 gives you 8. I think I just increased all these by 1, and I never... Uh-oh. Yeah, whoops. So I have 18 and 16. 18, 16. I skipped something somewhere. Then 14. Then 13. Then 12. Yeah, this should have been 11. This should have been 10. Should have been 9. Oh god, I can't just change all these things though. Oh god. Okay, we'll look into this in a bit. You gave every level +1 during alpha, but not in the document, and maybe not a level 6 plus. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. Okay, well, we still have to fix it. So let's write that down after I'm done with this. Just write this down here. Fix computer levels so that 5 and 6 have an advantage. I think I just broke this for alpha. So it'll break everything, but I'm wiping out the database, so it doesn't really matter. But what I think I'm going to change this to is I'll kind of shift every level up, I think. That won't totally work either. Well, yeah, I got to devote more thought to that. But for now, let's get to the information thing that I'm working on, and we'll work this out. How long have I been programming? Hey, Stockham. I haven't actually shared that. Okay, yeah, here it is. You updated your defense 22 hours ago. The only thing is there probably shouldn't be a period at the end of that message. Yeah, there we go. And we don't need these. So that's pretty much it. Now we're ready to check this in. And then we'll... I hate these stupid notifications that show up. You guys can't see them because my camera's covering them. So this is done. This is done. So before checking in, just clean up all this stuff. Unexpected console statement. Low dash. Constants. Time ago. This, class name, styles, constants. These are all pretty easy to fix. And am I done? Almost. There. Now I think I'm done with the linting issues. And yeah, it is Funky Monkey. Would I recommend it? Yeah, I would. There's another keyboard that I got from Monadic Bind. This is the Ergodox keyboard, and I've been messing around with this, but I haven't gotten used to it yet. Have I ever had British tea? I'm not sure, but I don't drink tea anymore. So one of the issues with this, that I'm having at least, is... So I was talking to a friend of mine who codes way more than I do, and he said that a lot of his hand strain is coming from using his pinky for modifier keys. So if you were to have this keyboard, you would typically set the control key or something like this to here. You'd set the shift key to this one. You'd set some other key to the, this row would pretty much be your modifier keys. And so taking his advice, I changed that. So he made it so that his pointer finger controls the modifier keys, so that he's using these ones. And I just cannot get used to that, or at least not over the course of like 2 or 3 hours. You don't drink tea or coffee? No, I gave up caffeine a long time ago. And at the same time, I gave up anything with tea in the name. So even if it's tea without caffeine, I still don't drink it. So yeah, someday I will try this out some more and hopefully get used to it some more. But I haven't gotten used to it yet. Trying to click cancel and it doesn't work, so I check the console and it doesn't work there either. So I'm so lost and got no clue what's happening until I refresh and realize I'm on a tab showing this image. Yeah. Ergodox looks good, but I don't want the mortgage. Yeah. I haven't looked up how expensive they are because that was a gift, and I don't want to know how expensive they are. But I imagine they're expensive. No, this isn't the body is a temple thing. This is I didn't want a dependence on caffeine, and I had one at one point. And then when I actually cut out soda at that time. The thing is, like, I just like setting up rules for myself in my life. So I won't have soda, but I'll still have something like juice. The only difference is carbonation most of the time. You can shut off notifications at the bottom. It's called toast. Yeah, I'll need to look that up because for some of these, it's pretty obnoxious. So thank you. Galilee, you were just here. They're cheap if you're willing to give up an arm and a leg. Yeah. Okay, so we fixed the linting issues. Now we just need to check this in. A lot changed. Bot coin at last login. I never used this anywhere, did I? Bot coin at last login. No, I never use this. Let's delete this. What's this? Get bot coin rollups? Yeah. They've been useless for too long. Hey BLX, how'd you get the green check marks in the editor? Yeah, that's plain tasks. Looks like your TypeScript? No, I'm not using TypeScript. Okay, so what's this? Refactor battle log. The battle log can now show entries of different types as opposed to being limited to showing only replays. To accommodate this, the account server now sends you botcoin rollups for the last few days and the time that you last updated your defense. These entries are currently showing up in order by their type, which is not desirable. I'll fix that later. You see promises ES6? Yeah. Yeah, it's all getting transpiled back to ES5 for the sake of browsers. So mark replay entry old, good, good, good. Yep, looks good. Cool, what about this stuff? Yep. That's just been relocated. That's fine. Actually, the battle log itself should probably just be a container at this point. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Yeah, I think that's some refactoring I should do. Also, I accidentally added a character here. Refactor battle log so that it's a container. There's no need to pass everything through news. What are you doing a game? Haven't you been here, BLX? Am I thinking of somebody else? No, you've been here for 10 minutes. Who am I thinking of? Huh. Alright, never mind. Yeah, I'm making a game. So there's information about the game, and here's information about everything else that you'll potentially ask. So yeah, I highly suggest reading through the FAQ. Soon people won't even see the Glico score, no more complaints. Well, soon the game will be wiped out, and then there'll be a whole different brand of complaints. Yeah, Kazoos, I don't know who it was though, and it doesn't start with BLX. BLZ? No. None of these exist. Yeah, I don't know. Where's the FAQ? I had linked it earlier. I'll link it to you. No, you don't have to be sorry for asking. Definitely. Like, that's why I have the FAQ, is so that I can link people to the answers to those things. I even have a not frequently asked questions for when you've been here for a while and you start asking some of the more technical questions. So I'm all about saving time when it comes to answering these things. Hey, Tim ELX. Okay, where did I leave off with this? These I was fine with. So I think I need to write the computed ID. To find out more, check out the battle log Redux component. These are pretty simple, I think. Yeah, and we don't even necessarily, let me just look through these, fine. I don't want to screw anything up. So we need to make sure that botcoin is actually used from props. Yes, date time is used from props, and then that props doesn't contain anything else that we might want to use. So we do this, and we get these. Are these here? Botcoin, yes. Date time, yes. Computer ID, yes. Is selected, yes. And onSelect is a function, so we're totally good. All right, that one's done. Next, information log entry. Same deal. Message, yep. Date time, yep. And then this .props blah. Date time and message we just checked. onSelect computer ID. Okay. And then replay log entry is the final one. Okay, so onWatch replay is a function. onSelect is a function. The rest of these should all exist. Good, 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 good. Yep, that's everything. And this should be deleted. And that's what I had written here. Delete this. Whoops. Delete that. So we can close out of the rest of these things. And that's everything. At a certain point, because of the limited pool of players, I'll only get matched with players with such a low rating that I'll lose rating because of that. I know it's been said 100 times, but how is this not a flaw? I also know that with a bigger pool, it'll sort of fix itself. Say we have 10,000 players, I'm at the top 100. This isn't necessarily true. This part about I'll hit a curve where winning will never give me a positive rating. Like I said, this isn't necessarily true. If there are 10,000 players and you're in the top 100, it all depends on the skill disparity amongst those players. But the Glico system doesn't work for like 50 people. At least I don't think so. It works for a larger amount of people. And so I want to see what happens during beta for this. But the other thing is, I should not be showing you your Glico score or your estimated. The way I'm estimating it is probably bad too. I should probably just change how I estimate it for people at higher ranks. As a top player, there's literally no point in attacking at that point. No, that's another thing that I disagree with. So there are many means of progression in botland. One of them is your rating. So you're right. There's no point to attacking if you're at the top when it comes to rating. But there's also bot coin, there's experience, and I guess these things are used to buy everything else in the game. So, yeah. But you're foregoing however much bot coin you could be earning. Hey, Radri. Rating is everything in a game where you have rating? No, rating is everything to people who care about rating. There are a lot of people who never care about getting to rank number one in a game. For example, if I started playing League of Legends right now and within a month I wasn't like whatever super ultra platinum diamond rank number one, I'm not going to stop playing the game because rating doesn't matter that much to me. For the people who care about rating, I agree that there's something to be fixed here, but I think that this is a problem I don't know the depth of until we actually have more players. For example, you can't, let's say there were only 3 people in botland, you pretty much can't ever say whether the rating system is working or not because you don't know what if it breaks when there are 10 people, what if it breaks when there are 100,000 people. The issue remains you lose ranking then. No, so Liquidor, you don't lose your ranking when you win. That's never been the case, and that's one of the things that's in the FAQ. So what's happening here is your rating goes up. It's my estimate of your rating that goes down. And I think I said this here. Yeah. So when you lose a game, your rating goes from, let's say, 1100 to 1050. Your rating did go down. My estimate of it went up, though. Isn't ranking based on your Glico? It is, and it needs to be based on something, but this estimate that I'm using is not the best estimate for it, I think. You could have rank tiers, yeah. Yeah, so this is all going to be addressed eventually, but there are some assumptions here that I think are fair, and then there's some assumptions that I think are not necessarily fair. So this is, I think, a false assumption. Every player cares about ranking / rating, whatever. You can very rarely say every player cares about anything in your game. Like if you take any popular game out there, there's going to be some player who just explores or who just enjoys like the graphics about it and who hates the gameplay, or who hates the gameplay or hates the graphics but loves the gameplay, or loves that you can explore in the game but doesn't actually like the combat in the game. Then there's some other guy who just wants to go straight through the mission. So there will be people who care about ranking and rating, and I don't know what population they'll be. But the reason why I think it's worthwhile to point out that this is a false assumption is because you have to balance your game around whatever goals you have. So generally it's try to make the game fun and try to make a lot of money. And if, let's say, there were 10 people out of 100,000 who cared about their rating, I know that's not probably how accurate it is. But let's say there was some small percentage and you just don't cater to those people. And that's, I think, what a lot of product decisions come down to in any product. I know even for operating systems like Windows, there are decisions that are made where it's just like, hey, sorry, there aren't that many people who use like 2 keyboards at once. So we'll support it, but we won't do a whole lot to support it. I think putting in tiers help mitigate people losing interest when they can't see their Glyco scores. The carrot becomes getting out to the next tier, platinum, diamond, etc. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the time or the data to analyze all of this. But does that motivate more people than it demotivates by someone dropping tiers? So let's say you were in gold and you drop down to silver. Does that make you want to stop playing the game? And are there more people like that than there are who go from silver to gold? Never said that every player would care about rating. I'm just saying, talking about the people who do. No, I was talking about what Motor Fama was saying here. Rating is everything in a game where you have rating. That's the assumption I was addressing here, is that this will matter to certain people, definitely. Just doesn't matter to everybody. Even when the hidden score removed and switching to ranks, it'll be a long time before I think a high rank player will have something to do after getting high ranks. No, Mega Can how it might make you want to go back to gold, not necessarily. Like there have definitely been times where I played a game where you could lose progress, and I lost enough progress where I said I'm never playing this game again. So it could work that way. It doesn't necessarily work that way. And yeah, Liquidor, this is why I know this doesn't sound like a great answer, but my answer for right now is this will probably change, as in I will probably modify the Glico system a bit. And this will not be such a big problem if botland is popular. So this has been, I know Hideo's been talking about this for a while. Like this was my answer back then too, of I don't think this is going to be as big a deal if there's 10,000 players or something. But think about it. If there's 10,000 players, botland probably won't exist. I don't think it can sustain itself on just 10,000 people. But maybe it can. So maybe it's that point is when there's 50,000 people. And then maybe this isn't a problem at all at that point. Who knows? Every big competitive game has some form of tiers, so I think it's a good choice for displaying the player's rank. Well, and here's where I think terminology is pretty important. Rank to me means a player's absolute ranking in the game. As in, I am the like 18th best in the world / country / division, whatever it is. So there are games that don't show you your explicit ranking. And I think this is actually a bad thing to show in games with too many people. For example, if I sign up for League of Legends and it told me, yeah, you're the 900,000th best player in the world, that's not really a meaningful stat. Sure, you might be able to get that stat somewhere, but that's probably not the one that's prominently displayed. It probably, and I haven't played League of Legends, it probably shows you something like you're number 90 in your league, and your league is like bronze number 62 subsection or something like that. And that's a more meaningful thing to show you, because now you feel like you can climb to number 1, and then the rankings will change again. So I think rankings, your absolute ranking doesn't help unless you're one of the top players, so that's maybe the top, like, what, 1 or 2% of your game care about that. Having a larger base or people, or let's say just random and fakes, could simulate what's going to happen later, and you'll have some data to see if high-ranked players will have interest in the game. Anyway, I think Bother, me, Liquidor. That is true. You guys have raised the issue. I know, but it is hard for me to tell. Still, I'll write this down in the alpha feedback. Many people who have gotten to the top ranks have complained that there's nothing to do for rating anymore. If you can use Glico rating for winning, doesn't that mean you can lose ranking too? I'll admit I didn't read the Glico link, but is ranking based on some sort of performance rating instead of actual rating? It sucks to lose ranking when winning, but I might be missing something. So all you need to read really is this. This is the summary of it. In general, the way it works is you have a range of skill levels, and I'm estimating it to be like the lowest skill level you could be. So when you win and you see your ranking drop, your entire range expanded around a larger number. So it's something like this. Like your original range was here, so I estimated your skill to be like this. Your estimate is always, let's say, like the low 10%. So when you win a game, your range is expanding and also moving a little bit. So it expands over to like here, let's say. I'm just going to draw this so it's very obvious. So here, your average skill went up from this point to this point, but I make your estimate the lowest like 10%, so it looks like your rating went down when it obviously went up. That's just the problem with how I'm estimating it right now. What does the find closest enemy set to the variable closest enemy? Numerous, I can't tell if this is a real question or not. It sets it to the closest enemy. This is what you're saying? Like you can pick what you want to set it to. But you'll have to send me a picture or something. So in general, there's one other thing to consider, which is, okay, so suppose you have a ranking system working exactly how you want. You're rank number 1 in the world. Why would you want to play games any longer? And the only answer I could think of for this is to further secure my rank of number 1. And so questions I'd have as a result of this is that a good thing for the game? And how do you go about doing this? Silver 5 wants to become a Silver 4. He doesn't care if in his league 4 people have more points than him. Yeah, I think from, so I'm not a psychologist, I haven't studied this, but from everything I've seen when it comes to psychology and game design, it's that people are just very much driven by progress in really any form. When the progress stops, they stop caring about the game. And that progress can be even very minor things. So it could be getting a new cosmetic item. It could be getting a cool title next to your name. It could be achievements. It could be anything. And that's why Steam has an achievement system baked into their platform. It's just another reason to play your games. And if there's another reason to play your game, then you're probably spending more money on it, or you're more likely to buy that game or recommend that game to a friend. But is it text or a number? So numers, yeah, I need to know why you're asking. What are you trying to do? I'm purposely not. I give you more feedback when I'm gone into the details of the system. Got a phone call. Okay, yeah, no problem. Oh, you're asking because you want to compare if it's a particular thing? Oh, so I think what you're looking for then is exists. Yeah, that's a good question. So generally okay, so let's take a look. You have this code, which first of all, this is why I think it's a really good idea to use the teleport snippet. So if you go into snippets, you click movement and you say teleport, you'll see exactly how this works. So it sets the closest enemy to something, and you can just swap in whatever you want. So we can get rid of that, and we can just drag this over here. So we could say closest enemy equals find enemy CPU maybe. If it exists, that's what you want. And the distance is a certain amount, and you can teleport to it. And by the way, this is why I think using the snippets menu for pretty much everything at first is a really good starting point, because you'll learn how the API is intended to be used. But yeah, thanks, Numerous. Drop down when idling. Top 100 players also lose their tier/ranking every week. Yeah, so it's to secure your rank. That's it. And like I said, I think that could be the only answer here. This may sound stupid, but can't you test whether they won and then see if they lost ranking? And if so, instead of lose ranking, just add some small amount so that it still goes up. So truck car, this is the estimation problem. Like, I could do that, but the correct fix is to change how I estimate your rating. And in general, how do I communicate this to you? So a lot of games won't tell you your rating underneath. they'll tell you what league you're in and what rank you are in that league or something along those lines, because telling you your rating is not meaningful information and does vary a lot. So this system is rough around the edges right now. It's a system that will never be fixed unless Botland is popular, because if it's not popular, then the game can't sustain itself, and if it's not popular, then people won't care about the ratings because there won't be a lot of people playing. So yeah, I will get to it. It's not like I'm just ignoring it. I feel like it causes these long discussions, and then I have to keep giving the same answers, and I don't think that's satisfying for you guys. Okay, the battle log can now show entries of different types. Sounds good. Okay, next up, render days correctly. Yeah. Too long for Twitch again. You number one, don't have anything else to do. You can sometimes drop one place. You win a match. Get it back. So, okay, starting right here, this you don't have anything else to do. In alpha, no one has hit this point. You still have hardware and cosmetics to unlock. But anyway, assuming that all you care about is ranking, then you could hit that point just by getting to number one. But you sometimes drop a place, you win a match, get it back, that's it. I think that's proven if you take my example. Bother and I switched from 500 to 0. His stats are also decreasing. You're losing 10 matches every day. So, yeah, that's possible, but it does throw off other things. I mean, unless I count these as completely fake matches, it'll throw off the metrics for how much are defenders winning and how much are they losing, and how is the ranking system working without any of these fake things in it. I just don't know how much of this is worth doing before beta. Yeah. Yeah, so, well, some people don't do that. Is that a flaw? I don't care about hardware and I can be number one without more hardware, so why should I do that? Maybe if I add to attack more users and more complicated. Maybe, but I don't think. No, I guess my point was this is not true. What you meant to say, I think, as and you don't want to do anything else. And I don't mean this to be pedantic. I mean, there is progress you can make in the game. You've just chosen not to do it. That's not a problem. There will be people like that. But do I cater to those people? Remember, the issue that you guys are talking about is like being number one in the game. The potential players of any player base who can be number one is usually pretty slim. Otherwise, your game probably has an issue in that it's too easy to get to number one. So I was just correcting this particular statement from you don't have anything else to do to you just rejected that as something you want to do. Yo, you don't have anything to do to defend your spot or your rank. Oh. That's it. Okay, that's a slightly different problem. That has more to do with like seasons and resets and decay. Yeah. Yeah, numerous. So like I said earlier, UI issues like this will eventually be fixed. So you pretty much just shouldn't report on these right now. Yeah. So Hideo, that is something that I think will be addressed eventually. That's a much larger design question though. Of like how do seasons work? How does the ladder work? How does your rank decay? And I pretty much just haven't planned anything around that yet. All right, I see what you're saying though, Hideo. Okay, so use moment for this. Yeah, hey, antimatter tape. Yeah, and I think That's the thing. Like I said, any game that you play, you're going to have your player base is going to be split in percentages of, let's just take, World of Warcraft. There's going to be some number of players who like exploration, some number of players who like the combat, some number of players who just like the progression, and this could be something like achievements. There's some number of players who like PvP and who just like, ruling the auction house. This is like the economy thing. There's some people who like the social aspect or creating guilds or crafting. Or there's so many aspects of the game, and World of Warcraft has made it a point to say, okay, you know what? All of these things should probably be viable because we know enough of our player base cares about all these things. So in something like Botland, there's the core gameplay of attacking and defending. There's raiding, there's cosmetic items, there's hardware, there's chips, and yeah, I don't know. There's like interesting strategies you can do. There's winning strategies. So, what subsection of players do I care about the most? And I haven't totally decided yet. Is it the competitive players? Is that a good idea? So I know, like I said, this is just a long discussion. So Antimatter Tape said, like, I am for defending, and maybe he means a combination of defending and raiding. Who knows? I think even without talking about seasons and decays and everything, I just hope the lack of data increasing over time won't be an issue and you won't miss any flow in the design and ranking system. Yeah, but this is where like I said, I think it's a trade-off. Like, okay, so for alpha, I said you start with X hardware and you can unlock like one per day, I pretty much said. So that means it takes whatever, 20 days to unlock everything. So this is giving me a lack of data about certain hardware. For example, what was it? Like Zapper. There were 3 people who unlocked that. So what I could say is, all right, we'll start you with everything. And then now everyone has it and maybe they don't test it out or maybe they rule out that it's bad or something like that. But then what I'm not saying is the progression. So I'm saying there's this balance of do I give you everything and then you don't have to worry about the progression aspect or vice versa? And same thing with testing ratings. Do I have these fake matches in the game and then I can't test what real matches would be like because your ranking's dropping? So I don't know what's best to do here, but I feel like it's not as simple as just adding in fake matches because I think then there's a trade-off of like what about people who wanted to just I don't know, be rank 2 or something. I'm not sure. Also, it would generate a lot of questions on Twitch. So that's why I'm pretty much saying let's defer this. Let's just defer it for another like few months. Wait until we're in beta. We'll talk about it still. All right. So we want this day. Yeah. So let's install Moment again. Oh, you can't just select this text apparently. Why does it keep extending my selection? I think it's because this is updating with the current time. So there's no way to just select this unless I do it in less than a second. There, I got it. I beat you, Moment. Okay, so npm install. There it is. So we want this in blcl. Probably just here for now. Is it Moment or Moment.js? No, Moment. And hey, Casper. I don't know if I said hi. Okay, so this goes into, what is it called? Lockcoin log entry. Const moment equals require moment. And then for days, instead of saying date to render, we're going to say const day to render. Also, it's not date time. Yeah, it's just day. Well, it is a daytime. Okay, fine. So day to render equals moment dot format. But I want to make a moment out of this. Probably like this. Day to render. I just render that. And not even time ago. I think I just write this here. Let's try that out and see what happens. So previously it showed this 20 hours ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Now it should hopefully say Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Oh, perfect. That was easy. One uncle. Alright, so what should be the messaging on this? Probably something like Tuesday : you earned. Yeah, let's do it that way. So span day to render : you earned. Yeah, that'll probably look a little bit better. This doesn't look great. Well, anyway, that's fine. Should probably also have different colors for these, but we'll get to that point later. Well, for now I did what I wanted to do, which is render days. Days instead of time ago's. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. Alright, next, make sure that entries without replays show up correctly, i.e. don't even show a replay button if it's just going to fail anyway. Yeah, so in replay log entry, we have render and render selected. So for this we could say, we'd want to know why though, and I don't think we have that information. Let me take a look. Desktop down. Where did I put this file? I don't remember where I put it. It was called sample battle log or something like that. Battle log design, that wasn't it. There it is. Did we know whether the, yeah, we have the outcome. But we don't have the number of phases. We can't really do this yet. Yeah, we should do this later. Alright, fine. Hey, Shadow Fang. So if a match was a forfeit and no phases were played, indicate that specifically happened when selecting the replay. And the other one is if a match has no associated replay any longer, indicate that the replay has since been deleted. Yeah. Make sure forfeited matches corresponding replay any longer in the database. Right now they get saved with a null replay ID. Wait a second, what? No, but they, what? This isn't right. No. They get saved with a defined replay ID. Yeah, I knew that was wrong. A defined replay ID, but the replay has a null journal. Yeah. Is that from me IRL, EJ? Or is that an actual conversation you had? Okay, so this is done. Refactor time ago so that I have a wrapper component around it that takes in it. Yeah, this is not very important. We'll add this to the refactoring list. Or a friend sent it to you. Make sure to show the roll-up for the current day. Yeah, that's not done. It says Tuesday you earned 0 bot coin. But we don't have something for Wednesday. You have earned this much so far. You have earned. Yeah, that would probably be nice to know. What day is it right now, GMT? It's Wednesday, but in 3.5 hours it'll be Thursday. So that means we're just not sending this data? How does this work? Sum as bot coin, date as day. Oh, I think I know what's happening. We need to lose to this player. No, this doesn't make any sense. We'll still lose to this player, but I think something's wrong. So this says 0 bot coin on Tuesday, and there is no Wednesday. If we go back to this, what happens? It didn't update. Uh-oh. That's not good. Each child should have a... Yep, that's wrong. Oh boy. Yep, that's not good. Time to fix this. Hey, J. Louise. I'm doing well. This should be pretty easy to fix. It says check battle log. This has a key. Oh, that's not correct. That's not correct at all. Okay, yeah, my bad. Okay, that should fix the warnings. And that should also make the rest of this just magically start working, which is pretty nice. So let's try that out. So we log in. We don't get that warning anymore. Then we log in over here and we attack that player again. And over here, it said Adam 2's attack was thwarted 1 minute ago. We should have a new entry for sometime not so long ago. There, 9 seconds ago. Perfect. Now, if we had that selected and we got attacked again, it should still be selected. The one from 24 seconds ago. Yes, perfect. Looking good. Nice. Hey, Hitch Slap. It's going well. Yeah, I've been making some decent progress today. Not very fast, but still, something's going. That's good. So we're not showing the roll-up for the current day. I need to do that. I also need to fix... I need to check in this bug fix. Fix bug around React keys. I was passing the wrong ID, so some children had the same keys. Had duplicate keys. I'll just say non-unique keys. EJ's trolling chat now. We have the king of resentment there. The roll up for the current day. So how does this work? Oh, there's one other thing I want to add to my to-do list tomorrow. Document how sub-select queries work in MySQL. What is this doing? Okay, you know what? Let's do it this way. Let's do const a equals this dot toString, and then just print that out. Then we go restart the account server. So this will give us the query, and then we can hopefully figure out what's going wrong with the query, because I have no idea right now. Object promise. You gotta be kidding me. Because of this. There. Okay, enough of that object promise. Got it. So here's the query. Now we can delete this and figure out what went wrong here. I've deleted it twice for you because you paid me 6. No, I don't want to start mod wars in here. Time of finishing game is just greater than 4 days ago. Yeah, weird. I guess I don't understand why this isn't. All right, let's just test it out. So we'll go into the database and we'll run this. What? What? Today's the 15th. That's the 14th. There's something terribly wrong here. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've made a mistake. What am I searching for here? Select the total amount of bot coin earned from matches where defender ID equals 1. So defender ID for all of these should be 1, yes. And bot coin earned. Oh, they're unranked matches. Oh, God. All right. Oh, man. No wonder. What do I do here then? And why did this return? Why is it saying you earned 0 bot coin here then? Strange. You know what? Maybe I should add the command back in, but only give myself permission for it. Yeah, so I'm going to print this out. Client main get battle log. Here. So let's have that print out, and then, oh right, it's happening twice. Got it. So we care about the roll-ups here. Yeah, bot coin 0 for that particular day. Why doesn't it return it for the current day, I guess? Wait, it does return it for the current day. Oh my God. Oh, I just finally realized what's happening. You think I wouldn't be tricked by this twice in one day, but I got tricked by it twice in one day. What's happening is that this time, February 15th, is Tuesday in my time zone. Yeah, my bad. All right. I don't know how we want to address this completely, but this technically represents today. This is the whole time zone problem. Maybe for right now, I'll just do this. I'll just say day to render UTC and just confuse everybody for right now. So it'll be Tuesday in UTC. No, that's a bad idea too. Hey, Banana. Yeah, it's this that I need to change. Moments shouldn't be in my own time zone then. How do we do that? Where's the documentation? Here it is. If a time part is included, an offset from UTC can also be included. Oh, Connects has something like that. Yeah, but this is on the client side. So here's where's the time? Where is it? I pasted it somewhere. Here it is. So this, we are going to go into this and say moment equals require moment. When we say moment with this particular string, dot format ddd. So this is gonna be Tuesday. So how do we get the format? Can we just say Z here? No. I want this to output Wednesday. I just don't know how to do it. Locale day of the week. Oh wait, there's, no, that's 2. Darn it. Look at moment time zone. Install moment time zone. I have to do that. Oh, that's too bad. Alright. You'll be able to add the Z. Alright, see you numerous. Okay. On top of the moment time page, look at the link. The 27 or 2.7? 2.7. How do I use this? Yeah, so let's try that out. We'll close out of this. We'll re-enter and we'll I purposely typed it that way, pawn. I didn't want to add it again. So this just has us use moment another time. Moment equals require moment. Do we just get moment.tz? No. We'd have to require that too. Require moment time zone. What's it called? Moment dash time zone. Well, it shows how much I know. Whatever the docs are for this. Oh, require it this way. Got it. But it said it can't find it, which that's definitely strange. I'm somehow in the wrong... Uh-oh. This isn't good. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Fourth self-demodding. Alright, here we go. I've got it. Moment.tz.format. Okay. So we want to do moment with this string dot tzz dot format ddd. Time zone has no data for z. Oh, what's the time zone for UTC? Do I have to actually type GMT in here somewhere? Alright, we'll just look through the docs. Time zone identifier. What if I just don't pass in a time zone identifier? Nope. MISC/UTC has no data. I can just search UTC here. Alright, no, we'll just read through this, I guess. So how do you find out the different time zone names? Oh, hey, here's +1. Will this give us Wednesday? This is not correct. I just want to see if this works. Yes, finally. Okay, great. So then at least we know that much. Now we just need to figure out what it is for GMT. Abbreviations. Moment.fn.zone name. Default time zone. Could I have just said GMT here? Oh, I could. Okay, easy peasy. Why didn't UTC work though? Oh, I never tried UTC, did I? Aha! UTC would have worked. Yeah, Lefko, I figured it out as soon as you said it too. Europe/London. Alright, well, I eventually got it. That's the important part. It took me a long time. So now in this, what we do is we require moment-time zone. And then instead of doing things this way, we say .tz UTC. Done. And now when we load up the game, it'll show Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. All right, cool. So I'm going to cancel this. This is technically already showing as part of the roll-ups. Yeah, this is just some to-do thing I'm going to do later. I don't think it's really important. Bot coin rollups in the battle log. So I installed that. I don't need that. Render bot coin log entries in UTC days. Make sure we're not getting the battle log twice at login. Yeah. I think the way that this works is every time you transition to the news page, but also every time you log in. So I think this part is unnecessary. We could just get rid of that. Those should have been throttled so that couldn't happen. Let's put this back there. Yeah. Well, so part of this extreme being, it's not that I'm really moving that fast between files. When I want to go to a different file, I have to type something like client/arena. But you see the text editor, and all that time, as I start typing, it looks like I'm going through a whole bunch of different files, but it's just previewing them. And then I finally hit enter, and it took like 12 keystrokes to get to this file. Most people, for that reason, just leave this window open on this side. And that way they can just be like, oh, I'm in main and I want to go to the arena. Okay, fine. I'll just keep this part open and I can just switch between them quickly. But I don't really like this for some reason. It might actually make me be faster at this. Maybe if I made it really tiny and scrolled over like this. Perfect. Do you want to go to BAS? What is this? Base64 image cache. Yeah, I'm going to hide that. So it's all a trick. You're right. I'm a phony. Alright, so this should be printing out twice. And I think the solution is actually really just use the throttled function. Yeah, it fetches it twice within a few milliseconds, really. So instead of fetch, if we just use the throttled fetch, it should be okay. Transition to news page, throttled. But that's if it's a function, which it should be, because we set it up here. I guess you have to have connected for that to work. Okay, hang on a second. Yeah, and it returns the same thing it used to return. So we just need to do this down here. There, perfect. So now this should only print out once, I hope. So we currently see it twice. We refresh the page, we log in, and now we see it once. Wonderful. Oh, that's actually okay. It's allowed to happen every so often. How frequently is every so often, though? Every 5 seconds? Is this really what's happening right now? Wait a second. It's only when it has the focus that it does it every 5 seconds. So if I keep my focus here, we should see that print out another few times. There's one. We'll wait another 5 seconds. Something's wrong. Yeah, something's definitely wrong. Oh, never mind. No, it only happens once every minute. Oh, I see. Oh. So there is something a little bit weird that's happening here. And this is the throttle versus debounce thing that I keep having to look up. I'm pretty sure debounce saves this. Let's see. No more than once every delay. Debouncing guarantees it'll only re-execute a single time. Yeah, and I'm throttling this, not debouncing it. Alright, well, let's print this out. Is it possible to create custom commands in Windows? Yeah, it is. I'm going to switch to yarn. No, I don't think so. So J. Louise, check this out. If you want a really, really simple example, you can do something like this. You could say echo hello world to user profile / hello world.cmd. And then as you type hello world, it'll tell you that's not which echo is this using? Bin / echo? Seriously? You should be using... Alright, well, anyway. Oh, whoops, no, I did that wrong. It was just supposed to be echo hello world. There we go. Yeah, so there it is. Then this thing says hello world whenever you run it. So this is the simplest way you could make one of these files. It's just a one-line way of making it. Alternatively, you could just open this up and you can put whatever commands you want in here, like colorize, hello there, how are you, that showing on the screen for you guys? Yeah, it is. They're posting the FAQ about the reason why I use Bing. Seems strange. Actually, I should just put that in the frequently asked questions, right? Yeah, let's do that tomorrow. Add why Bing to the FAQ. No, it's Sidonic. I've been doing more than that. I have a Hello World Advanced program working. So fetching battle log. And then this, why is this happening? This is the part I don't understand. Yeah, what? Where is that coming from? Let's just print out the stack trace. Because I do not know where this is. So it's coming from an anonymous function here, and then the next time is what we care about. Okay, so this is coming from throttled. Oh, that's not helpful. Debounced. What? It should be throttled. I shouldn't have debounced in this entire file. I shouldn't have debounced in my entire code base. Except for in lazy load, that's fine. It's probably because throttle calls into debounce. Leading edge. And then this is invoked from the trailing edge. Okay, I clearly don't understand this. Throttle must have some option for leading and trailing edge. And I only want it to be on the trailing edge, I think. Creates a throttle function that only invokes function at most once every wait milliseconds. If wait is 0 and leading is false, function invocation is deferred until the next tick. What are the defaults of this? True and true, which is this. It's invoked only if the throttle function is invoked more than once during the wait timeout. I think we said trailing to false. Man, why do I never understand this? So here we have throttle, takes in our function, and then the options come in after it. So let's say trailing is false. Actually, no, before we even do this, let's make it only take half the amount of time it was taking before. That way we can just see this thing happening and know whether we fixed it as quickly. Excuse me. Okay, so when we log in, it should happen once immediately and then once more in 2.5 seconds. That's weird. It doesn't happen the second time. Yeah, that's... Oh, I have a comma there. Oh, whoops. Okay, my bad. Did this finally build? Oh, yeah. Got it. Okay, there. Okay, so now we refresh, and now we should see this happen once, and then 2.5 seconds later, a second time. Perfect. So now what we're going to do is we're going to set trailing to false. So it happens the first time, and it doesn't happen the second time now. But if we were to come back to this page, yeah. So it should be able to happen every 2.5 seconds that we come back to this page. Perfect. Yeah, there we go. pound of shrimp. You know, Sonic, I read that article you sent about, well, the satirical article about working from home. And I thought, that better not be you. You sound like you're more disciplined than that, though. In the post, it was more like, hey, I haven't done any work all day. I'm not taking care of myself. I've just been eating nonstop. So let me just read through this one more time here. If leading and trailing are true, it's invoked on the trailing edge of the timeout only if the throttle function is invoked more than once during the wait timeout. The thing is, though, it shouldn't have been more than once. It should have been exactly... Oh, I guess I would need to check the stack trace of that. Horse meters. Alright, well this should fix all of the bugs. Oh, except for that I still have that new error.stack in here. We probably still want that actually. Yeah, let's keep that. So when we log in, it fetches your battle log once. And then if you stayed on this page for another minute, it would fetch it again every minute. If you don't have the focus on the page, it won't do it at all. The battle log itself is a total of like 200 or 300 bytes of traffic, I think. Let's take a look. Battle log. How do we see how much traffic was sent in just this request? I don't know how to do that. Response. Well, here's the entire response. We could just, I guess, look at this. But we don't know if it was gzipped or not. Also, this is actually a couple of kilobytes. Was it gzipped? Content encoding gzip. Yeah, how do I know what the size of this is? Gotta be some way to tell, right? Okay. Now here's when someone points out to me how I'm being stupid and how I can just find this very easily. Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay, size 827 bytes. So yeah, battle log for me is 827 bytes gzipped. And that can happen once every minute. That's definitely not bad. Okay, cool. Filter. No, it turns out it prints out here. It's just I hovered over one of these things and there's some giant dialogue that popped up somewhere. Where was that? Anyway, in hovering over one of these things, something like this. It popped up a giant dialogue and I didn't see the size column. So I clicked this instead. I don't know how I did that. Oh well. So the largest sizes here are going to be for the assets themselves. What about APIs though? So yeah, battle log is the largest. Getting scripts to ignore code. The response contains apparently nothing. This can't be right. Or I have no script. Looks like the duplicate issue is also fixed. Yeah. So if I go to edit my defense, let's get all this stuff working. Let's just start from scratch here. So we downloaded everything, we connect, we get all these things. Battle log, scripts, account validity, tokens, rewards. Yeah, so we really only care about gets here. And there are no duplicated gets, it looks like. What is this? Fields? Oh, this is saying to fetch a bunch of information about my user account. Do your APIs use gzip? Yeah. Well, the REST server does. Oh, you're right, Banana. I was clicking the wrong thing. Thank you. No, I'm not trying to optimize the size of battle logs at this point. I'm trying to figure out what is being downloaded when I click edit defense. And it should be pretty simple stuff here. Yeah, we get your serialized defense, which should be gzipped. Yes. So this is a total of about a kilobyte. Oh, Thelzy. Welcome back. Thanks for the resub. You know, resubs are actually really good on Monday, and then I lost subscribers yesterday because nobody resubbed. But they're pretty good today, too. All right, yeah, so things are looking pretty good. And if we wanted to download the script, let's try this out. So we'll make a script, we'll create it, we'll save it, we'll refresh the page, go back in. Okay, looks good. Then we finally click edit here, and that's when it downloads the script. The script turned out to be this. 2.5 kilobytes. Yeah, that sounds about right. Because we have all the Blockly and all of the JavaScript for that. How do you secure your REST API? JWT? Yeah, JWT. Secure. And how's everything going? Well, it's definitely been slower progress than before because I have been doing refactoring. So one of the big things that I changed, and I'm in the process of changing, is the database schemas that I had. So previously, there was some redundancy, there was lack of normalization, there were some questionable decisions that I'd made, and now I'm finally fixing them. Unexpected console statement and time ago. What? Define but never used. Yeah. So this is just fixing a linting issue. In fact, I could probably check this in as a last commit. Yes, I can. So show diff to last commit. This doesn't matter. This matters. Okay, so amend the last commit and then check this in. Fix bug around fetching battle log too many times. All right. So what's up next? Refactor battle log so that it's a container. There's no need to pass everything through news. Just add this to the refactoring list. All right, so this is the next massive undertaking. No, not this one. This one. Where is it? Yeah, this. Get rid of defense copies. However, that's farther down on my to-do list. So I guess this particular one, we're going to just bump down the to-do list even farther. Battle log should output an entry that says how much Bitcoin you got in the last day. So this is done. This is really a duplicate. And yeah, this is pretty much done. This table can be added at almost any time. In fact, we should put this down here. Did you try meditation again last night? I actually did not last night. Last night we'd had friends over until like 10 p.m. and I took care of some cleaning and then that was it. Like, went to bed at like 11. So there wasn't as much time last night. Also, that headache didn't really go away until I went to sleep. I blame Purple Haze for that. Bill Murray equals meditation. It has rating changes right now when you fetch it, but it should also have the payout amounts. Do we have the payout amounts? Yes, we do. So the only thing that we need to do here is just show this. This should be pretty easy. Replay log entry. The part that's not easy is figuring out how to show it, or like how to design it. Because right now it says your defense skill went up, your attack skill went up, or whatever. Then it should also say you earned X bot coin by winning this. Something like that. Yeah, let's just put something there. It doesn't matter too much. So bot coin earned message equals battle log. I wonder why I'm even passing everything over this way. I should just pass everything from the battle log entry, right? What's the point of doing anything differently here? Yeah, what is the point with this? There is no point. Oh man, this is a huge savings. Refactor battle log so that it passes battle log entry instead of passing each individual property. We'll do that in a second. For now, we'll pass over, what's this called? Def bot coin earned. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Isn't that a trademark term for EA for Battlefield? Yeah, I think people brought this up the first time. In fact, maybe it was you who said something like that. But I'm using this just as a way of seeing what happened. I don't mind even changing the name. But I don't think this would be a trademark issue. I think a trademark it's only an issue if you could somehow confuse the two for being one another. Like if I had a game called, I don't know, Battle Tanks, and then there was a private defense contractor that was producing some like actual military vehicle called a battle tank, I don't think it would be a trademark issue. But then again, I'm not a lawyer. So bot coin earned greater than 0. It'll say you earned otherwise nothing. I guess we just don't even have anything, in which case we probably don't even have the div there. So I probably shouldn't do things this way. See the edge trademark action? Yeah, well, I can always change that. I'm not trying to infringe on their property here. Battle log just makes sense as what are the battles that happened. It could just be news log or something like that. Yeah, I remember that, Delsey. Twitch chat makes excellent lawyers. Yeah, you guys have my back. Whatever you say, I can use this as my legal counsel. I can't talk today. Guys, I think we want this to be a div. Otherwise, just nothing. Botcoin earned HTML or JSX. So let's try that. This might work. I don't know if it's going to show. It would show for the forfeit if it showed for anything. No. What? Oh, wait a second. What's that? Okay, you know what? Let's just modify the database. We'll just set this to 13. Lucky number 13. There. And now we'll refresh this and see what happens. Yeah, there it is. You earned 13 Botcoin. Battle reports. Logo battles. I'm pretty sure with almost exactly this conversation has happened before. Oh, see, their battle log is in caps and it's written in blue. Mine is not in caps and has a background that's blue. So, yeah, lawyer, it would definitely be different. That's okay. Oh yeah, we could change the name eventually. I think what generally happens here, So what I was saying was not serious, but this part is serious. What generally happens, I'm pretty sure, is you get sent to cease and desist before they just be like, "Hey, we're suing you for a whole bunch of money." And in this particular case, I think if anyone said something like, I don't know, "Hey, report bug buttons are copyrighted by us somehow. You need to change that," then fine, I'll just change it. See, I'm a target for nobody right now because I'm making $0 from Botland. I think if the game ever got popular, you become a target. EA would charge you for the cease and desist. Yeah, but that probably wouldn't be super expensive, right? Imagine a cease and desist can't be more than like $1,000, and if EA is sending you one, that means you registered on their radar, which means you're probably making more than $1,000. No, so Extreme Bean, Botcoin is the singular and the plural. It's kind of the same way for money. Well, except for you don't say quantities with money. I guess it's the same as Bitcoin, right? You say 3 Bitcoin, not 3 Bitcoins. If it's not the same, and I'm pretty sure we've had this conversation before too, I don't really care because I'm making up the word Botcoin and it is the plural. You'll get press about EA coming after you. Yeah. Small time indie dev gets sued into oblivion by EA. Okay, well, this looks fine. So it says you earned 13 Botcoin. We can click the replay. There is no replay for that. Yeah. Looks good. Let's check it in. 13 US dollar. Yeah, 13 USD. That's a good analogy. In the log. Yeah, it's a pretty good example. Yeah, Thalsey, how's work been going for you? What's a quid? Okay, so this is done. This part I think we're gonna do, and then I'll probably take my lunch break. I've been trying, well, whatever. Yeah, let's just do this part. So I'll put this here now. It'll probably be like 3 or 4 minutes before I'm actually away from my computer. So battle log, we pass in all of this stuff for no reason. This is the replay ID. Okay, so let's do this. Battle log entry equals. Just got sent out to New York City with the work. So I enjoyed living up in Manhattan for a bit. Oh, nice. Busy. Work and wedding planning. Wait, wedding planning? Were you doing wedding planning at the end of last year? You weren't, right? Wait, were you engaged? Oh God, I can't remember. Dalsy, you have been away for too long. But regardless, congratulations. I don't remember if I've said that to you before. I feel like this is all just deja vu. I watch Groundhog Day and then I forget everything that happened and repeat everything. Alright, so here's for replays. Replay log entry. Oh, you've been engaged forever. Well, half congrats then. So this will be battle log entry. That's a bad idea. Let's say, how should I say this? Replay data, maybe? Yeah, replay data. I think that's good. So that's where all of these things would come from. One of us. Alright. this is a much better way of doing things. Select, select, select. Cool. Okay, then we just do one other thing here, which is const replay data equals replay data. And we get rid of all of these. So that should look much better. One of these days I'll actually finish this. I think it could be today. I don't get your hopes up, but I think it could be. So replay log entry is now set. Botcoin log entry, I think it's easier to pass just those things in. Although we could just pass it in as... Yeah, fine, I'll refactor all of these. So information data equals battle log entry. Yeah, hit there. Back to the start of the 15th. My wife and I were talking about this last night. It was Valentine's Day. I probably shouldn't share this conversation with you guys. But she said something like... Okay, no, yeah, I probably shouldn't share this. I'll try to cover the broad strokes of this, which was... If you were to live Groundhog Day, the movie... So for those of you who don't know the premise, it's a guy who wakes up and it's the same day every day. I'm not going to tell you the rest of the movie. If you were to live Groundhog Day, and you woke up and every day was the same day, and the same people kept coming over to you and the same events kept happening, like, what would you eventually do? And the talk I had last night was more along the lines of, like, well, I'm already married, so the plot of the movie can't happen. But I said, like, oh, you wouldn't go do a bunch of illegal stuff because you'd know that there wouldn't be any consequences and all that stuff. Yeah, all right. It's very hard to talk about a conversation that I don't want to share all the details of. We didn't fight or anything. But I think she expected a more romantic answer from me. Missing spaces for 40 and 50 hurt me. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. Patsy boy, you would just live that same day forever and ever, never changing anything. No, I think everyone would do illegal stuff if you knew there were no consequences for that day and you just kept recycling. For one, you wouldn't have any idea whether that's going to end. I mean, in the movie, he does, like... It's not like that movie, The Purge, where laws are lifted for a day and he starts, murdering people. He, like, takes money and he uses it to buy a nice car. Like, that's a pretty harmless thing considering that everything resets at the end of the day. Hey, the Chromium. You guys are just haters. So this is message and time. Message and date time. So this changes and this changes. The day I do bad things will be the day it stops repeating. Way to lighten the mood. Yeah, you should watch the movie if you haven't seen it. It's actually really good. Too bad it's only a day. You could fly to Europe. You could fly to Europe in a day. I mean, there are definitely some places you pretty much wouldn't be able to get to if you woke up at like 6 o'clock. No, I guess actually you probably still could, right? You couldn't get commercial airlines, but there's still a way you could get a private jet. You could find a way to do that. Hey, Spider Dad. Just imagine playing Botland all day, then the next day you could change what you did wrong. Oh, that would be a terrible way to spend this hypothetical, at least in alpha. And I'm the maker of the game. Whoa! Echo! Thank you very much. Yeah, my lights rarely change cyan. That's when you know Echo's a big spender. Thanks for the bits. Then Adam would nerf reflect. I gotta say, it would be pretty interesting just saying fun stuff on Twitch and not having any consequences, just to mess with people. I could troll you guys for once instead of vice versa. Think of how much fun that would be, guys. So these two turn into this. So now ideally everything would just work exactly the same way. So let's check it out. Link to rankings. That message though, Adam, well done. Those are the special messages that I coded for that. As if I don't troll you constantly anyway. Did you respond to what I said earlier? Ah, I see. You did. Well, here goes. Here's the does everything work test. Nope. Well, invalid time value. That means that I'm just passing the wrong thing here. Let's take a look. Battle log entry, bot coin data, information data, and replay data. Bot coin data, information data, and replay data. Not working. Definitely not working. Okay, fine. Let's break on exceptions. Login pages take a long time to load. Yeah, it's loading a lot of stuff. I need to fix that. Pass down title. What? Where's that coming from? This isn't even coming from battle log stuff. Debug login. Oh, that's what causes this to mount. And then time ago. I'm not sure which render this is coming from. It has to be in one of the ones I just modified. We know that. Lowercase in my render. What? Yeah, so all that stuff came from... Oh, whoops. I know what's wrong. Yeah, these all had underscores. They were database values. This is why this was probably a bad idea. There needs to be a translation layer here, although that's for the receiver of this to do differently. Hey, Gunbother. Okay. Yeah, my bad. Let's fix it. Alright, see you, Thelzy. Thanks for dropping in. Hope the wedding planning goes well. And thanks for the resub, too. So we'll just put all of this information here. Uh-oh. Something went wrong there. Oh, attacker ID. There. Now all of the ones that show up down there need to be changed. So replay data dot attacker name dot outcome. Cool. And then there's one last one, ID. We don't need that. Okay, let's try that out. Message equals you earned blah Botcoin. Oh, that's because it says something like Tuesday you earned 50 Botcoin. That's fine. Okay, where do we stand now? Is it working? No. Attacker name equals replay data. Duplicate declaration. There's probably a bunch of these then. That didn't fix it. Also, it didn't seem to even give me a new message. Duplicate declaration, attacker name. Unless I'm defining this like 3 times. Try this again. Def skill delta duplicate declaration. One of these should fix this. The weird thing is it doesn't look like it's trying to rebuild. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's log in now. Ah, that looks much better. So one of these replays should work. Perfect. Selecting all these things works. Yeah, great. You updated your defense 26 minutes ago. Is that correct? Pretty sure that should have updated. Yeah, you updated your defense 5 seconds ago. Alright, cool. That's pretty good. So the big change here was that we got to remove a whole bunch of lines from this, so that should the structure of replays ever change, we'll just have that updated information. So I think that makes a lot more sense. And these had many lines removed from them too. This one got some added because I made these explicit. Refactor battle log pass in full objects. I didn't want to keep passing in tons of individual properties. What did I do in my job with Microsoft? I was a software development engineer and test for Windows 8 security. And that's it for now. Cool. Fetch up-to-date Botcoin because we may have been beaten. No idea what this was supposed to mean. We may have been beaten. Oh, we may have won a defense, yeah. Alright, well, I'm going to go get lunch. You will be disappointed to see that the colors for the lunch BRB screen are back to normal. So yeah, I'll be back in about 30 minutes. What language you use to program the OS? So that's the thing, I didn't really program the OS. There are SDEs who are basically devs, and then there were SDETs who were basically testers. So I was an SDET, and I worked on writing test code, and that was in C#, C++ sometimes. Alright, see you bother. This entire thing is made in Adobe Flash. Alright, thanks for watching so far, guys. I'll be back in about half an hour, and I'll be back for about 2.5 hours. Yeah, see you too, Tyron Des. Thanks for joining in earlier. Oh, I'm back. Back. So I have an API called critical error that will email me for particularly egregious problems. Yeah, did you say? I think everything Hideo said is pretty good. And hey, Ramy. And to add to that, collecting logs is pretty important too. So, for example, I have an overseer and game servers and account servers. And let's say there's some level of error that I want to be able to see. Having one machine just report all of those is pretty helpful. So, this is where there are a lot of error aggregation services out there that'll help. What did I have for lunch? I had some pizza left over from last night. Also, last night, it's kind of strange, but in a good way. So we had a bunch of friends over to watch this movie, and we told them, "Hey, bring your own dinner," because we all wanted different things. Not that we weren't willing to make dinner for people. And one of the girls brings a whole roasted chicken, and then before she left, she's like, "Oh, hey, can I just leave this here?" I said, "Yeah, of course." So there was only a small amount left, but now I have some extra chicken. You just log warnings, general infos, and errors. Yeah, but there's different levels of errors. So I have something like, warning user did not have enough money to purchase the item. This is an error for me, right? Let's say you tried purchasing an item that you don't have access to because you don't have the money. It's an error, but it's a pretty meaningless error. Like, yeah, okay, so they tried buying something and they don't have the money for it. Who cares? So this is a very low priority error, whereas a high priority error would be something like, account server crashed. There are no more account servers online. That's a much bigger error. All right, fetch our up-to-date Bitcoin amount. Yeah, this is, I think, pretty important. This could happen on any page, though. Yeah, not pink anymore. I reverted everything. The BRV screen was reverted. My color scheme was reverted. It's all back to normal. Okay, so Bitcoin shows there. It also shows here. Yeah, this is kind of an issue. This can change at any time, your Bitcoin, because who knows? Right now, someone might have just attacked me, and I might have won, and I might go up to 80 Bitcoin, and that might make it so that I can finally purchase an item. But I wouldn't know that until I finally went back to this page. So I think no matter where I am in the game, I need to fetch that value every like 30 seconds. Isn't Graham's number what the largest mathematically relevant number? Yeah, so problem. Your Bitcoin can go up at any time, but we don't have a WebSocket open to the account server. So all we can do is pull whether it went up. I don't think there's anything more to this. The solutions are either add a WebSocket or just do polling. That's it. Yeah, there's nothing else I can think of doing. And yeah, Syntonic, I know, it's frustrating. You just gotta hang in there. Get some waffles. Every time you refactor a line of code, you can have one more waffle. How about that? I don't care if you have thousands of lines of code to refactor. You'll just eat thousands of waffles. Yeah, so I think we need to do this. So your defense can generate Bitcoin at any given time, and we don't have a persistent connection open to the account servers. So we have to pull for Bitcoin changes every once in a while. That was the cause of the obesity problem. I didn't give you a time frame for eating those waffles. You could eat 1,000 waffles over the course of your life and not end up gaining any weight from the waffles if you spread them out far enough. Hey Chrono Quirk and hey Catalan Web. Alright, let's do it. Throttled fetch Bitcoin total. A throttled function that only lets us call. Do we have this function? Such a small amount of stuff. I wonder if we should just lump this into the battle log. The battle log is like 800 bytes for me. So if I were to do this every 30 seconds, I'd be getting everything, and there's no real point because that's only when you have a chance of looking at the battle log. We don't have a function that just gets Bitcoin, but we have get user details, and we can just pass in what we need here. Wow. Yeah, I remember reading about this a long time ago, but it was just for fun. So I just promptly rejected most of the information other than the overall, oh, it's a meaningful large number. Excuse me. Yeah, so we'll just call user details every once in a while. We could actually just wrap it in here too. Fetch Bitcoin total. Yeah. There, done. Now we just need to set this up. Set up fetch from account server intervals. This function can exist anywhere. I don't know why this wouldn't exist. It won't necessarily do anything. But yeah, there was no reason to do things this way. They really liked our demo and they're pretty excited to use us instead of Socrata/Tableau. Oh, nice. I haven't even heard of those other ones. Granted, not really in the business to have heard of those, I suppose. Wow, cool. Well, good luck, Syntonic. Are you using React Router? I can't manage to add params to a route. I am, but I don't know about adding params to a route. Yeah, I don't do anything other than what you see here. So I just have a route and I pass this thing in. Oh, you know what you might not be doing? So you might be trying to access them as something like param, but it's really this .props.route.param. Maybe that's what you're doing wrong? Have you tried that, Catalan Web? Because yeah, so let's take news for an example. News has on-watch replay. So if we go into news and we look at on-watch replay, I have to call it with this .props.route.onWatch replay. Yeah, that could be it. So throttled fetch battle log. Yeah, this is better. And then we can just do the same thing here. This is necessary because your bot coin total can be updated at any time, and we don't have a persistent connection to the account server. So we need to poll for it every so often. I don't know how I got so many semicolons on these things. So we'll do this every... Oh, this doesn't need to be throttled. What am I doing? Yeah, this doesn't need to be throttled at all. We just need an interval for this. I want to set props based on the state from main component, which is the wrapper for everything. So blah, 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 prop equals the set state dot blah, blah, blah. Is it possible? I am not sure, but I think in general, however you pass in your props, like you might want to consider using something like Redux, and then from your main component, just change the Redux state, and your props can be connected to your Redux store. So consider doing that. It's definitely easier said than done. The return value from set interval that will handle calling will handle then we just move this up here. Yeah. There is no this though. Redux is too hard. You should definitely try out Redux. I think it's a little bit difficult to wrap your head around at first, but then it does a lot of nice things for your application. I think almost anything using React could be using Redux. I don't think it's necessarily Botland. I think it works even for large web pages. And it keeps everything in order. But yeah, getting started is very tough. Definitely. If document.hasFocus, return this dot REST client dot and we want to run this every 30 seconds probably. There's something slightly more to it than this though, and that's that we need to update where your bot coin is. I don't know where we do that. Set bot coin. This can't be right though. Show game results. User.botcoin. Yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah. There. So this function can be made a little bit better, definitely. For now, let's just do it this way. I have to do more dashboard stuff now, which is why I was asking about botland stats. It'd be cool to work with you to build stuff that would be otherwise hard to see in Google Analytics, number of matches per day, leaderboards, whatever. Yeah, I think there are a couple things. One, I need to just have that data somewhere to begin with. So yeah, number of matches per day, those sorts of things. But second, Google Analytics actually can do a lot of that with their event tracking. I just haven't used it for that. But yeah, I will get back to metrics at some point too. There's just so much left to do. All right, so how do we know this is working? Well, I guess the short answer is we don't, unless we change a bunch of stuff. So if we make this do it every 1 second, let's try that. So we log in, our bot coin is 75, and it's getting updated every second, hopefully. So let's change it from 75 to 76. Where are you, bot coin? Let's just do it from the command line. Update users set bot coin equals 76. Does it go to 76? Survey says no, it doesn't. This survey sucks. I wonder if this is happening. Oh, it's only when the document has a focus. Nope, still not doing anything. Survey still sucks. This isn't even getting hit? What? Oh, there. Whoa, that wasn't 1 second. Way longer than that. I have no idea what's happening right now. This says 1 times 1 times 1000. And this is never getting hit until the document doesn't have the focus. Okay, this is super weird. Let's just refresh the page. How do you get your head around many Conemu tabs? Oh, all the ones that have a title of CMD can just be closed. So I just close them all. And then the first 8 are always the same. It is my chat bot, my light bot, my phantom bot, my 5 botland endpoints, and then I only care about the ones after that. And they all have titles too. In fact, titling your tabs I think is really important, at least on Windows. On something like Mac, you can just color the terminal tabs. So that's what I do for everything. When I start up MySQL, I have a MySQL. Where is this? Oh, it's called DB. I have db.cmd, and the very first thing it does is title MySQL. Then it just passes in my silly plain text password. Anyway, let's connect again. So it's 76. What happened? Oh man, alright, update users set bot coin equals 77. There, yeah, it's getting updated now. Weird. So every second it's querying this, and it should be done everywhere. So even if I'm in this dialog, it should still get up to 80. Yes, perfect. Okay. Yeah, that's great. So now we just need to do this every 30 seconds instead of every 1 second. Yeah. Attacker ID is defined but never used. Okay, fine. Mark as new is defined but never used. That's not... No, that is true. Fine. Yeah, both of those are true. But unfortunately, those are problems from a different commit. Can we amend the last commit? Yeah, we can. So we don't want to check this in. We don't want to check that in. We do want to check this in. Do you also have a script to open the first 8 tabs? Basically, yes. So the first 3 are stream commands. So I have something called prestream.cmd. The next 5 are for botland. I have something called runall.cmd. Why do you multiply 1 times 30 times 1,000 instead of just 30 times 1,000? Yeah, that's true. I shouldn't have that 1 times there. That was because I probably copy pasted this from something that was doing it every so many minutes. That's the answer, yes. That is the answer. This used to be every 5 minutes, so it's 5 times 60 times 1,000. But good point, my uncle. So Catalan Web, in case you're curious, this is a very, very straightforward process to start all of these things. I change into a directory, I start a new command prompt with a certain title, and then I run a certain command. And the run command is always what I call it, except for this one, which is a clustered run. That's it. So super easy. And I put some sleeps in here so they always start in the same order. If you were to just spam all these commands at once, you might get them starting in different orders. And if you have them into different windows, that probably doesn't matter to you. I also, when I start my build commands, I color them differently. This is where I'd prefer to just have tab groups. And anyway, I'm not super happy about how terminal works on Windows. And I haven't found a great replacement for it. On Mac, I really liked using iTerm. And the reason why is because you could color tabs. I don't know how many times I can say that that feature is amazing, but it's amazing. If you group all your build tabs as red, and all your run commands as green, and any closable tabs as blue. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, that's why you were saying LOL. Thanks. I'm glad you commented on that. Most people probably would have just stayed quiet about that. Alright, so this is done. Yeah, now the comments just need to change. Sets up a function to call. Sets up interval. Calls set interval for periodic functions. Yeah. Hey, McCurtison. Why is that command even there? It's been helpful every once in a while. I use iTerm with oh my Z shell. And I can't use anything else. Yeah. Yeah, I liked iTerm. I have to have CMD open so that, because I have this many build and watch processes, there are 8 here, and I don't want 8 extra tabs here. If there was a way to make like tab groups or something maybe, so that like these 3 can be lumped into one tab and these 5 can be lumped into one tab, that would be great, but I don't know about that. Okay, the rest of this I think is fine. Yeah. Fetch bot coin total every 30 seconds. And I'll copy this is necessary because your bot coin total blah 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 blah. This is necessary because your bot coin total can be updated at any time, and we don't have a persistent connection to the account server, so we need to pull for it every so often. Are you dependent on Windows, or why do you not go on the Mac? I don't have a Mac. So if you look at my computer specs, one of the things that you'll see here is the date that I bought this stuff. So a lot of this was back in 2016. Wait a second. Yeah, a lot of this was back in 2016. This was after the stream had started. So I spent however much money you see here, $900 apparently. Plus I got, that's 2008, sorry. I misread that. Yeah, okay, so I spent about $900 on my computer since I started streaming. For me to buy a Mac, I'd have to spend like $1,500 at least to get a brand new computer. I don't think it's worth it. It's not that I dislike Mac, and it's not like if I had a Mac I'd necessarily switch to it. Yeah, I like the terminal experience better, but I don't think I'm inefficient on Windows. I just wish the terminal was better. Why not Linux? I think I'd run into too many speed bumps on Linux. Yeah, I just got used to doing something a certain way so much. Wow, for you. Color terminal tabs aren't worth $600. It doesn't work that way, right? I can't just sell all my stuff for the same 900 I paid for it. Hey, Demail. Always wonder why you use Windows. Yeah, people ask me that all the time. It really is just I'm pretty efficient with it, and I have no real reason to switch. Yeah, I think some things on Linux would probably be easier. It has stream support and plenty of drivers. Yeah. Yeah, and I think part of what makes it so hard to switch to is I'd be on a totally different file system mounting. Very likely, at least. I know I could mount it from Linux, that same one that I use for Windows, but that probably doesn't make the most sense, and I'd have a lot of OS files in two different places. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't feel like now's the time to do that. Can't be a true programmer. Okay, done with that. Close out of this, close out of that. Should we wait for the defender to log in before resetting the amount of bot coin they can earn? I say yes for now. What? Why? What? Let me see what I did. Wouldn't rely on it for streaming? Yeah. Well, now I'm very thoroughly stuck in having to stream. Hey, Rambe. Okay. So what's going on right now? When you log in, we call this. This only happens on login, though. Do you back up your local machine? I know you have all your fun Windows custom commands. I doubt they're as easy to save as dot files or something in Linux. I'm not sure how the two things you mentioned are related, but yeah, I do back up my local machine. It's mostly the scripts, and yeah, it's pretty much all I have to back up. Things like music, I just download from OC Remix. So I could just download them again, and pictures are already stored on the cloud. So it's mostly my scripts and my code. Okay. Yeah, this is a potential issue. If you don't ever log in again, nothing's going to force you to log in. So these things will never get reset. And I think this is written on my to-do list somewhere. If you don't ever log out and then log back in, then nothing will update some of the last reset times. For example, at the time of writing, what do we do here? Well, there's pseudo money payout. You can only earn more bot coin as a defender when you log in, when you explicitly log in to reset the last this. That's called plain tasks. Super efficient. All right, so I wonder if this is okay with you guys. I don't think I'm going to change my mind on it, but I do wonder what you think. So right now, here's what's happening. You can earn up to X bot coin every day by winning at defending. Once you've won X. Okay, so how about this? I'll write it this way. If you win X while you're logged out, then you can never win more than X until you log in again. So this is the scenario right now, which means let's say you went on vacation for a week. You'd only collect money from the first day of your vacation, even if you won on all of the other days. So I'm pretty sure this doesn't sit well with you guys. I think you would want to earn money even if you're not logging in again. which is actually okay. We can just change this behavior, I think. Actually, learning keyboard shortcuts wasn't too bad for me on Mac. I think that was natural enough. I think in a few months I was as efficient on Mac as I was on Windows, more or less. Then there are these little quirks and some programs every once in a while you can't use, and some are actually better. And there's so many dependencies for large projects and Node that install so quickly. Yeah, Botland works on Windows thanks to really Node just being platform agnostic most of the time. Well, JavaScript. You can make a reset period, like have it reset completely every 3 or X days, even if you don't log on. You should force users to log in from a marketing standpoint. Yeah, but I guess how frequently should I force them to log in? Right now it's every day. It could just be, well, this isn't worth changing now, probably. The reason why I have first win of the day bonuses is to make sure people remember to play the game. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about this. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I think I'll come back to this later, probably, and see whether I want to change this. Yeah, for right now, I don't think this is important. So yeah, every day you'll have to log in if you actually want to start earning money. Yeah. Get rid of defense copy. So this is the big task for the rest of the day. We have about 2.5 hours, and who knows how long it'll take to do this. Probably longer than 2.5 hours. Get rid of defense copies. When a player starts a match, it would immediately output the matches and just have the status of unfinished. So I need to finish designing this first. If you were in a match and a game server version is released and now there's no longer a match, you just need to hold sorry. Okay, so yeah. Invalidate. Why is this tabbed in twice? Invalidating game server versions needs to work differently. How does it need to work? We need to delete all ongoing matches. Wait a second, no. It's not entirely. Mark all ongoing matches as unfinished in the matches table. And delete all ongoing matches. Rami, unfortunately, this is kind of just how mobile games work, I think. Man, there's some very interesting psychology behind it. You can have a fun game, but because people are so progression driven, if you don't have that progression aspect in it, it doesn't matter how fun it is to some people. They'll just stop playing it. And giving you money every day, having these hooks, having sales, having all these other things. I mean, if you look up, what was it I read the other day? It was something like some department store. You know how when you go to department stores, they usually have something like jeans 40% off. So now they're only $40 or something like that. Well, apparently some department store changed it so that it was just 0% off and the price was still $40. And fewer people bought jeans because they thought there's no sale. I'm not going to buy them. But it's the same price. But there's this perceived lack of value. It's concepts like this that lead to games not just being games anymore on mobile platforms. Because, well, not even just mobile platforms, but I think you always have to keep in mind that you are making a product and the goal of a product is usually to make money. And if you want to also make money, you've got to abide by some of these rules that you might not agree with. And I think the way to go about it is to do it in a way that isn't morally reprehensible. So this whole like throwing pop-up ads in games for kids that have a pay $100 on the pop-up ad. That actually, I have seen a game like that. That's pretty scummy. Not much progression other than personal skill. No, there's progression, just not in the way you might consider progression to be important. So I believe all of those games have cosmetic items, and cosmetic items are still a means of progression. You still have something to strive for. And in all of those games, you always have your rating, which you can always improve unless you're player number one in the world. And there is no player number one because it's a team game for all of those. But if you're team number one in the world, then fine. Then you want to stay on top. But for everybody else, you have some rating to strive toward. You'll probably never unlock all the items or guns or weapons or whatever it is that there are, even if they're just different variations. They're not even different functional pieces. Stop always imitating the big players in the market. I don't know what this is directed toward, but I don't consider Botland to be an imitation of other things. I think of some of the techniques that I'm going to have to use will be slightly different. But there are things, okay, so Botland is free to play. And almost all other mobile free to play games I've seen have two currencies. I want to avoid that. And I'm sure they all have two currencies for a big reason. And I don't exactly know what that is, so maybe I'm shooting myself in the foot here. But I wanted to just have one very simple, like, you've got enough money so you can buy this thing. But most of them have a premium currency and a regular currency. So you get like diamonds and you get gold in some games. And you spend the diamonds on like cool stuff and you spend the gold on stupid things. No, the point isn't okay, so I think my point is lost here a lot of the time because I see comments like this. And I think the important thing to focus on is this. And there's a difference between wanting something as a player and having the opportunity to get something. So when it comes to wanting something, yes, that's where you come into play. If you don't want that thing, that's totally fine. But having an opportunity to get something has nothing to do with you. So if you're playing CSGO and there was no opportunity for cosmetics, then some players would just not be bothered by it. But other players would think, hey, there's less chance for me to still earn things as I'm playing the game. That's not as fun as some other game, I don't know, TF2 or something. And they'll go play that. So I really think it's important to at least have room for progression still in a lot of games. I think that store experiment failed because people are used to buying things on sale at other stores. That's why the effect is much lower in parts of EU that forbid perpetual sales by law. Yes, you were probably right, Lepko, but let's say the converse of that happened, and in the EU they lifted that law forbidding perpetual sales. That doesn't change human psychology. Then all stores would probably need to have perpetual sales in order to compete. I don't play games that have permadeath or MOBAs because there's not enough progression. I'm bad at games, so it's important that at some basic level investing gets me somewhere further than I was. Yeah. And even I won't play permadeath games unless there's some progression that carries over. So like Enter the Gungeon is a permadeath game. You die and that's it. Whatever inventory you had is lost. But you get some what do they call them? Tokens or something that like you can buy things with afterward. Same thing with Realm of the Mad God. Yeah, you die, you lose your inventory, you lose your experience, but you keep your fame and you can spend your fame on upgrading your pet and blah, blah, blah. Selling at a discount means that the price is lower. That's why you shouldn't easily sell. What? Catalan Web? I don't know if you're being serious or not. If you sell on a discount, it doesn't necessarily mean the price is lower. I don't even know what the second part of this message had to do with. But in department stores, what I was talking about is if the regular price is $100 and your sale is 40%, then the total price is $60. Now, you can sell at a, well, okay, so I guess literal discount. What I was getting at is that let's say you said your sale, you had your regular price of $120 and a sale of 50%, your total price is still $60. But people perceive this to be a better deal than they perceive this to be. So, like, you're selling it more of a discount, but you also raise the price. The legality of that is questionable. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to do that, but anyway, back to this stuff. So, it's definitely saving me a lot of hassle when it comes to inbound matches. So right now this is doing a whole bunch of nonsense. Insert into matches. I still need to think of how I'm going to structure this table though. Yeah, this is what would happen here. Yeah. So I think step one, and there are a lot of steps to keep in mind here, so let's just try to write these down first. Step one is make an ongoing matches table. Let's go take a look at what we've got right now. Let's close out of these things. Just close out of everything. Describe defense copies and describe matches. So here are our tables. What we need to know is what is the ongoing data here. So ongoing data. Well, let's just copy paste all of this and then delete from it. So not ID, well, technically ID, but that's obvious. Creation date, game version. Is ranked needs to be moved into matches. Oh, it's there already. Oh, isn't that easy? Okay, cool. Defender ID. Again, EOJ. So colors, name, these things. This technically, we need to persist how many phases are in a game. Modify matches so that we can store how many phases were recorded. Attacker bots placed. What is this used for? This is how many were placed in the entire game so far. This could go into matches. No, it can't go in. It all depends. I don't think it needs to go in there. Next phase to simulate. I think we would change this into number of phases simulated so far. Move next phase to simulate to matches and rename it to phases simulated. Computer level and journal. So we need these things. Okay. Just want to get rid of this extra stuff so I can fit this into my notes. It's a little bit cramped now, but that's okay. All right. Got rid of the T in type. Oh, and all of these. Oh, wow. Int, text, varchar, long text. All right, and then ongoing matches is going to point to matches. So we're also going to have an ID, and we're also going to have match ID. points to matches. Okay, cool. Now, as soon as an attacker copies a defense, make a new match. There's a blank missing in the header. Yeah, that's fine. This is just for my notes. As soon as the attacker copies the defense, make a new match and set its outcome to unfinished. Okay, so this stuff can... Ongoing matches needs to point to a valid match. So this is a foreign key. What else? What else? What else? If you delete the match, you delete the ongoing match, but we wouldn't delete the match. Delete this row. By creating ongoing matches instead of putting something extra into the matches table itself, I won't be using extra data. It's not so bad since I have, yeah, okay. So in matches, I'm going to do this. I should have a new column. Matches points ongoing matches. Get rid of that. Good. Yeah, and then start using the new table, I guess. All right, yeah, work is cut out for me. Let's go kick it off. All right, so step one, make new table. Ongoing matches. So we'll duplicate this and call it ongoing matches. About to start some moderately sized dev for a university project. Would you suggest sitting down and planning a UML diagram? So I've been here briefly and seen you modifying and working on this code by gut, which is generally what I do. Back and refactor. I think you should do whatever helps you, and you'll know that better than I will. These diagrams, if you ever have anyone else working on the project, it's generally a good thing to do. You can go share those resources, and you'll know why you designed something the way you designed it. The UML diagram won't necessarily tell you that, but chances are you'll have a much better idea than if you just planned it by gut. The whole thing about refactoring is not 100% removed by designing more upfront, but it's usually mitigated by designing more upfront. Refactoring, I think, in general happens because either the requirements change, which is something you usually can't do anything about. For example, Botland started as a real-time game, and we figured out that that wasn't fun, so we changed the design. And by doing that, a lot of code was changed that was not necessarily bad code. So that's one way refactoring can come about, but another way is by taking shortcuts or just not knowing how to do things better. So yeah, I think design skills are pretty important, and if you think UML diagrams will help you, then I'd say totally make them. Yeah, Patsy boy. Would you have taken longer if you had a coding partner? Probably not. I probably would have taken a shorter amount of time. There is a time in a project where going from, let's say, 1,000 people to 1,001 might actually cost you time. Maybe, I don't know, that person's not doing that much and you have to fix bugs that they're doing. But going from one person to two persons, that usually saves you time. All right, so we need to take a bunch of stuff from matches. Okay, so ID sounds good. Now we need all of these things. So ID is done. Match ID. That's going to be added in later. Can this be nullable? No, I don't think so. There's no such thing as an ongoing match. That doesn't exist anymore. We just need to delete this. No, Harvey, what I was saying isn't necessarily do a UML diagram explicitly. I was saying design in some sense. It doesn't have to be UML. You can just figure out what might work best. UML might help you figure out where you are missing something that you didn't realize. -1. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thought you were responding to Miko Deek. Okay, so match ID, we're done with this. On delete, delete this row. I think that's pretty important. What's the default foreign key constraint on delete? Because I do not know what it is. On delete, what's it set to? The default action is always restrict. No, we don't want that. We want cascade, I think. What are all the different actions? Cascade, set null. Where are we at here? Yeah, cascade. Oh, I don't owe you points for that. That just means you're on a later list. Yeah, there you are, Patsy boy. You'll be on the next Lunch BRB screen. People's names just collect up on this list, which is why some people are here a ton of times. Skynet's going to be here for the next year. Okay, so match ID. We got to set this up afterward. So this is ongoing matches. And this on delete cascade. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What did I do here? Oh, God. I put this in the wrong spot. There we go. We should have no green dots over here. Perfect. Except for whatever's missing from this. What did I delete there? Diff current. The replay ID. What? That should still be there. Maybe that's not fair. You spent it, sure, but you got it all back too. Okay, so we have the ID and we have the match ID. The foreign key is now set up. We need colors here. Where did the colors go? Oh, defense copies needs to not exist. Yeah, make sure there are no more references to defense copies. Hey, Yordle. Okay, so defense copies is where this existed. And we had a game version in there. That's not going to be a thing anymore. But colors will be, the name will be, this will almost all be there. So let's get rid of the rest of all of this. Also, this was called creation date. I don't know if that's a good idea. Ongoing match. It'll be the same creation date as the match itself. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. Maybe it is. Yeah, but oh, there's a lot to change. Last defense copy ID. Figure out what's going on. Hey, Luculus. Ongoing matches. So this all goes down here. Great. You like the lights white? Okay. Yeah, sure, Raimi. How about we split it 90-10? You get 90%, I get 10%. No, 99-1. I think that's fair. Cascades if you want to delete rows from multiple tables. Not sure what you're doing. Yeah, so what I'm making right now is the ongoing matches table. And this has a match ID, which points to matches. And so matches has ID, you know, attacker, defender. So if the match stops existing, then that means it's no longer ongoing. So you should delete the row from here too. So yeah, I think this makes sense. Isn't keeping track of ongoing matches a pain? Why are you not using a flag inside the matches themselves? Because there are a lot of columns in ongoing matches that aren't needed by matches. So for example, there's a journal here, and there's a defender state, and attacker state, and color information. So there's all this information here. And if we put this into matches, matches is going to be a very large table. So if we have an extra like 20 bytes per row that are just never being used for anything, it doesn't make any sense. What language is this? I'm doing everything in JavaScript. See, this is what makes Raimi a nice person. Not only did he agree to the very generous 99% of the profits go to Raimi and 1% go to me, but I get a bi-weekly spicy dinner. Wow. There's a point for bringing a smile to my face. And also welcome, Mio. Alright, so this stuff's done. We have serialize defense, attack, attacker boss plays, colors, name, and the journal. And next phase is simulate. That should be gone. We'll move this to here in matches, and it'll be the number of phases simulated. However, by doing this, I'm kind of changing what this means. 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. Make sure next phase to simulate gets used as phases simulated, i.e. I've changed the semantics of it. Now when 0 phases have been simulated, it means the game hasn't been played. It means that phase 0 was played. No, Catalan Web, there are two different things here. Is it fine to have many columns in a table? Yes, if they're being used. If you had some table where it was like I don't know. Inventory. Let's imagine an inventory table, and so I have a user ID, the owner of the inventory, and then I have something like this: owns dagger, owns sword, owns armor, owns whatever else, blah blah blah, like some other wand. And you're like, well, you don't have this, you don't have this. Yeah, you got armor and you got a wand, so we're gonna set these to 0 and 1. Like, this table structure doesn't make any sense because for the vast majority of players, they're not going to have everything in their inventory. So why are you storing a boolean for whether they have each item? Having this many columns is fine. If you switch this to something like when was this created, how often is it accessed, what items do you have or where does it point to, that's fine. So this extra 20 bytes, what I'm saying is matches get generated probably about 10 times per player per day. Probably. And I say probably because right now I don't really have these stats, and you can play 500 matches a day, so there's a maximum of 500 per player per day. If we had an extra 20 bytes for all these columns that we're not using, that doesn't make sense. And I used to say Remy Horforia, but then Remy corrected me. How you do that? All right. So phases simulated, we have that. Default to 0, still makes sense. Yeah, so I think I've split up the tables just fine. Let's go make sure it works. Drop database botland and create the database. And while that's working, we will also close out of all of these things. There. Of course it failed. That's totally fine. Oh yeah, defense copies doesn't exist, of course. All right, there we go. We have a table now. Well, that was the easiest part. Unfortunately, you can't just stop there. So that's done. And this is done. Now, as soon as an attacker copies a defense, make a new match and set its outcome to unfinished. All right, let's stand up. This is the part in DBZ where I take off my jacket and I'm like 20 times stronger than I really was. I don't know your table schema, but I often use a binary system for such things. Sword equals 1, arm equals 2, something else equals 4. And you save on integer value in the database. This system, you save every combination with one number. Well, Lord Null Pointer, you do that for as many bits as you have. But that does make sense for certain things, definitely. I think for certain... Anyway, yeah, I'll just leave it there. I think it makes sense for certain things. But for an inventory, I don't think it would make sense. You probably want extra data like when did you get this item? Where is it in your inventory? How many of this do you have? What are the modifiers on it? And a bit mask just doesn't give you those parameters at that point. DBZ length. You know, Ski Dog deleted that clip. I was trying to show my wife last night, and it was deleted, and I couldn't find it anywhere. So we don't have this concept of unfinished. Yeah, for permissions it might make sense. But still, Lord Null Pointer, what if you wanted to know, hey, when did this person get this permission? If you normalized your tables, you could have extra data there instead of just using a bit mask for that. So match canceled, and then there also needs to be match unfinished. This is used for cases where the match is still ongoing. Technically, this enum represents both the outcome of a particular phase and sometimes the outcome of an entire game. For example, Match canceled can never be the result of a game, or of a phase. But it's still in this unknown. Because there'd be a lot of overlap otherwise. I'm sure you do, EJ. Actually, everyone can see them all now, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Lord Null Pointer, that's true. I'm just saying what the limitations of this are. And why I think what you were talking about, those permissions can be used differently, I think. For an inventory, I still don't think it would make sense for most systems to use bit masking in an inventory. All right, so match unfinished. This is the tough part. This is the tough part. So we probably only have one place where this is done, hopefully. Let's take a look. There it is. I think that's the one place. We can verify by just doing this. Yeah, there's one place. And it's right here. And I just lost it. Okay, let's go find it again. There it is. All right, what function is this? It should be get defense. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, so in get defense, that's when we'll start a match. So we need to insert into two tables at once. First into matches, then into ongoing matches. Yeah, defense copy ID should probably go away. Am I using U WebSockets plus Node.js or just Node.js? Just Node.js. There used to be WebSockets, but that's back when the game design was more real time. By the way, if you're curious about what it used to be, you can check out this video. Yeah, inconsistency. No, I'm not using Socket.io. Keep forgetting it's not a live game. What version of Socket.io? I'm not using Socket.io. There are no sockets, no WebSockets. Okay, so I think this needs to go away. And it's thankfully not referenced in too many places, but I don't think it has a reason to exist anymore. Debug verify opponent ID. Oh god, this is gonna have to change too, right? It's gone, pawn. He paid to have it removed. Alright, see you, Ramy. Does food use sockets? You should just call your game food. It'd be like the least Googleable search. Yeah, we don't seem to ever use this, do we? Unless we pass it to the client. In which case, none of this makes sense. We don't pass it to the client. Yeah, I think all this is going to have to change. I think this will have to go away. Move it from the migrations table if we remove it altogether. The spirit of annoying EJ, you're right. I think I'm going to delete this. I think it only makes sense. Yeah, fine. Okay, time to go away. This could be a foreign key, but I don't want to make it explicitly a foreign key so that deletions are easier. Goodbye, dear column. It was nice knowing you. This doesn't need to exist. That just changed all the references. So debug verify opponent ID. To remove this function, this is only needed to correct a bug that showed up around 2016. I mean, I could get rid of it. I don't know, it was what it's doing is every time you join a game, so let's say I go and attack and I play against pawn, about 10 milliseconds later, it's going to ask the server, hey, am I actually playing against pawn? And this is what the server uses to see, yep, you are playing against pawn. And if not, it says major error. User thought they were playing against whomever, but they were actually playing against somebody else. So really, this shouldn't be needed, but there was a bug back then where I did need it. So I think I'll get rid of this because I don't want to keep this up. What are all those functions with a yield keyboard? Those are coroutines. Coroutines are functions that can be re-entered at a later time. So the way that this is read is I want to contact the database and I want to select this particular user. Contacting the database is an asynchronous function, so it's going to call out to the database and at some point in the future it's going to respond. That might take a millisecond, but still at some point in the future. So we can't just say, oh yeah, call out to the database, then let's continue right on with this. It's call out to the database, and when you're ready, I want you to come back into this function at this line of code. So it'll get the user, then we read the user, make sure it exists, do whatever else. Then we go read from another database table, and we have another yield. So we're saying, hey, when you pick up from this function again, I want you to pick up on this line of code. And it does that, and then it picks up and carries on. So that's what coroutines I'm using them for. All right, so yeah, this whole function should be gone though, so let's delete it. So then this needs to stop existing, debug verify, delete this, debug verify opponent ID, delete this, delete this, and delete this. Oops. Okay, there. So all of these should be gone. Debug verify. Yep, remove from the code. Debug verify. Well, we just searched for that. Remove from migrations. So this should cease to exist. No, we still have some copies of this. Null out the attacker's defense copy. Nope, we don't need to do that anymore. And yep, it exists, although it exists via a library that I'm using. Well, it's made easier by a library that I'm using. Because function star was introduced in, oh, I don't know, what version of ES. Yeah, I don't know. But I think it's only been around for about a year. Okay, so defense copy ID. Let's start at the bottom here. Alright, so find match for user. This is how we check to see if they were already in a match. That's not going to work, is it? And either way, this was prone to race conditions, which is why I put rate limiting on the matchmaker to begin with. Oh, what a bad idea. What a bad idea. No, actually, I take that back. That wasn't such a bad idea. But I do need a way to know if they were in a match. We could just check the database probably. Get ongoing match for user ID. So return this dot connects ongoing matches. And that's the only easy part of the query to write. Let's go figure out how to do the rest of it. So we're going to join it with matches. Matches.id equals ongoing matches dot match ID. And we want to select who knows what, just everything for right now. Where matches dot attacker ID equals user ID dot then there. So get all of the ongoing matches that this player has. There can only be one. Well, there better only be one. This just returns one. All right, so then we can go change what's in the account server. Oh, nice for you. Yeah, it's happened to me probably once every week or so. Something like that. Once every week and a half, 2 weeks. So we say get user, and then we get the user here, and potentially contact the matchmaker. That's not all we're going to do now. Oh, man. Get invalid matches for player. Wait a second. This doesn't even need to be done. This only needs to be done if they weren't in a match. The very first thing we need to do is know if they were in a match. Oh. What is Connects? Connects is a query builder. Where do I utilize Blockly? I think you should check out the FAQ TB on. Or at least the what botland is. Because yeah, if you checked out the video I linked you earlier, you would have seen it. If you check out the video now, you'd see it. But yeah. Alright. So let's do it this way. So we'll get ongoing matches for the player. DB ongoing match. So if this exists, we have certain things to do. And what are those things? Just get match from database and then return that? Yeah. I need to refactor this whole thing. Any reason why you're always using connects result over first? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, interesting. No, I don't mean that in a rude way. I think the read the manual thing is typically like you being a jerk. But no, I think the FAQ is important because usually when someone comes into chat for one of the first times here, they end up asking like 4 questions off of here without realizing it. And there's a reason why I have this ask questions. I have a not frequently asked questions thing too. But these are the ones that people ask a whole lot. Instead of returning dbresp 0, just pass first to connects. Okay. Yeah, I have to refactor this whole thing. In fact, I don't see why this couldn't just be middleware. You're right. You're right, Horforia. You're right. Good job. Some might even say great job. Contact matchmaker. Yeah, I gotta figure out where this even comes from. played too many games. There's got to be a throw new error. Here it is. Oh, yeah, of course. But then there's also rate limited for matchmaking. And that's in contact matchmaker for match. This thing should be refactored. See you, Lord Null Pointer. Going to boost Adam's eco. Keep going, botland bot. Yeah. So this is thrown by contact matchmaker for match, and this is thrown by... I'm just writing these comments right now for myself so I can refactor this code and know where everything's coming from. There's a lot of, I'd say, moderately complex control flow here. I need to simplify it. This is thrown by the assert at the top of this function, right? Where is that assert? Here it is. There. Can you cheer bits for yourself? No, you can't. I still really like collecting bits so that I can cheer them at other people, so I still watch ads. Alright, well, I think what's best to do here is just write down the English control flow for this. So find match for user. 1, if they're already in a match, just return the match data for the match they were in. Just return the data for the match they were in. 2, if they're not already in a match, well, actually that's already just that. So then check to see if, let's write this down, how many people they've played against and who they are and who they've played against. If that number is too high, then return that they've played too many games in a single day. Otherwise, keep moving and try to contact the matchmaker. For the matchmaker, at this point, we know we have to contact the matchmaker. Check to see if we're rate limited on that. If we're not rate limited, then call into the matchmaker. Why don't you use the multitude of bits you're getting to buy some bits to cheer instead of watching ads? I don't know how much money you think I'm making with bits. Despite that, yeah, you could figure it out every month, but it's not enough that I want to like throw away 30% to buy bits for other people. Plus, I don't usually cheer, even with the bits that I have. I have cheered a total of 1 day, and that's when I dumped the entire, $32 I made into CFG's channel. So now I think I'm back at about $32 worth of bits. I can't tell because it doesn't show up in my own channel. But I'm at something like that, and I'm going to save it. Still debating on who to give them to. They indeed have identical case for case select, case first, and the return is return method equals first. Sanity restored. $200 on headphones. Wow. And call into the matchmaker. And then once we have this, get their defense. If we received an opponent, get their defense. Remove private information from the defense. Get information about them. There's a lot of steps. Adam's just waiting for EJ to get partnered. I always thought about that. What if I just saved him up for years until one of the people who I watch a lot gets partnered? Then just dump like $300 into their channel. Alright, so in this particular case, I think we can have middleware check this for you. I think that makes the most sense. So this can easily become middleware. In fact, maybe all of this can become middleware. Get ongoing match for user. This used to not be that way. Used to be get match from database. Oh, I don't think I even like this. Serialized defense. It totally is. It also has a limit 1, which could add performance for certain queries. The plot thickens. But yeah, still a better reason if I'm only going to get one thing to just specify it in the query. Shouldn't make fun of you with that message today. I'm sorry. Why was it mod queued? It's an automatic thing that Twitch does. It probably detects speech patterns that are used by people who eventually get banned and then just blocking something. I don't know. All right, well, let's get this. So we have find match for user. Was it me or did time rewind? What do you mean, TBon? Check if user is already in match. Dot find this. Match for user. All right, so user ID. We don't care about really any of that other stuff. What we care about is, are they in a match? And then if so, return the match from the database. Isn't this wonderful? So if this doesn't exist, then we know we have to call into next. But if it does exist, we might have a bunch of other stuff to do after this. And we don't want to keep chaining thens in that case. So maybe what this is it stores the ongoing match for the user. And that way we can push the asynchronous step to, yeah, this is what we should do. Falling baddies. Yeah, okay, so this should be changed. Whoops. Okay, yeah, this should be changed to get ongoing match for user. And then respond if user. Load match from database if existing. I don't know how I'm going to do this exactly. So there was this function that I wrote and this function. And we we can just store this in the request. Otherwise, catch error in get ongoing match for user. Okay, then with this information, I think we can do this here. So we'll get the user ID and we'll get DB ongoing match. So if that exists, if is nil DB ongoing match, then just return next because there's nothing to do. Otherwise, we want to return this whole setup here. I think this is a much better way of doing things, but still this is very complex. Count down until someone comments on the number of lines in this file. It's bound to happen. Actually, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Or am I? Never mind. All right. So user already in match, then get match from database. And then we have that return object. And the return object needs to send it with rest.send 200. But the details need to be loaded in a particular way. I think we should probably change this format so it can just return whatever was in the database, no matter what. At least that'd be great. I kind of doubt we're going to be able to do this whole thing. We have that return object. This isn't called from anywhere else, is it? No, this whole function is changing. This function shouldn't even exist, so let's move this up to here. And then after that, rest.send return object. Still pretty bad. Still gonna be a lot of refactoring to do here. Okay, and then finally this will call into find match for user. At this point we know that you couldn't have had an ongoing match. So we can delete this. We can delete this. And we're left with that. So this function has been made a tiny bit simpler, and we're going to have to simplify it even further, I think. We also need opponent details in here, which wouldn't have existed, and serialized defensive null. Do you have a way of checking when I subscribe to your channel? I don't. I don't know if PhantomBot has a way of doing that. Oops. Is there like a sub-h command? Nope. Yeah, I don't have a way of doing that, I think. You probably got an email about the payment confirmation, though. That would be one way to check. Alright, so what is this? When the attacker is already in a match, this function will be used to fetch all relevant details instead of reaching out to the matchmaker. Fairly sure it was over 30 days ago. There is one other way you could check, kind of, maybe. That's to go into the chat logs and see subscribed. I don't know if it saves this to the chat logs. No, it doesn't seem to. No, I don't know. Yeah, if the API has a function for it, then you'd be able to tell. So there is no defense copy ID at this point. I'll have to print more details there. Okay, so that was step one. This is middleware. That part's done. Next is call get invalid matches to figure out how many people they've played against and who they've played against. If that number's too high, then return that they've played too many games. We could just really turn all of this into middleware. Oh, thanks, Harambe. Huh, didn't know about that. Okay. So the next thing is get invalid matches for player. Oh, this is already a function in here? No, it's fine. If we know we're going to have to reach out to the matchmaker for an opponent, then we should first get which players are invalid. So that is this function, and we're going to call that from here. We're going to just store this in the request too. So let's start this. So get invalid matches for player, we need the user ID. Then we get that number of IDs. If that is here, we could throw an error. Yeah, we're going to have to change that. Yeah, Hideo, that does sound strange. So invalid player IDs is here. Well, we're going to store this in the request. And then that's kind of it. So if it's too many, throw a new error. Let's not do that. To do, store this in the request. So what used to be done is this. We set a rest.send. We're going to still do that same thing. Then storing in the request is set BL info rec. How does this work? Invalid player IDs, invalid player IDs. Then we don't have any of the rest of this. And we just call next. And I guess we need catches for all of this stuff, including probably here. Yeah, these would just be internal errors. Rest.send 500. Who knows what it'll be. Hey, Mersham. Where's your mic, if we can even hear you swallow? I mean, it's like right beneath where the camera is. I can't really raise this because the arm isn't going up, but you can see the pop filter at least. That was also probably a bad idea. I really should have muted that before. Just moving the entire mic. Alright, so this looks good. We need to do this everywhere though. So here, for example, this function name needs to change. And same thing here. This never did a rest.send. Arigato. Oh, okay, that part is done. Next is using this information. So previously we put this all here. We had invalid player IDs, and this was used in contacting the matchmaker finally. So we can get rid of this, we can get rid of this, this, And then finally we need to get the user information, your own user information. And then contact the matchmaker with that. This is all one function with no real way of failing in between, so I think we can turn this into one piece of middleware. Contact matchmaker for match. Yeah, there's also the rate limiting. Where does that happen? Contact matchmaker for match. Check and update last match make time. Yeah, that should be done in middleware. Yeah, push obese kids. Slam your mic on your desk a few more times. And yeah, this is JavaScript. Alright, yeah, we need more middleware. That's how we fix everything, just more middleware. Ensure not rate limited for matchmaker. What do you use to run Node on the server? For example, I know about PM2. Do you use something similar? Yes, I do. I use PM2. So, pretty straightforward. And also, hey, welcome. Okay, so where we got to do this is in, where is it? This. So played too many games is not possible at this point. We can only get a different error message here. Haven't coded in so long, it feels weird. Yeah, this is actually quite a lot of lines of code right now. This is at about 40,000, I think. And no problem, Capra. Orphoria, that was mildly mean-spirited of you. Why do I even have this assert here? Well, I do need the user ID. Let's go back to here. We can get that from this line. So check and update last match make time. Let's see how this function works. Do you do your own art? No, no way. I make art like this. Oh, thanks, Marsha. And yeah, that is super late. And I push obese kids. It's never too late to get back into it. And 500 lines of code, I really don't think it matters how long a program is. It matters how well it does what it's supposed to do. Aw, Orphoria. That's nice of you. You made up for all the bad karma that was coming your way. Okay, so last match make time. And if we're not rate limited, we just break out of here. And if we are rate limited, we break out of here. And if we're not, then we update the last match make time. Cool. Sounds good to me. I'll put this here. No, it doesn't really matter. So if this worked, because if it didn't work, it would have given us an error here, and it would very likely be the error that is rate limited for matchmaking, but not necessarily. Is Chasm streaming? Okay, that's hilarious. I've heard some comparisons from me to other people, and I've never seen the resemblance. I'm assuming you're talking about Kasim G. Similar. Definitely not I don't think we would get mistaken for each other in real life at all. Yeah. But that's pretty funny. Okay, so check and update, and then finally find the opponent. So we just need the right assertion message. Yeah, that definitely is the first. Alright, where's that bug? Ah, rate limited for matchmaking. Here it is. So this goes in the function that we just wrote. So here we just call next. Oh, wait, we can't do that. Oh, God. Oh, man. Next can throw an exception. But that's only if we didn't catch it. Yeah, no, I guess this is fine. We can do this. Okay. So check and update last match make time. No, there's no reason this has to be in here. Oh, yes, there's. Never mind. I take that back. Okay, so we don't need this comment because now it's coming from right there. These are much more understandable than the last giant function that I had. So I definitely like this. How do you do real-time networking on games? That sounds hard. It is really hard. And what I was doing before was a simplification of it, but now this is no longer real-time, so it doesn't matter. It's all just through the REST server. Yeah, I don't know. If I were making a truly real-time game, I think it'd be really hard to get the networking right. And I've tried things like that before, and I always end up just pulling my hair out over it. But yeah, botland used to be real-time. It is no longer. If you want to see how it used to be, you can take a look at that video. There's also a blog post on it. If you want to see how it currently is, you can just play the game. It is online right now. Speaking of which, I don't think anyone is really playing right now. I am going to wipe out the database in probably a day or two, so don't get too attached to your data. Liquidor failed to beat me. Oh, my bot chased him all the way to the corner. You couldn't really see that. Let me go back to that. Because my camera, hell, let me just turn on my camera. There. See? Followed him all the way over there. Hey, Antholosath. Alright, so then what happened? Huh, not bad. Not bad at all. Alright, so now that all of that is done, we can finally not have to do it from here. Then this doesn't need to exist. Oh man. I guess I'm refactoring how the... Oh, whoa, something's wrong. I'm really refactoring how the matchmaking is working right now. Unexpected token on 2819. Oh yeah. Okay, not a problem. Make sure I'm returning an error properly from each new piece of middleware that I've added. So what have I done now? This is finished. So if that number's too high, return that they played too many games. Perfect. So now we're at step 4. At this point, we know we have to contact the matchmaker, check to see if we're rate limited. Oh, that's already... Oh, there's 2 sets of rate limiting that can happen. Just want to see what color that was. It looks white in the camera, but it's like a blue color. Alright, so this used to happen here. Get invalid matches for player no longer has to happen. Get user still needs to happen though. Yeah, and then that's for the sake of contacting the matchmaker. The lights. Yeah, thanks. That took a few days to get working, but I'm glad it... Actually, it didn't take just a few days. There's been a lot of maintenance work I've had to do on it too. So I guess I could say at this point it's taken longer than a week. But it's worthwhile just to see the look of joy in chat when people type cool cat. Yeah, it changes. So user ID, we don't have that. Invalid players, we don't have that. But the lights. So contact matchmaker for match is no longer going to take in all of these things. We had DB user, user ID, invalid player IDs. Those are going to be gone. Return object isn't going to exist either. This is going to be rec-res next. So find match for user is really just gone at this point. We put this into contact matchmaker and then we just put an error message at the bottom. Should be a full-time lights programmer. All right, and the return message back here and opponent full details when we're done contacting them. Then this entire function can go away. Yep. And we put all of this over here. All right, so I just changed like 200 lines of code in order to try to get this to work. I wonder if it's going to work. I have a pretty good feeling it won't. Pretty good feeling. Also, how did this function used to look such that I didn't have this tabbed in? Because that part doesn't make sense to me. Oh, we just tabbed it in wrong. Not like tabbing really matters in JavaScript, but yeah, I shouldn't have done that. There, now let's just fix the comments. How do you check points? Just bang points. Just add a few semicolons. Yeah, you just add them wherever you want to. JavaScript's pretty good about that. There, perfect. Code should run twice as fast now. All right, let's start at the beginning. It's usually a pretty good place to start. So verify token, these aren't anything new. The first thing that's new is here. Get ongoing match for user. So how does this work? We call into the database. This searches in ongoing matches to find matches that you are in based on ongoing matches and return the first one. All right, good. And if that exists, actually, we don't care if it exists or not. Or not, we'll just set it in the request and move on to the next piece of middleware. So it's very unlikely that this would fail, but we still have an error handler if it does fail. And yeah, that straw poll. So much for me wanting to play a game. 30 people said they just want me to tackle my to-do list. Yeah, joikes. And yeah, I push obese kids. It's been quite a trip. If you want to see a ton of VODs, you can look through that. Your electric bills must be huge. Actually, I don't think it's that bad compared to what you would typically do if you worked in an office. So I started this company with one other person. If we had rented office space or something, renting office space would have been like hundreds of dollars a month. And I don't think my electric bill has been that much more a month. So this is definitely the cheaper route. Plus, there's no commute. You're no longer alone in the carpet. Yeah, there's no piano option. Piano is not as relaxing as playing games when I'm doing it on stream. I think it's about as relaxing as playing games when it's off stream. But on stream, I feel like I need to play well or else you guys are gonna, shoot guns at my feet or something like that. Give me a dance. Office space costs a ton. Well, real office space does, but there's these like rent-a-space things that you can get, like a 10 by 10 room. Probably pay for your own internet too. You need to go downstairs to get a drink. Okay, so this part is done. And that looks fine. So now we move on to the next one. So what we've done so far is we just checked, do you have a game in the database already? Then, when the attacker's already in a match, this function will be used to fetch all relevant details about the arena state instead of reaching out to the matchmaker. Then we need to contact the matchmaker. Just like that, except for footprints, not paw prints. All right, so this is where I'm not sure things are going to work correctly here. Also, I never stored opponent details. That's probably an issue. Yeah, let's take a look. Think streaming would help someone get better at programming as they have to explain stuff, and thinking about streaming when I code. Would it help you get better? No, to be honest. I don't think it really will. Yeah, I wrote, if you go to blog.bot.land, my last blog post was on being a development streamer. Yeah, Hideo just linked it in. And I think the very first things you should do is say, what do you hope to get out of streaming? So if it's that you hope to get better at coding out of the streaming aspect, I think that's probably not a great idea. Because in order for you to get better from streaming it, you would have to have an audience. And if you're not very good at programming, it'd be hard to build up an audience. And I mentioned this in the post too. There are two major reasons why I think people watch streamers. It's competence and it's personality. I'm sure you guys have seen professional players of some esport who are just, their personalities are just bone dry. But they're really good at the game. So you want to watch them. I've watched people like that too. And then there are people who are just a lot of fun to watch but aren't necessarily great at the game. Or programming or something like that. So that's what you'd be struggling with if you did that, is that you need to build an audience in order to have them help you get better at coding. But in order to build an audience, you probably would need to be good at coding. So, but if you're just learning on stream, you could totally do that. You have to ask, why are you doing that? You get your main source of income from making games or from Twitch subs and donations? I get my main source of income from my wife. So this is one of the things that's mentioned in the FAQ. Like, how are you affording to work on Botland? I basically don't have an income. I mean, sure, there's Twitch subs and cheers, but that's basically nothing. And yeah. So my wife has a full-time job, and savings are helping pay for Botland. All right. So we're not using opponent details. I got to figure out where that used to be coming from. Opponent details. Where are you at, dog? This was contacting the matchmaker though. There's some other part of this. I don't know where it is. Oh God. You know what? Let's just copy all this into Sublime. It'd be easier to search there. Settings permalink screen. Changes to something else. I mean, I'll look into this later. What is wrong with what I've done so far, antimatter tape? Most hip hop thing I've heard Adam say. Hey, Orange Ray. How was your commute today? I don't think Google and all search engines have those URLs. I just migrated the WordPress, but then I changed the URL anyway, so I don't think it's going to work. If the old one exists, it's because it's loading from the old web server, which I still have control of. Horforia, I'm running a reverse Turing test on you. You're a robot. I've proven it. All right, find match for user is the next place where this is done, and it's just never used. Wow. Which means I must be passing return object somewhere else. Get match from database. Oh God. All right. No, this can't be right. This definitely can't be right. No, it's not. It's just not. Opponent details aren't used at all. I don't know where it sent this to you, but it apparently never returned it when you found a new match. Let's take a look online and find out what's happening. So play.bot.land, we'll clear everything, connect. Oh, I actually have to be careful of what I show you guys here. Okay, hang on, I gotta do this off screen. We're gonna click attack. Is this a new match? Yes. Okay, so let me look at match make and see what happened. So we got a response that looks like this. Do opponent details show? They do. Where did this come from? Oops. Oh God, I didn't mean to close that. Oh well, whatever. I've at least got this. But if I ever do want to analyze any more about the, oh well, whatever. It's not like I can't get it back. Okay, thanks antimatter tape. So how could this possibly get filled in though? This is the part I don't understand. Return object is used for the serialized defense. I never pass it in anywhere else. I never populate opponent details anywhere else. Weird. Yeah, very weird. And it's just never used anywhere else. Huh. Oh, on contacting the matchmaker it is. Oh. Yeah, it's when I'm already in a match. So what I need to do is I need to refresh the page and do all of whatever I just did. But this time, I mean it. Alright, so we click attack with meaning. And now we get back this, which does not have opponent details. Busted. Yeah. Okay, there's some issues here. But at least we know we only have this. And really there's no point of even doing return object here. I guess we can just say serialized defense. Oh, and there was also already in match. Okay, fine. Yeah, we'll keep this as is. No, opponent details never had anything here, even in old versions. I think there's some work I'll need to do to make sure that everything is returned in the right style. This is still an issue. Especially because how... This can't be right. This can't be right. There's no way. I'm not sending the attack back. So if you were already in a match and there were landmines, we would just never send that. Yeah, this can't work. Nearly positive there's a bug where you rejoin a match that had attacker state. I don't think I'm sending anything other than the serialized defense to the player who rejoins. Okay, see antimatter tape. Okay, well, let's try to get this train back on track. So load match from database. If it doesn't exist, just go on to the next thing. If it does exist, then we say get defense copy. Get defense copy is not what it's called anymore. So rejoining matches is just going to be broken for a little while. That's probably what we'll say. Because get defense copy, where is this used? 1, 2, 3 places. Forfeit game uses it? Why? Oh, to see if they were actually in a game. Otherwise we have to say save game results. Yeah, I guess it's still kind of necessary. Okay. Well, make sure joining games works. Make sure rejoining games works. Make sure forfeiting works. Make sure ending a game normally works. Yeah. Thanks for the hacking tutorial. You're welcome. Shortest standing session. When I get frustrated, I sit down. Fix this. All right. So defense copy ID still exists in places, and it really shouldn't. And we had 2 of these objects, right? This was already in match. Yeah, we have that written there. And this was not already in a match. Hey, BioCrypt. You are right, Donger9. Guys, be careful with that knowledge, alright? I keep telling people, I'll teach you how to hack, but don't just go crazy with it, you know? Gotta exercise some responsibility. I'm worried what you guys will do with too much power. Don't miss the world record. That was almost a year ago. Wait until you see what's going to happen this April Fool's Day, which unfortunately lands on a Saturday, which I wasn't planning on streaming. But I guess I'm going to have to now because that's the most important day of the year for streaming. Last year's April Fool's Day took like 6 hours to prepare for. Download WebGoat. Whoa, no. All you need to do is watch, that video. That's the only step needed to become a hacker. Like, trust me, I've hacked some pretty high priority targets using that video. That guy's a genius. And thanks, BioCrypt. Okay, so we pull a bunch of stuff here that we are not going to need. And I think this is probably the wrong way to go about doing things, is to remove things from defense copy ID. Let's do this afterward. And let's also make sure this is done before I check in. So where is the next before I check in written here? Just right here. Before I check in. There. So figure out what's going on with defense copy ID. Make sure there are no more references to defense copy ID. Alright, finally, step number 1. So, as soon as an attacker copies a defense, make a new match and set its outcome to unfinished. Yeah. Then find a way to return that. Return all of this information to the player. Felt very Haxor. Okay. And I want to save this off somewhere. I just don't know where. Let's just put it in this Sublime. Done. Now back to this. So as soon as you join a game, let's find out exactly the flow for that. That is contact matchmaker for match. So we get an opponent. Good. Then using their details, we have an ID, whether it was a ranked match or not. And we say get defense with those details. Do we need anything else? I don't think so. So we need to change get defense to be a function that's really like create match. So let's do that. Create match params. And for ease of use, we're just going to copy paste all of this. Whoa, that is legit, Saliel. That is legit. All my videos are legit. Especially that world record video. Blew those people out of the water. So get the user, make sure they exist. Get the attacker, make sure they exist. Get the defense of the defender. Get all their blueprints, get all their scripts. Correlate all the data from the blueprints directly into the defense object. What's the program you're writing? If you're saying what am I making, I'm making a game called Botland, Carrington. And if you're asking about the program I'm using, that's Sublime, which is what Hideo linked to you. You need to ping Amazon more. And yeah, antimatter tape, I'm making your job much harder. Alright, here's where we finally do this. Update defense copies to contain a record for this user. So what are the odds that somebody tries to find a match and is already in a match? That shouldn't be possible if we got to this point. And we can make sure it's not possible by searching for get defense. It's not used anywhere. Okay, that's unfortunate. Huh, yeah, it's not used anywhere. It's probably because I just changed the reference of this to create match. So this is used from one spot. You can't already be in a match by the time you got here. If you are, there's some terrible error. This is never used anywhere now. And either way, even if this did exist before, we didn't consider it to be an error. They shouldn't already be in a match. I think we have to get rid of this. And I think that means we have to get rid of this too. ID of new defense copy. Return defense object. What? No. Okay, perfect. So now insert into matches. And then we do need the response of this, actually. I take that back. So const matches insert response. Hang on a second. Do we have DB recipe here? Yeah, we'll just use that. We insert into matches, and then we get match ID equals this dot, just that. No, wait, get defense still exists. We can just take a look at what I did at the bottom of that function. Yeah, that's right. All right, then we need to do, let's just put this here. Yield trx ongoing matches dot insert match ID, and a whole bunch of other stuff that I have yet to figure out. All right. So what's missing from the matches table? Well, let's do things this way. Let's drop the whole database. That's never a bad idea, right? And hopefully this works. Perfect. Okay, then let's use the database and describe matches and figure out what we need to fill in here. So we'll just copy paste all of this over to here and then fill it in. Actually, I kind of like those colors. Let's keep those there. What's this hack? Hi, little waffle. What hack are you talking about? I don't know of any hacks here. So we have ID. Okay, good. We have creation date that doesn't really exist. Time of fetching defense. Time of copying defense would probably be a better name for this. Time of starting game. Time of finishing game. That probably makes way more sense. Yeah, let's rename that eventually. Refactor time of fetching defense so that it's time of starting game. Or maybe start time and end time. What kind of DB is it? Looks like Oracle. It's MySQL. I think the way that most databases print out to the command line probably looks pretty similar. Okay, so attacker ID we have. So let's just push this to the top so it's very obvious what's done already. So we delete that. Defender ID we have, so delete that too. Is ranked we have, perfect. Attack initial skill we don't have. Okay, that's fine. We can get it. Oh, darn it. There's something else I got to do. When finishing a match, we don't have to persist all this stuff to matches anymore. Oh, man. All right. When persisting information, we no longer have to make a new row in the matches table, which means we don't need things like attack initial skill. Now, as for the skill delta, that won't have been filled in yet. Which is better, Java or C#? I want to start on one of these. I think they're both good. C# was made after Java was made, so it could improve on some of the mistakes I think that Java had, or shortcomings. I shouldn't really say mistakes. But then Java released another update, although I don't think it really put it on par with C#. But really, both are good. I don't think you can go wrong with either one. Okay, yeah, we don't have this attack initial skill. We need to go find it. Attack estimated skill is where this came from. Attack initial skill is dbattacker.attack estimated skill. Do we have this? Yes, perfect. done with that. Def initial skill is DB defender. Yeah, DB defender dot def estimated skill. Right? Yes. Okay, so those are done. Now deltas should be, they should default to 0. They should definitely default to 0. Okay, well then let's just do that. Default to 0. That way we don't need to type them in over here. So we can get rid of that. Done and done. These already default to 0, so we're done. Computer level, we have. Phases simulated has a default. Time of fetching. Time of fetching defense. New date. Time of finishing game should be nullable, to be honest. Yeah. Time of finishing game. Is this the matches table? Yes. Nullable. New here, sorry, what is this project? Hey, Impact TV. It is called Botland. So it's an online strategy game with a focus on automation. You make bots, you write their AI, you attack other people who have done the same thing for their defenses. So in particular here, we can see this guy's got missiles, reflect, cloaking, and shield. I know who this is, by the way. Liquidward's actually got a pretty good defense. So I'm going to make a bot with melee and reflect. I should already have one, actually. This one, yeah. And then when it comes to writing its AI, I can do something like this. I want to reflect, I want to try using melee, and I don't really care what happens after that, so figure it out for me. So I'm going to put these bots down, and I'll put them down up here. And then we will play the match. And so at this point, I don't actually need to provide any input because my bots have scripts written for them, and so do his bots. And he's got these chips up here that are giving him regeneration. My bots actually pursued those and tried to kill those. All right, not bad. So that was phase 1. Now phase 2, we will clean up the mess. Perfect. Now I'll just let that bot go finish the job. Done. Hey Arkham. And hey again, J. Louise. I wonder if at some point with the green lights, Adam's background will emerge into the arena background. Never know. Alright, so time of finishing game we don't need. Time of fetching defense we have. Game version we have. And replay ID is set to null by default. Yep. And so now we can get rid of this stuff. We need to put this over here and take a look at that. But so outcome we're going to set to constants.gamePhaseOutcome.unfinished, I think. Why is finding this file so... Yeah, unfinished. And that's it. That is the whole table that we need here. Whew. Next is ongoing matches, so let's describe that table. We copy paste all of this. Alright, ID is handled for us. Match ID we have. Defender primary color we have. Defender secondary color we have. Defender name, good. Serialized defense, serialized attack. Attacker bots placed. That defaults to 0, so we're already set there. And the journal defaults to null. So there's creation date, which isn't used for anything. There. So does that build? I hope so. Apparently not. Oh, I think it's because I saved too fast. 2169. Oh, yeah. Did it work this time? Perfect. All right, slowly making progress here. Slowly. We want to get to the point where we can just play the game as we used to be able to about a week ago, but this time the code's going to be like 1.001 times better than it was. That is such an improvement. Does this whole thing build? Yes. All right, can we use it? Make a new match, set its outcome to unfinished, return all this information to the player. Let's just try it. I don't think this is going to work. Okay. So then we need to restart all of these processes. Yeah, you can play it now if you want to, Anthalasath, excuse me. I said your name right the first time, or at least I said the letters in the right order, maybe not how you wanted to pronounce. Which, small note to everybody in chat, if I'm ever pronouncing your name wrong, please tell me. I have a list of name pronunciations. I try to follow them. Okay. Alright, so step 1, log in. You updated your defense 47 years ago. Oh, man. Yeah, that hasn't shown up in a while. Oh, that's a bug I had to fix. It's also super obvious, so I'll just write that down later. Antha's fine. Okay. Happy days. My name is pronounced Every Joan. Hideo. There. Now you've got another Kiss's face. So can we save a defense? That's question number 1. Question number 2 is, can we even attack this player? I bet there's going to be a problem with the attacking part. But that worked. So now if we cancel out of this, it says you updated your defense 47 years ago. If we go back to this page, you updated your defense 9 seconds ago. Yeah. Sabakedar. Okay, cool. Oh, that too. Yeah, this game was out before all the other games. Mario copied me. Classic Nintendo. Alright, well, I've been waffling on this for a little while, but we're going to try attacking this player now. And it's very, very likely going to fail. Wow, it already failed. I couldn't even attack. Okay, let's find out what went wrong. Unknown column defense copy ID. Yeah, but where's this trying to get accessed? I can't even tell. Here we go. Get user. No, that's not right. What? Something's wrong here. A forfeit game. Oh, this. Yeah, that's an easy solution. Yeah, Unix timestamp 0. You're right. I'm just not handling that case. All right, take 2. We click attack again. Hey, it put us into a match. That's pretty good so far. All right, let's go look at the database. So we need to refresh this. How do you do that? Refresh. And now we have a table called ongoing matches. And it has 1 match, the primary and secondary colors, defender name Adam, their defense. That looks good so far. And then matches has all the rest of the information. Is ranked, skill, delta, bot coin, computer level, phases simulated. Oh, perfect. It's beautiful. Yeah, you're right. Round down to centuries. So if another 4 years pass, it'll say 1 century ago. Okay, well, let's try losing to this player. Nope, that doesn't work. It doesn't like that. No error provided. That is incredibly unusual. Name equals unnamed. Yeah, this is all wrong. Oh, man. No such table defense copies. Oh, I know what's going wrong here. Yeah, whoops. Whoops. It never ends. Get defense copy. Fix this comment. This is all probably just going to go away completely. Well, let's trace this from the beginning. So in main, you type commence. This is not main. You type commence game, and instead of typing, you just press the U key, and it goes into simulate game phase, which calls into /simulate. /simulate calls into simulate game phase. So how does this work? And what comes before it? Validate blueprint and script changes. Yeah, that's fine for now. Populate player details. That's also fine for now. And then simulate game phase. This must be the part that's broken. Oh yeah, there it is. Well, great. How long have I been programming for? A decent amount of time. I haven't been answering that exact question. Some say 47 years. Yeah, this is wrong. And this gets passed off to the game server. So I need to think of how this is supposed to work. It should be just get ongoing match. It should be, but I kind of doubt that it's going to be that easy. Let's take a look. What do we fetch? Users.primary color. For what? The attacker's colors. Why don't I just save that in the database? Oh no. I can't do that because you might change your colors during a match. No, I didn't get started with the Commodore 64. Okay, I guess that's fine. And then everything from what is now called matches. Is this used anywhere else? Forfeit game. I'm gonna have to change. Simulate, forfeit, and what is this? Load match from database. What? No, what? Alright. Yeah, let's try to change this then. So let me think about this. We have get ongoing match for user, and it's going to be very, very similar to this. Join matches where the user is the user ID passed in. How did this work? This was get defense copy for an attacker, I believe. It was, yes. So get ongoing match for user will also be attacker user ID, I suppose. No, that's silly. I shouldn't make any assumptions about this. We're just selecting everything. Which, when you do a join, I don't know if that selects absolutely everything from both join tables. It probably does. But I guess I need this. Oh, I'm not joining on users. Oh, I need 2 joins here. Oh, cool, I push obese kids. Yeah, the game's a little imbalanced right now, and eventually there will be a tutorial. So easing your way into the game will be better than just go attack people who might have been playing for days and days. Okay, let me think about this for a second longer. This is done before this part, DB ongoing match, which would make it so that we don't need to return any of this. Note, this function should be able to make use of DB ongoing match instead of reaching out to the database again. I'm just going to leave this as a blatantly large comment because I have something to fix there. So then this function can return everything that was being returned by this. We just need one more join to get more data. Dot join, or we how is this gonna work? So I have ongoing matches, join to matches, so that I can figure out which match you're in. Ongoing matches has data I want. Matches has data, has the attacker ID in it. So that part makes sense. I also need to fetch your colors. I could do this via a join. I could also just fetch them in a simple query afterward. I wonder what's better in this case. I think in general the answer is it doesn't matter right now because whatever I'm doing now could be improved later. And let me think about this. No, I think it's 2 queries because I don't need a join to do this. I just need your colors, that's all. Alternatively, I could save this into the database so that you're not allowed to change your colors during a match. That'd probably be confusing for players. Probably be confusing for you though if you change your colors and you didn't see it modify. How would I do this anyway? Join, I'd have to join matches to ongoing matches and matches to users. Yeah, I think it's just 2 queries. Yeah, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. Okay. Now in simulate game phase, we get ongoing match for user, attacker ID. We get that, tried simulating a game, but has no defense copy, has no ongoing match in the database. game found for you to play. There should be middleware that prevents this from happening. Yeah, this is a ridiculous function. For example, middleware should be responsible for determining whether you're actually in a game. It has to be that way. We have to do that now, I think, because this is going to return different information. We used to have things here like, what are the colors of the user? Oh, that's nice antimatter tape. That explains what you were doing yesterday in chat. I watched Groundhog Day. I thought that was great. So simulate game phase. We get, this is defense copy. Defense copy has these colors, right? Yes, they do. Attacker primary and attacker secondary. And I'm guessing that's what these were pulled as here. Yes, they were. Wow. Talk about unnecessary. Yeah, I don't need to do things this way. So we have attacker state. Where does this come from? Yeah, we could just include your colors in here. Oh, isn't that nice? This is a funny conversation. Yeah, we could just select more details here. Then we don't need this at all. We can select primary color and secondary color. Well, that didn't format exactly how I would have liked. Okay, there. So now that this exists here, in simulate game phase, we don't need to pull this in at all. We'll just take that from attacker state. So let's go into the database. We won't need that anymore. And these will have different properties. To the point where this is probably not going to make any sense. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is going to be tough. Alright, well, defense copy is where we used to pull this from. Just make sure the player details contain this on the account server so we don't have to pull this from defense copy. It shouldn't even be in defense copies given that it's not related to defense stall. Stop getting inventory inside of player details since we don't use it here. Yeah, we should customize this function. We just haven't done that. We'd have to bind this to a set of columns that we need. Well, if we try this out, it's still going to fail, and this won't even exist. But let's take a look at what's happening, because that's going to be pretty important. So we go restart both of these. And we click commence, and it's going to error, and we're going to go find out what happened. Deserialize function is not a function. Yeah, we'll figure that out in a second. So what do we have here? everything from both matches and ongoing matches. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. There are just some different names. So things like this, number of phases simulated. We have this here, phases simulated. If is game over or number of phases simulated. Okay, that's correct. What's up next? What's failing here? We couldn't deserialize an entity, which means that we're pulling from the wrong object here. I'm surprised I could even save my defense. So it must be this, deserialize. So defense object.bots and .chips. Do we have that? Defense object.bots and .chips. Well, we do have it. I don't know why I can't deserialize. Do we have code? No. Yeah, I'm not sure what's failing here. We should keep going a step up until we get to main. Here it is. Deserialize later phase entities. That's a problem. We should be in phase 0, and it doesn't think we're in phase 0. Next phase to simulate. Oh, that's why. Let me search for this in the code. Chances are I have this in too many places. This, for example, save simulation results. This had to turn into phases simulated. Alright, see you, Antha. Thanks for joining in today. Then that's all fine. And then server. What do we use this for? We don't use this for anything. Already in match. Yeah, okay. This is probably not going to be good. Alright, let's try that. Yeah, there's a lot of different details to kind of balance out here. And it's going to be hard to get them all right, so this will take a lot more time. So now it says successfully simulated the game, but then there's a problem on the server, probably saving them. Yep, exactly. Well, that's not too bad, because that's what I expected to have happen next, which is probably coming from save simulation results. Yep. So what do we get back here? An ID and a match ID. So this is ongoing match ID here. Number of phases simulated, number of attacker bots placed, serialized journal, blah, blah, blah. So ongoing match ID. Hey, Zancro. Ongoing match ID. All right, so how does this work? Select that DB ongoing match. Then we update ongoing matches. Give it a journal, give it phases simulated, attacker bots placed. Yeah, that should be perfect. Let's try it out. Try it out. So we click commence. Doesn't work. Can't say we didn't try it. Unknown column phases simulated. Oh, we need to update the matches to say how many phases were simulated. You know, it's probably okay here to... No, it's probably not. Okay. Do you... Wait. So, question number 1. Did you finish the match already? Let's go figure this out. Okay, cool. So, we are on a bug hunt now. All right. Hey, Pokemon Master Chris. I don't think so, actually. Yeah, I don't know if you said enough back when you were here last time for me to remember. I apologize. Well, how have you been? Alright, so 3936. Select ID from replays where attacker ID equals 3936. So 609. Now let's go take a look at what happened. .609. So here's the game you just played, right? You have Shield, Artillery, and Reflect playing against Trackatranks. Oh, I think I know what happened here. This is not a bug. So Trackatranks has nothing on his bots. So they can't do anything. They have empty slots completely. And you have Artillery. So you have a minimum range of 5. So if you try attacking this bot here, it just won't. So his bots probably come closer to yours or something like that and do nothing. And then yours probably try to shoot him but can't. Let's see if that's what's happening. Oh, he doesn't try moving at all. But let's see. Yeah, this bot, yeah, this is there. It's just Artillery has a minimum range. Yeah. So there's no problem. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for showing me anyway. Is there a command to show how long I've been followed for? Yeah, the game's coming along pretty well. Oh no, I don't disbelieve you, Pokemon Master Chris. And yeah, you can check out the game there, Pokemon Master Chris. So the only way you'd know that I push obese kids is if you actually clicked this, which no one really does. But it says min range 5, and you'd have to know that's 5 tiles, and you'd have to know that your bot doesn't have anything else. So typically, if you wanted your bot to not ignore, so I'm just talking from a strategy perspective now. This is not about there being a bug or anything. If you want your bot to not ignore bots within that range, you'd have to pick some other kind of hardware that has a range of up to 5. So for example, missiles level 3, lasers level 2 or 3. Melee to some extent, it has a range of 1, but you can also charge toward enemies. You know what? I think putting charge on melee is probably not a good idea. It should probably be charge should be a special kind of melee. I'll have to think about that. No, that's okay. I'm glad I put in the ability to watch replays because that made it super easy, and I figured I knew what your problem was as soon as I started, so didn't waste a lot of time. Consider making chargeless melee be the default, or perhaps having a melee without charge that does more damage. Yeah, the latter is probably a better idea. Although charge cooldowns can be modified greatly. I'm just not sure if giving melee an effective range of 2 is such a good idea. Oh, I was around 20 lines of coding into Botland. Oh man, that was a long time ago then. Yeah, because September 22nd, I'd been working on the project for 14 days. That's crazy. By the way, the other thing you might be interested in, I Push Obese Kids, is the rankings. You can see your attack and defense rankings. So you are actually ranked number 57 in the game right now. Now, granted, everyone starts at a default rank of 700, or a default rating of 700, so 90 is the lowest rank in the game. And there's defense ratings too, but probably you either didn't set up a defense or no one's attacked you yet, I'm guessing. Yeah, you don't have a rating here. But yeah, if you set up your defense, then people can attack you. Okay. So let's get back to this. Phases simulated. So we should be able to save the game now. Let's try it out again. All right, so we hit commence. Still not working. Oh, right, it was the whole phases simulated. I didn't fix that. Yeah, so we just need to yield that. And I know, Mellifluous, I never cleaned up this file. Still streaming. Yeah, it's been a little bit longer than normal today. Doesn't even know COBOL. Yeah, what's the matter with me? So this can't be here. We need to yield TRX matches where ID equals, this is going to be DB ongoing match.match ID. Update phases simulated. This can be optimized in the future, probably, so that we save it to 2 locations, but I like this way for now, and I actually don't know if it's an optimization to even change it. So let's try this out. It kind of worked. My colors turned black, but other than that, it kind of worked. Why did my colors turn black? Why does this happen? So that means that it got the wrong colors for me? Attacker state. Oh, that's why. Yeah, we don't have any colors here. Where did the colors go? Where did all the rum go? Defender. Where's the attacker? Oh, it's just... Alright. Simulate game. Calls into populate player details. Populate player details gets this stuff and never does anything with it. That's the problem. Oh no, it does something with it. Player details. What? What? What's going on here? Player details. Set that in here. So that means by the time we get to simulate game phase, player details should have been set stringify player details. Oh, attacker state is not player details. What in the world is this? What? Okay, something's very wrong. I don't know how people can use those ergonomic keyboards. I tried, but not working. Yeah, I got an Ergodox as a gift, and I can't use this thing really. I don't know where this came from. It probably used to exist and now doesn't. We could find that out, of course. Nope, it just never existed. Or it comes from, oh, it comes from the client. Yeah, my bad. I should probably write that here. The attacker state comes from the client and will contain these things. Yeah, Monadic Bind said he ordered 2 of these, and the one he got had different switches, and also the keycaps were labeled. These are just totally blank. Hey, Chameleon. And yeah, bug fixing is pretty great, right? Thank you, Cucumber Owl. Yeah, it's been 8 hours and 20 minutes. I probably should get going, but I feel like I'm making good progress still, so let's keep trying. So attacker state has this, but it's player details that I meant to pull this from. In fact, we already have all of this set up. So what am I doing? Let's just do this. Pull this from player details, which probably contain those colors already, right? Player details, where are you? I printed them out, but I can't see them here. So let's search player details. Oh, they're way up there. Are there colors here? No. What is going on with these colors? Alright, I am just going to need to run this again. Let's try this again. So we'll know it's working if these bots stay cyan. If they turn black, then it's still broken. It's still broken. Why is it still broken? Alright, let's take a look at player details. Aha! Primary color and secondary color. Then this must be something's lost in translation. We'll need Bill Murray for this one. Simulate game phase. Let's go take a look. Oh, there it is. Player details. That just gets passed along to here, which comes from here. Let's shout out player details, which somehow doesn't get set. Which, what does it mean? It means either something's not building, or I'm being very dense. Oh. Oh, God. Yes, I'm being incredibly dense. Okay, problem solved. Okay, so that was actually really interesting. Here's what happened. I really should explain things before I just delete code. What happened is I'm passing over player details at primary color, but I used to pass it over as attacker primary color. So back when that was the case, I wanted to store whatever was here over to here. But now that it's already here, I have no reason to run either of these lines of code. So I was actually doing something bad, which is overwriting it with something that's undefined. Okay, so we've got to try this again. Unfortunately, this won't work because we're in a state where we can't finish the match. The only way for us to finish this is to forfeit or to complete the game, and both of those are broken. So we need to drop the whole database and try again. That's unfortunate, but I don't know what else we can do here. Okay, well, let's try now. So we'll start this stuff back up. We'll log in. We'll edit our defense. Saving works. All this is totally fine. And now we attack this player. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. No referenced row. Cannot add or update a child row. A foreign key constraint fails. What? Game version. Oh, whoops. Oh, this is a very minor error. So here's what happened this time. My infrastructure has an overseer looking over all of the other endpoints in the system. So there's this overseer here, and what I did is I dropped the database, and then I turned on the account server and not the overseer. So actually, this is just a very, very minor thing. Had I waited a little bit longer for this, let's just restart everything. It really doesn't matter. So this will start up and probably say it doesn't know what version to be. Yeah. Game version not found in database. So now the game server starts up and the game server registers itself. The game server says, hey, I'm version 5, by the way. And it's like, oh, cool. I guess I'll just expect everyone to be version 5 now. And now everything's hunky-dory. And we click the attack button and it puts us in a match. Next, we place bots. And these stay red. Darn it. Okay, that didn't work. How close were we to getting this to work? Ongoing match did not exist. Oh god, this is just the worst. Okay, let's do this from scratch. We'll get there. Third time's a charm. Oh, great, my mouse stopped working. Well, the extra buttons on my mouse stopped working. Oh, the software just crashed. That's never happened before. Logitech gaming software. Good job, mouse. Alright, now it's working. Okay, take 4. Fourth time's a charm. Cool. Login is Adam 2. We click attack. That worked. Good. Step 1 of 2. Now, did the bots stay blue? Yes! Haha, I fixed it. Okay. Cool. Yeah, oh, definitely, Chris. That is going to happen. The other thing is, the reason why it's slow right now on tablets is because of how shaders work. Hey, Blogdron. If you tap this button on the main page at the upper right, turn off shaders, it'll run way better on your tablet. So if you don't mind trying that, by the way, there's no indication that this did anything. So if you click turn off shaders, other than knowing that you pressed the button, there's no indication. And the shaders don't actually do anything in the game. So right now they're only there to simulate what performance would be like in the future, which is bad. So there's going to need to be some effort to just automatically turn that off for you. But that's how we're going to communicate a lot of the effects in the game. So there's, on bots, there's a bunch of different effects for, let me show you. For things like armor or cloaking. And I've got these shaders in the game, but they're just not doing anything. Where is it? Here, yeah, it's just not doing anything. But if I said something like base color.r equals 1.0, then now all the bots in the game would turn bright red. They'd probably turn into red rectangles, actually. Let's take a look. Yeah. Well, they kind of did. I think I'm using a different... Oh, I know what's happening. Never mind. So I didn't set the other ones for this. RGB equals... Anyway, whatever. You get the idea. Okay, so let's revert that file, because I don't want this to happen. Revert. Cool. Nice feature. Well, I started to work on shaders, and then I thought, this is not a good idea right now. I had to get ready for alpha. So make sure joining a game works. Done. Done. And I don't know what this is, but probably done. Yeah, it's pretty much the same information. Somehow this doesn't just totally break. find that hard to believe. It's only for joining a match. If only there was some way for me to... Wait, there is a way. How do I do this? I need to say delete from matches. Delete from ongoing matches. And then I can play against whomever. So I click attack. And it does tell me ratings correctly. So that's working. Interesting. And I can see their hardware too. Yes, I can. Wow, not bad. What about 2x, 4x, and pause button feature? Has that been implemented? Yeah, the speed features have been implemented, but not on tablet yet. Eventually, the UI is going to look like this. Where is it? There. The UI will look like this. So when a match is playing out, you can actually just increase the speed here. But for right now, the only way to do that is through the plus and minus buttons on your keyboard. And you can actually go up to 32 times speed. So you can watch matches play out really, really fast. And you can also go to 1/4 speed if you want to watch them play out painfully slowly. Look at that. This is actually pretty useful if you want to, let's say, go to like 50% of the match and then slow it down and be like, wait, what happened here? Oh, yeah, artillery hit this bot. And then you could pause it and... Ooh, that's a bug. That's a big bug. When did that break? Pause and play work there. Oh, I know what happened here. It's when you... Oh, God. Why do the bugs never end? Yeah, it works totally fine until you finish playing phase 3. Then this turns into a little refresh button, and that's when everything screws up. Then pause stops working. No, it works. Whoa, hang on a second. Okay, I don't know what that was. Probably gonna get murdered in here. Yeah, there's just a noise. Nothing to worry about. Okay, I don't know what caused that bug to happen, because I can't seem to repro it now. I just zoomed in, I waited a little bit of time, and then I paused. Huh, strange. And yeah, pausing does some weird things with artillery sometimes, that's fine. Okay, well, you all saw it, but I don't know what triggered it, so we're just going to act like it never happened. I could go watch the VOD and figure out what I did, but to be honest, I don't care that much. If someone else reports it, I can look into it some more. It's not worth it right now. Yeah, this is done. Make sure rejoining games, forfeiting. So forfeiting is probably the next thing we should do. And then make sure ending a game normally works. You are helping, Chris. Pause needs to stop the move too. The way pausing works is it pauses turns. So projectiles don't exist on the server. Yeah, I might. Anyway. How it's working right now is actually intended other than that one bug. Guys, I think that's it for the stream. I've been online for 8.5 hours now. And that's too long. Alright. Let's host cheese. Yeah. Okay, so for those of you new to the stream, I typically don't stream on Thursdays, but you guys voted and I will be streaming tomorrow. This is just my outro. If you want to stop watching, you can totally stop watching. What you guys voted on tomorrow was me tackling my to-do list. So it'll be Man versus To Do Part 3. I'll probably stream for 2 or 3 hours. I'm not going to commit to a schedule, a time to start, because I kind of want to get some sleep tomorrow. But I will be streaming tomorrow. Then Friday will be a normal day where I start doing code again. I'll also be turning off botland tonight. Blink twice if you're being held hostage. No, I'm not. Nothing's wrong. Although, yeah, nothing's wrong. All right, so yeah, like I said, I'm going to leave you guys with cheese. And take care. Thanks for watching.